War Records of the Magic Archer King, Volume 1 by Masquerade Audiobooks. Prologue. The tip of a longsword was thrusted before him. Holding the sword was a beautiful girl. Her impressive argent hair reached her waist. She looked calmly at the boy from her horse. "Drop your bow." The boy obediently placed his bow on the ground. He had no thoughts of resistance. He had already used up his supply of arrows. Countless corpses lay in the surroundings. Broken swords and spears stuck up as if they were grave posts. The smell of blood blew thickly in the wind. "My name is Eleonora Voltaria. Yours." The girl's refreshing voice blew away the smell of blood. Her eyes were dignified, with red irises both mysterious and bright. The boy responded, though puzzled. "Tigra Vermid Vorn." Upon hearing this, she sheathed her blade. She smiled at the boy. "You belong to me now." Chapter 1. Encounter with the Vanadis, Tiger Sama. His body was shaken by a girl with a familiar voice. Since it was bright outside the window, he knew morning had come. Still, he was sleepy. "A little longer, just a little more." "How long is a little more?" "I don't have any hunting planned for the day, so until noon. Please don't be lazy and wake up." She scolded him. After the blankets were stripped off, Tigray's shoulder was violently grabbed. Upon opening his eyes, he saw a girl whose face was quenched red in anger. She had a childish face and chestnut brown hair in a pigtail style which was hardly threatening, even when angry. "Ah, morning, Tatus." In a drawn-out voice which betrayed his drowsiness, Tigray called the name of the young maid. Tata released him after realizing he was awake. "The soldiers have already finished preparing. They are waiting for you, Tiger-sama." Tigray blankly repeated her words several times in his head. His face grew pale at once. "Oh shit." He stumbled out of bed as Tata folded his evening clothes. She placed a small pail of water by his feet. "Thank you for preparing things as usual. I thought this might happen. I will prepare your meal. Once you have washed your face, please come." Showing no sign of anger, Tata smiled brilliantly and bowed while holding her skirt before leaving the room with short steps. Tigray felt refreshed after washing his face and was at last completely awake. Donning his clothes and dashing out of the room, he fastened his buttons while running down the hall. "I don't have any time. I wonder if I can really leave it, though." Tigray headed straight for a room at the end of the small corridor. It was a small room, barely able to seat 3 adults. There stood a splendid decoration, upon which a bow was propped. The strings were soaked and pulled over the summer, so it was available for use at any time if you were so inclined. The only feature of the bow was its black color. It drew a loose, curved grip, and the bowstring as well was black. It was as if the bow itself had been cut from darkness. When I look at this, I get a strange feeling. The bow, an heirloom of Tigray's family, had an odd atmosphere different from others. It is said the Vorn family ancestors once used it in their hunts. Tigray's father left a will regarding the bow. "Only when you truly need this bow should you use it. Do not use it otherwise." Due to the will of his father, the mild disgust he felt for the bow, and his respect for his ancestors, Tigray avoided touching it as much as possible. Correcting his posture and breathing, Tigray grasped his fist before his chest and gave thanks to the bow of his ancestors, passed down the generations. When he finished, he stepped quickly and quietly into the passage. Tigray hastily rushed to the dining room. Tigra Vermid, 16 years old, was born into the family of an earl in the Brune Kingdom. He took over the house when his father fell ill and died 2 years ago. His title was something of an exaggeration, as his ancestors were the ones to attain the status of earl. He felt he was simply a person called Tigray. When Tigray entered the dining room, a sweet, fragrant aroma reached his nose. On the rustic table was ham, rye bread, an omelet, milk, and mushroom soup from which steam drifted. Tata awaited him at the table. "I am fine with just the soup." "That is no good." When it came to mealtime, Tata always remained stubborn. "What would you do if your stomach sounded before everyone? It would be disgraceful." With her hands at her waist, her gaze looked sternly at Tigray. She looked more frightening than she did earlier when he awoke. Tigray surrendered the battle he could not win and began eating with her. After eating his bread and drinking his milk, he quickly ate his omelet and soup. "Thank you for the meal." He stood up as he spoke those words. Tata, with a napkin and brush in hand, approached him. "You have some food remaining. Please make sure to wipe it off properly." She spoke with a slightly angry tone, wiping Tigray's mouth with the napkin. Your hair is a mess as well. After that, Tata, her hand holding the brush stretched forward, carefully combed his red hair. Look, your collar is bent as well. Placing the brush and napkin on the table, her hand extended to Tigray's collar. Though she had finished, Tigray remained. Tiger-sama. Yes. Tata's voice suddenly became weak. Tigray gently replied to her. He spoke to her as a younger sister, as she was 1 year younger. Why must you go to war, Tiger-sama? Tigray had a troubled face as he tampered with his red hair. It was obvious what Tata was saying. It is at His Majesty's beckoning. As the head of the household, as Earl Vorn, it is natural I serve the kingdom of Brune. But. She looked up at Tigray with a tearful face, continuing to argue. You were barely able to gather 100 soldiers. Though he was an aristocrat, he was a minor one. The Vorn family was not poor, rather they were simple. Calling them modest was suitable. The territory of Alsace was in the countryside amongst mountains and forests, far from the center of the country, and his income was minimal. He was far removed from the regality associated with a noble. Tigray's life was far from grand. Though his residence was not too large, the one handling all chores was Tata alone. I have heard the enemy is from the Zichdid kingdom. In that case, you should be here, Tiger-sama. There is only a single mountain between Alsace and the Zichdid kingdom, after all. That may be true, but this is the countryside. Zichdid has no reason to attack such a place. Tigray was grateful that his land would not become a battlefield. That's so you will go, even if they ridicule you for your bow. That is because it's impossible to perform distinguished military services. It doesn't matter if you do such things. Tata shouted and clung to him, her face buried in Tigray's chest. Just don't overwork yourself and don't get injured. Please return safely. Tigray gently hugged the maid's delicate body as she worried about him. Don't worry. I returned safe and sound from my first battle 2 years ago. At that time, Sama was. Tata swallowed her words. Was Tigray's father who died 2 years ago. Tigray tapped Tata's head to reassure her. In this battle, my forces have been placed in the rear. It will be safe. Even if something happens, I'll somehow manage. As he used his finger to wipe the tears about to spill, Tata nodded. Is it really fine, Tiger-sama? You are always oversleeping. Make sure not to do so on the battlefield. I don't like how you're saying I always oversleep. It is simply a fact. Tiger-sama is only able to wake up properly on a hunting day. Tigray's counterargument was stopped by a disappointed objection. Still, he understood that Tata was encouraging him as much as she could. Tigray held her closely once again. Tata entrusted her body to Tigray. Her warmth could be felt through his clothes. A sweet scent drifted faintly from her chestnut brown hair. Any longer than this would only be more painful. Tigray released her, reluctant to let go. I shall take my leave, Tata. Wiping her tears with her sleeve, Tata smiled. Please leave the house to me. Be careful, Tiger-sama. Tigray carried a bow and quiver over his shoulder and left the house. The soldiers were already waiting in formation. A small old man wearing leather armor bowed to Tigray. Young lord, all members are prepared. Our equipment is also ready. You've worked hard, Batran. The elderly man was a servant of Tigray whose experience in war far surpassed his own. He was the only one other than Tigray permitted on horseback. All the others were foot soldiers equipped with leather armor and a spear or a sword. You've all gathered. As Tigray spoke words of appreciation, the veteran soldiers cheerfully made a joke. Lord, there is no need to worry. Though it's been 3 years since we last saw battle, we have trained our body without a mistake every day laboring in the fields. Whether we disobey the king's orders or follow them, we'll have plenty of food, it seems. That's a welcome remark. By the way, is your wife not coming? The enemy only has 1,000 or 2,000 men. I'm sure she could drive them away with her shouting. Laughter erupted between the soldiers. You should stop saying that before the young lord. His wife is indifferent to both enemy and ally. Looking back at Batran, Tigray ended the conversation with a shrug of his shoulders. Morale shouldn't be an issue. As the laughter subsided, the men saluted Tigray. Batran drew his bow with his right hand and issued a cry. Our destination is Dinant Plains. We shall join Lord Massa's army halfway. The infantry looked at their battle flags. There were 2 kinds of flags. The flag of House Vorn held a white crescent moon and meteor on blue fabric. The other was the Bayard Red Horse flag. the symbol of Brune Kingdom, which had a red horse with a black mane. We're off. It was the first time Brune Kingdom and Zichtid Kingdom crossed blades in 20 years. The cause of conflict was due to heavy rain, which caused the river bordering the two kingdoms to flood. Many residents were injured because those people did not properly manage the river. It caused quite a quarrel. Each country received a petition from the other to properly manage the waters. As such, the two armies were forced to go to war. Still, that was not enough to pull Tigray to war. It appears the enemy has about 5,000 troops going against our 25,000. The troops seem pretty excited here. With a sarcastic tone, an elderly knight named Masses sat next to Tigray. He was a friend of Tigray's father and often acted as a benefactor. Is it true this is His Highness, the prince's first battle? While moving forward side by side on horseback, Tigray asked Masses, I'm quite certain. It's well known His Majesty dotes on his son. Masses, his stocky body wrapped in iron armor, stroked his gray beard with a grumpy face. Many parents are reluctant to allow their children to come out for the upcoming war, and it is certainly different when it's for a serious affair that may risk the fate of the nation. In that sense, the king is sending out Prince Rignaz to his first battle for a decoration. I suppose it will be a good experience for him. He probably wanted his beloved son to be decorated in his first battle. The king sent the knights under his direct control, as well as the troops belonging to the nobles ruling the territories near Dinant Plains to battle. This included small aristocrats, such as Tigray and Masses. Once all the armies joined together, they numbered more than 25,000. Masses led just under 300 soldiers. Amongst them, only 50 were cavalry. Though it may be inappropriate to say, that amount would be completely buried within the 25,000. Whether Tigray was stationed in the rear or not, nothing would change. It's normal to try and outnumber the enemy in war. Prince Rignaz will one day become king. Doing things in such a way is not wrong of His Majesty. Out of comfort, the old knight tapped Tigray's shoulder. Though it may not have been his real intention, he had said those words to convince himself as well. That's right, we small-time nobles should just stay quiet in the rear. Stepping into battle, earning a distinguished military service, there are plenty of people who want to get ahead. That's right, Tigray, have you heard of the Vanadis? As he heard the term, Tigray recalled a rumor and tilted his head. The 7 Vanadis of Zichtid. That's right, the enemy commander seems to be one of the Vanadis. She is a youth, 16 years old, who has never been defeated. She is known for her excellent swordsmanship and is also called the Silfrau Wind Princess of the Silver Flash and Melties Danseuse of the Sword since she spearheads the battle. In Zichtid Kingdom, there existed 7 Vanadis. The land was divided into 7 provinces, each governed by one of the women known as a Vanadis. It was difficult to think they were the same age as him. Tigray, strangely, admired the enemy commander he had not yet seen. She was the same age and had many victories to her name and was currently leading a force of 5,000. In Brune Kingdom, where Tigray was born, women were not allowed to be knights, so the nobility had no incentive to send their daughters out. Even in this war, there was not a single female knight present. That, too, was a source of interest. What is the name of this Vanadis? If I remember, it is Eleonora Voltaria, and I heard she's quite the extraordinary beauty, like a jewel that will never fade. Is she really that beautiful? It's fine to admire beauty, but keep it in moderation. Taita will be jealous. Masses laughed, his gray beard shaking, as Tigray became angry. Why are you bringing up Taita? She's like a little sister. Since she was little, she's been the little sister reliably taking care of an untidy elder brother. Hearing no retort, he ruffled Tigray's dull red hair and returned to the story at hand. If the Vanadis is as great a leader as rumors say, this battle will be difficult. Still, the difference in number is quite large. No matter how much an expert she is, it will be difficult for her to win. No matter the bravery or ability of the Vanadis, a 5-fold difference in troops should be impossible to overturn. Though Tigray wanted to agree, he could not say it so easily. What is it, this unpleasant feeling? He had a burning sensation around the nape of his neck. Tigray had been attacked by this feeling before. At that time, in the depths of the forest, when he was hunting a pack of wolves, he encountered a dragon by the mountains. He also felt it in the morning when Taita came as normal and his groin remained unhidden. Either way, nothing ever went well at those times. Don't look so glum. It seems to have appeared on his face. Masses looked at him dubiously. Were you thinking of something? You're looking a bit absent-minded. Absent-minded, there are other ways to put it. You could say I'm calm and collected. Tigray responded in a dissatisfied manner. Masses narrowed his eyes and laughed. You're pretty difficult. I remember 2 years ago when you succeeded Ur's position. Did I say something? Before the representatives of the towns and villages, when asked about the future of Alsace, you said, well, I'll manage. That's what I meant by absent-minded. Tigray, unable to respond, shrugged his shoulders. Masses continued to complain. While Urs was alive, you had a calm, gentle temperament, you were optimistic. You slept a lot, so I suppose I should praise you for being so healthy. Really, your parents were quite lenient. Still, weren't they proud of me? Waiting for a break in Masses' words, Tigray finally retorted. Actually, he did not particularly have any problem with Alsace as a whole. His savings had gradually increased. Even if he was rather absent-minded around the village representatives, he had done reasonably well. Except for hunting days, can you get up on your own? That is, without Tata's help. No, that's... From what Tata has told me, sometimes you just run away with your bow and arrow and spend 2-3 days to hunt in the nearby forests and mountains. Tigray's shoulders shrunk in silence. He could not deny that one. To think a guy like you is the Lord, well, I guess I can see it in your face. Looking back over his shoulder, Masses saw a group of soldiers. Though their will to fight was not lacking, they were placed in the rear. Still, no one made any complaints. Tigray, it's your job to bring your soldiers back alive. It's your job to think how they fight. I'm not sure what you're concerned about, but make sure you perform your duty. Thank you very much. Seeing Masses' concern, Tigray smiled and thanked him. As he said, it would be pointless to think of extraneous things. Though they were only there to make the prince look better, they still had gathered. Nothing was expected from Tigray or Masses as war potentials. Even so, he took the advice to heart. A few days later, Tigray arrived at Dinant Plains. 20,000 soldiers stood at the foot of a hill, the remaining 5,000 stood in the rear, atop the hill, surrounding Prince Rignaz. Both Tigray and Masses were located there. It was likely the battle would end before they fought. Section. Before dawn, 1,000 cavalry quietly marched. Their swords and spears were covered with mud to dull their shine, the horses were covered in plates to hide them. Their horseshoes were carefully wrapped in cotton cloth. They reached a small hill near the enemy without being noticed. It was only a gentle slope before they reached where the Brune rearguard was encamped for the night. The bonfires could be seen dancing in the night. Rest and make preparations. The girl with argent hair standing before the cavalry laughed lightly. After her words, the soldiers removed the plates from the horses and the cloth from the horseshoes. Eventually, the scout, who went ahead alone, returned. The enemy had fallen asleep without having noticed them. The girl looked back at her men and unsheathed her longsword. A faint wind blew along the length of the blade. The enemy is 5,000 strong and outnumber us 5-1. Though the rearguard, this is where their commander's headquarters lay. He is likely a battle-hardened elite. Still, the girl's red eyes were filled with a fighting spirit. I will go. I will win. Will you follow me? In silence, the soldiers thrust their swords and spears to the sky. The girl turned toward the enemy encampment and swung her sword forward. Charge. The banner fluttered in the wind. The Zernitra Black Dragon flag, the flag of the Kingdom of Zichtid, had a black dragon breathing a black fire displayed. The wind stirred. The cavalry readied their swords and spears. The archers knocked their bow. They all followed the girl up the hill. The guards finally noticed the rumbling of the earth as the horses invaded the base. However, it was too late. The enemy. The girl, in a single strike, took the soldier's neck, not letting his scream escape. Against the sky, which gradually grew light, 1,000 cavalrymen led by the girl invaded the enemy camp. The Brune army fell to chaos, discarding their weapons and fleeing in a frenzy. Though some soldiers resisted valiantly, the difference between their strength was far too great. The strength of the girl wielding a sword and leading the Zichtid army was overwhelming. She cut through those deserting the battle in a single blow or kicked them mercilessly with her steed. Not a drop of blood touched her. Every time the longsword became encased in wind, a corpse fell to the ground, the body count increased. The girl with fluttering silver-white hair cleaved the enemy as she advanced onto the enemy camp, the cavalry following close behind. By this point, victory and defeat had been nearly decided. Section. His ears were ringing. There were many screams. It was a day of judgment. The sound of swords and the roar of horseshoes echoed in his ear. Yua. He awoke. He inhaled the blue sky of dawn spread before him. Pushing and moving the weights against his body, Tigray rose. The ringing in his ears disappeared only to be replaced with moans drowned out by the sound of wind. The torn banner fluttered slightly. The sound of grass being trod upon could be heard. As the dust settled, the scent of blood crept into his nose. I must have been unconscious. He stretched his neck out above the pile of corpses and looked about. The grass was dyed with blood. Several thousand bodies lay upon the earth. Covering his mouth with his hand to ease the nausea, he noticed his hand was wet and dyed red. Blood. Patting his face, he noticed no signs of injury. Someone else's blood. Tigray was apparently alive because he was buried beneath the corpses. It is likely none of the enemies even set eyes on him. Batran, Lord Masses. He called out the name of his faithful subordinate and the elder he trusted, but received no reply. He tried calling the soldiers under his command and still was not met with a reaction. It would be good if they escaped. All he could see were corpses and broken swords and spears. The banner was torn and discarded. Though he was unsure, shrouded in the early morning mist, there were no signs of motion from either friend or foe. He did not feel anger toward the enemy. Fatigue weighed upon his body, and a sigh escaped his mouth. What a terrible battle! Almost simultaneous with the rising dawn, the Brune army took a surprise attack confused by the rear attack. The large, 25,000-strong army, who was anticipating a frontal assault, collapsed. The day before yesterday, before darkness fell, our army confirmed the enemy was before us. In other words, the Zicted army divided its forces in two and attacked the rearguard first. Still, we had been attacked from the front as well. Tigray felt the back of his neck go cold. It was a simple plan, even a child could think of it. How frightening, the spirit to calmly execute such a plan against an enemy with 5 times the strength. Despite having fewer soldiers, they divided their army even further. If their troops had not moved exceptionally well, they would certainly have faced an unsatisfying defeat. However, it succeeded splendidly. The Brune army collapsed completely. Swept away by the wave of fleeing allies, Tigray could not possibly take charge and fell from his horse, knocked unconscious in the process. Tigray's unit was overwhelmed by his allies. Even so, Tigray remembered. Though only for a moment, he saw the silver-white-haired girl wielding the longsword as she led the enemy and killed one Brune soldier after another. So that was the Vanadis. The Vanadis always leads the troops. He recalled Massa's words. It was improper to simply call her beautiful. Tigray felt his red hair stir as he was deep in thought. Fortunately, his bow dropped nearby. Picking it up, he checked the tension on the bowstring as he was attacked by anxiety. Shouldn't be a problem. He stroked his chest in relief, seeing his bowstring still taut. He was still not ready. Few of the arrows in his quiver remained as well. Looking up to the sky, Tigray confirmed the position of the sun. West is that way. The Zicted army arrived at the battlefield from the east. Brune was to the west. Enduring the pain running through his body, Tigray slowly walked west. His feet stopped as he recognized something in his peripheral vision. A knight was running at him, brandishing a sword. Tigray took out an arrow and drew his bow. The horse trampled and kicked corpses aside as the knight forced his way towards Tigray. When the distance shrank to 30 alsin, approximately 30 meters, the knight yelled, "Survivor of Brune, I will have your neck." Tigray silently knocked his arrow and looked on as he casually shot. The air was blurred. He heard the dull sound of the arrow accurately piercing the man's throat. He was surprisingly quick and calm. The knight's body could not react and leaned over, falling to the ground. The horse, now without a mount, gave a shrill sound, stopped, turned, and ran away. "I give up. I guess things aren't going my way." He let out a sigh. Wondering if there was a horse he could easily get off the battlefield, Tigray resumed his walk and stopped after fewer than 10 steps. An enemy. 300 alsin, approximately 300 meters away, he saw a group of soldiers. If he was found, they would surely catch him. 7 people. Tigray was born with a good eye, further tempered by hunting. A distance of 300 alsin was enough for him to distinguish a person's face. He verified the contents of his quiver. There were 4 arrows remaining. Though he was confident in his archery, he could not come out with a tactical victory if it was 2-1. If it was no different from the man before, he could only be merciless. It is possible they are allies. While hoping it might be so, Tigray observed the knights. He could not believe the face he saw. The Vanadis. In the surprise attack the evening before, she was the girl who stood before the army. Tigray forgot to breathe while admiring her. She was a young girl his age, her hair of silver white, which reached her waist, shimmered in the morning sunlight. Her bright red irises burned with dignity. An delicate arm matching her age extended from her body. In her hand, she gripped a longsword which strangely suited her. Lord Masses said she held a unique beauty. Was it even necessary to say he was right? It certainly was unique, or perhaps rare. The more he looked, the more he agreed. Tigray regained his senses by shaking his head, pushing away all idle thoughts. He stared at the Vanadis with a calm gaze. The other knights must have been her guard. Their horses advanced as if defending her. If I take out the Vanadis, the army had suffered a disastrous defeat. Surely there was a large-scale pursuit, as many Brune soldiers had run away. If she falls, it will be impossible for the enemy to continue their pursuit. The soldiers following Masses and Batran, and those from Alsace, would be more likely to survive. An urge to fight welled within him. Power entered the hand grasping his bow. I'll give it a try. Tigray pulled out an arrow and knocked it. The bowstring bent. He unconsciously chanted the name of God. O Eris, goddess of storms. The creaking of the bowstring tickled his eardrum. Currently, on the continent, the maximum range of a bow is approximately 250 alsin, approximately 250 meters. This was simply a measure of the distance, not where it could fly. Aiming at that distance would decrease the damage an enemy would incur, so it was necessary to estimate to lower distances. The Vanadis was still 300 alsin, approximately 300 meters away. Still, Tigray shot the arrow. The arrow cut through the wind and bored deeply into the head of the horse of a nearby knight. The knight was thrown to the ground as the horse toppled over. Tigray shot his second arrow, piercing the center of the forehead of another horse. Good. The path was now clear, with 2 guards grounded. There was now a gap in which his arrows could reach the Vanadis with argent hair and red irises. Now for the real thing. Tigray reached for his quiver, his breath hot and heavy. In the recesses of the mountain where the sun did not shine, he had faced an Suro Earth dragon at no more than 40 chet, approximately 4 meters. Even then, he was not so tense. Even if the other knights tried to defend her, with the dead horses and the fallen soldiers obstructing their movements, it would take them time. It was a very short amount of time, though. However, it was enough for Tigray. She will take action in a situation like this. Will she duck down, or will she jump off her horse immediately? It was impossible to move left or right, and backing away a few steps would hardly be a retreat. Fallen men and horses were before her, so it would be difficult to jump over them without a larger run-up. Even if it was possible, she would not have time to hide from an arrow after landing. Tigray stared at the Vanadis once again and was attacked by a ferocious chill. The Vanadis smiled. She was clearly happy. Coup. Tigray clenched his teeth. He was nearly swallowed by her. He removed the remaining 2 arrows, placed one in his mouth, and knocked the other. However, Tigray saw an unbelievable sight. The horse the Vanadis rode gently flew through the air. It jumped over her fallen subordinates. It reached a height of nearly 20 chet, approximately 2 meters. It felt like wings grew from its back to Tigray. It did not jump, it flew. What now? Tigray's entire body trembled in fear. He wondered whether his eyes had deceived him. A horse could not possibly jump as high as 20 chet without a run-up while mounted. However, the Vanadis landed as if nothing happened. The horse began running straight toward him. He had no time to be afraid. He scolded himself. It must have been an illusion of some sort. Tigray glared at her and fired his 3rd arrow. The arrow rode the wind, cutting through the sky toward her forehead. It was struck down by a flash of silver. Seriously, Tigray could hardly believe his eyes. His mouth was open and cramped. The arrow flew at a high speed from many hundreds of alsin, and she struck it down with a sword. He thought only a hero from legends could do something like that. It is hardly something the average person could do. He knocked his last arrow. Only in his bow did he have absolute confidence. His opponent was running toward him alone. She was already less than 300 alsin away. I can't afford to miss. He aimed and shot his final arrow, however it was deflected in exactly the same manner as before. Meanwhile, the Vanadis rushed forward on her horse without letting go for even a moment. She ran fiercely and would arrive within 10 seconds. So this is it. His arrows were exhausted. He had no other arms. It would be impossible to run away from the horse on foot. Clutching his bow, Tigray stood upright on both feet with great strength. His actions were by no means unsightly. The Vanadis stopped her horse before Tigray. The spray of blood and flying dust did not touch her silver-white hair. Her white skin reminded him of the snow which perpetually lay on the mountains of his hometown. She displayed clean contours, a well-shaped nose, and charming, moist lips reminiscent of the finest sculpture. Her bright red irises overflowed with energy. She gave an impression of not being made of flesh and blood. She thrust the tip of her longsword toward Tigray. "Drop your bow." After he reluctantly obeyed, the Vanadis nodded in satisfaction and spoke with a smile. "You're skilled." Tigray did not immediately understand the words directed at him. "She's praising me?" The man who took aim at her. His confusion surpassed his joy. "My name is Eleonora Voltaria. Yours?" "Tigra Vermidvorn. An aristocrat, your title." In both Brunn and Zichtid, only those of nobility held family names. The people with a family name who did not belong to aristocracy were a small exception. When he told her he was an earl, her smile became increasingly joyful. "Very well, Earl Vorn." The longsword was sheathed at her waist. Eleonora spoke brightly. "You belong to me now." She spoke words which seemed to hold little thought. At last her escort finally caught up. Though they surrounded Tigray and pointed their swords and spears at him, when Eleonora waved her hand, they showed their surprise. "Lim, take this guy with you. He's my captive. Don't treat him too roughly." The knight named Lim, who had just caught up, nodded silently. Because her helmet covered her face, Tigray could not read her expression. "Get on quickly." Lim looked down at Tigray and spoke with a low voice from within the helmet. Tigray could feel anger in the voice and soon realized why. Just a moment ago, she was one of the knights who fell from her horse. Did she borrow a horse from another knight? Is she above the other guards? "May I pick up my bow?" Tigray pointed at the bow on the ground. "It is important to me." He displayed his lack of hostility by showing her his empty quiver. Lim extended her hand to him from atop the horse. "Fine, however, I will keep it." When Tigray passed Lim the bow and mounted the horse, his hands moved to her waist. Lim suddenly moved her neck, the back of her helmet strongly hitting Tigray's face. "What are you doing?" Tigray suppressed his protest by pressing against his swollen nose. Eleonora laughed with trembling shoulders. "Lim, he's my captive. Be a bit easier." "As you wish." Lim followed orders, despite the dissatisfaction clearly oozing from her voice. "If you do anything strange, I will shake you off immediately and have the horse step on you." Tigray sighed. He was a bit frightened of the aggression in Lim's voice and felt unease for his future. Looking back at the knights, Eleonora spoke triumphantly. "Though it was a boring battle, I quite enjoyed things as we withdrew." The Battle of Dinant ended as a one-sided victory for the Zichtid kingdom. The casualties of the Zichtid army numbered fewer than 100, while more than 5,000 from Brunn had perished. The injured more than doubled that. It goes without saying, the losses suffered by Brunn would be difficult to fill. More so because the heir to the throne, Prince Rignaz, was killed in battle. Chapter 2, Late Merits. He was having a dream, though it wasn't quite a good one. On a small hill our forces were gathered. It was mealtime. The soldiers put a pot that was as deep as a barrel on the mound, which had been turned into a stove. They were preparing a fish stew. There was a slight ridge before Dinant Plains, which plateaued with no end in sight. There were 20,000 Brunn soldiers sharing a meal with his own troops. Thousands of streams of heat floated upward, and the soldiers seemed as though they were imprisoned in the steam. Tigray and masses were talking while stirring the food in the pot when a few young men appeared in front of their eyes with the colliding sound of their armor. "So you came as well, Vorn." The man who said that with an openly mocking tone was Zayn the Nardier. The Thenardier house held the title of Duke. It was a long distinguished family incomparable to the Vorn household. It had many aristocrats who held enormous power, and the territory it owned was wide. It is said the number of soldiers mobilized by the household can reach 10,000. Even in this war, which was organized in haste, they commanded a force 4,000 strong. Zayn was the Thenardier family's eldest son and heir to the household. He was currently 17 years old. Though he wore decorated armor and bore a splendid sword at his waist in an imposing manner, worthy of his lineage, he always had an expression as if looking down on others. At his back was an entourage of young men flattering him. Just like Zayn, they were aristocrats born into the families with the ranks of marquis or duke, wearing glittering armor with their respective household crests. They looked at Tigray with a grimace and did not seem to harbor good intentions. Tigray could not ignore them and felt obliged to show the minimal courtesy. "I am here to serve as His Majesty's loyal subject, so I came here as quickly as possible. Though it's quite admirable to say that, I'm not sure how helpful you'll be." After Zayn ridiculed Tigray, the laughter of the other nobles overlapped his own. Maybe because their respective ages were similar, Zayn frequently made fun of Tigray in such a manner. "I told you before, your family has merely hunted for 4 or 5 generations. I can hardly recognize you as a noble." He spat out those words arrogantly and immediately tried to stomp Tigray's bow, which was laying on the ground. Tigray moved in a reflexive manner, picking up his bow as quickly as a wild beast. "Yua!" Zayn stumbled, lost his balance and fell hard on the ground, taking with him one of his followers. "How dare you do that to Master Zayn?" To the enraged followers who roared at him, Tigray yelled back, "I was protecting my bow." "A bow? If it's a bow, so what, you coward?" "That's right, there's nothing bad in breaking this crap. You should be on the front lines with a sword. I'm sure the god of war, Trigraph, would never give his blessings to someone like you." The other followers expressed their approval, one after another. Tigray gritted his teeth in anger. In the Brune Kingdom, their complaints were acceptable. The bow is the arm of a coward who does not have the courage to expose his body before a naked blade. Such train of thoughts were deeply rooted in the Brune army, which made little use of the bow. It's not only that the archers' achievements were disregarded, but also archers in general. The archers are all drafted hunters, farmers who do not own land, people who have committed a serious crime as warriors, or some people to fill the ranks who aren't great with the sword or the spear. Due to such a norm, those who used bows, even as soldiers, were regarded as criminals and useless failures that are looked down on. Though Tigray's ancestor performed distinguished military services for which he was presented with territory for hunting and was promoted to the title of Earl, masses told him, if he wasn't a hunter, he'd probably be promoted to an even higher rank. "Calm down, you guys." Zayn stood up difficultly with some help and put a stop to his followers' actions. Though reluctant, they still stopped blaming Tigray. Zayn put on an act while getting rid of the dust on his armor, crossed his arms, and laughed at Tigray in scorn. "The reason you stick to a bow is that you can't handle a sword or spear, right? You probably think that if you headed to the battlefield with a bow, it could be barely enough to pretend to be a soldier, right?" Tigray remained silent. It was true he was poor with the sword and spear. If he objected here, Zayn would ask him to take up a sword or spear and show his skills and laugh at him. This had happened once before. Zayn's taunt didn't stop here. "To begin with, you are an earl of the Kingdom of Brune. Yet you can't use a sword or a spear and plan to head to the battlefield without wearing armor. Aren't you ashamed? Guys, look at his shabby appearance. He has a leather plate, leather gauntlets, and even leather leggings. All his equipment is made of leather. At most, his mantle is decent, but if that's the only presentable part, then I really feel sad about the financial situation of his territory." Lord Zayn. Masses, who had remained silent until then, spoke sullenly. "Your words have been insightful. However, since you said so much at once, surely you have become thirsty." He continued while pointing in a certain direction. "There's some Rayan wine being distributed over there. Why not try drinking some to relieve your thirst?" Using a polite and humble tone, Masses's attitude put pressure on the other side. The dignity of this old knight, who had just turned 55, was intimidating to Zayn. Zayn grunted and stepped back involuntarily as he became aware that he forgot his manners. He then snorted and turned around. "Hey, let's go." Tigray watched Zayn and the others walk away, and thanked Masses after checking his bow's condition. "Thank you, you saved me." "It's nothing. I should be the one to apologize. It would be better if I had intervened earlier, but I couldn't find an opportunity to barge in." From Zayan's perspective, Masses was a weak aristocrat no different from Tigray. If the former didn't get the timing right, he would simply snort with laughter. While returning to stir the pan, Masses looked about the area casually. Whether soldier or aristocrat, all was concentrated on their pots or was taking care of their arms while entertaining themselves with chatter. Not a single person looked this way, and that indifference reached an unnatural state. They were all afraid of Zayan, so they avoided relations with Tigray. I now understand that handling the sword and spear is not a proof of courage. Masses spoke in irony. Tigray wanted to say something to him, but shut his mouth at the end. Because not far away, the barely audible voices of nobles gathered together reached his ears. "By the way, did you hear about what Duke Gainlan did? Are you talking about him increasing taxes, using war preparations as excuse?" "That's right. If there is a young girl in a house that's not paying taxes, she will be taken away. If there isn't one, then the house is set on fire. It's really enviable. I'd like to have the authority to place a temporary tax too." The aristocrat didn't look resentful, but was simply grumbling in dissatisfaction. Duke Gainlan was one of the most influential nobles of Brune Kingdom, on par with the Nardir. There were also many powerful aristocrats amongst his relatives. His power was something that even the king could not ignore. Regarding territory, Brune nobles were recognized and allowed to govern a territory. But for certain privileges, such as setting taxes, the permission of the king was necessary. Duke Gainlan not only went against this rule and imposed tax without consulting the king, but was also did these inhuman things in his territory. Yet, the king still tolerated that. For a story like that, Duke the Nardir is not inferior regarding doing that kind of things. He ordered his people to stop drinking as long as the war is going on. They had to hand over all alcohol as oath to the gods. I see. But it's not hard to hide or to make alcohol. What happens to those who are found guilty of violating the ban? The part about kidnapping the family's daughters is similar to Gainlan's method. But as a warning, I heard that swords were given to husband and wife or the father and son, and they were made to kill each other. It seems that they even bet on who would win. Tigray clenched his fist after hearing the conversation. Masses placed a wrinkled hand on Tigray's knee as he was about to stand up. "Calm down." "What? How can I possibly remain calm? Though it may be harsh of me to say this, nothing would change even if you said something." He was right. Tigray sat back down, but his rage was still boiling inside him. He desperately gritted his teeth and held his silence in order to restrain himself from acting on impulse. He was angry because Gainlan and the Nardir did not regard the people within their dominion as humans. They did not hesitate in their cruelty. He was angry at the men who spoke lightly of such cruel matters and those who haven't overlooked those things without any scruple. Finally, he was angry at his powerlessness, as he knew he could do nothing. The story just now, is it true? Though it is a rumor, there have been many others similar to this one. Still, the people in question have not denied it. You rarely come to the capital, so no wonder you don't know about this. Maybe this really couldn't be helped. Tigray hardly left his territory, the land of Alsace. He had no desire to rise in the world and gain fame or glory, nor did he have any ambition. That's why he was not interested in his status as an aristocrat. Plus, in his mind, he has no intention of dealing with Zayan, who was one of the sons of the nobles. His Majesty still tolerates such behavior. Fearfully, he asked. He did not want to believe it. Certainly, His Majesty has said nothing to them at the present. Massa's stocky body trembled as he shook his head grumpily. I believe His Majesty has his own matters to settle. One day, if His Majesty can't control them anymore, at least Prince Rignaz should. Massa's eyes clung to the slender hope. Suddenly, he looked up and stared at Tigray. The latter, distracted, saw his finger come towards him, aim at his mouth and poke him there. Phew! It was too abrupt. No words could come out from Tigray's mouth. Furthermore, the hand blocking Tigray's mouth was kind of cold and had an indescribable iron taste. Section, when he awoke, a dim ceiling was in Tigray's view. So you finally woke up. Tigray heard a voice which lacked intonation. Immediately after that, he felt something withdrawn from his mouth. What left his mouth was a sword. The owner of this sword was a woman with golden hair whom he had never seen before. Where should I start? By the way, this is my first time waking a person in such a way. She returned with a gaze and frosty words. Tigray was at a loss and tried greeting her for the time being. Good morning. It is 1 koku, 2 hours through the day. Tigray sat up and looked at the woman while scratching his head. She wore a skirt and short-sleeved shirt. She had long gloves which reached to her elbows and boots up to her knees. At her waist was her sheathed sword. She was possibly taller than Tigray and seemed to be 2 or 3 years older. She was unmistakably a beautiful woman, but her scarce expressions gave her face a hard look, leaving her with an unsociable impression. There were 3 particularly eye-catching features. Tied on the left side of her head was long, golden hair. Her azure eyes were as cold as marble. And though she was tall and well-balanced, she had ample bosoms which did not match her slender build. Tigray inadvertently stared at the 2 swellings which bulged from beneath her clothes. The woman flashed her sword and threw an unkind remark. If you don't wake up properly, I will skewer you. I'm sorry. Blushing, Tigray apologized properly. He looked about the room. It was small, containing only the bed he slept on. Sunlight shined through the window, brightly lighting the room. The stone floor was bare, and the only door led to the hallway. His bow leaned against the wall. Really, even with the soldiers shouting for your death, even though you are a prisoner, how can you sleep so well? It's one of my special skills. I suggest you hold back a little. You lack tension. Anger was mixed into her cold voice. Tigray looked at her in embarrassment. Am I really that bad? To the extent that I recall my murderous intent. The woman turned about as she threw an answer to Tigray, pushing the door open in the meanwhile. Elinor-sama has called for you. Please follow me. Tigray put on his leather shoes and quickly followed after her. It's nice to meet you. I am. This is not our first meeting, Earl Tigravermid Vorn. She answered without turning around, her voice clearly rejecting him. My name is Limlisha. It is not necessary to remember it. Late Meritz was a principality located in the kingdom of Zichdid, under Elinora's rule. Elinora's troops arrived at the capital yesterday. It had been 10 days since they departed from Dinant. After giving a word of thanks to the soldiers, Elinora left the men to her adjutant, Limlisha, and returned to the king's capital with several men. It was necessary to report her victory to the king. During the return to the public capital, Tigray asked the guards a few times, and each time the response was the same. We have no need to respond to a prisoner of our Vanadi's Sama. Even if he asked to meet Elinora, it would not be possible for them to accept. Regardless, there was no way to do it since she departed for the kingdom's capital to meet the king. Since he had no other options, Tigray remained quietly obedient. Guess I'll just go with the flow. Tigray made that decision and looked at the sky until late at night. During the day, he dozed off on the horse. Following Limlisha, Tigray walked down the passage of the household. What are you looking about so restlessly for? Limlisha gazed back at him in amazement, as Tigray looked about like a child. Yes, I just thought it is a splendid building. You are an earl, an aristocrat. I am a poor noble. There is no point comparing my small mansion to this one. He responded without any shame. Tigray looked about, admiring the ceiling and floor. Until now, Tigray had never left Brune Kingdom, and now he was in the province's imperial palace. The mosaics which decorated the floor were new to him. The side facing the courtyard was bathed in a column of soft sunlight. In the vast area, soldiers were working hard, training. It was vibrant. It's a good atmosphere. That is because this is Elinor-sama's official palace. Limlisha answered as if it were natural. Soldiers patrolled the corridors, and what he assumed were maids and chamberlains strolled about, likely performing their job. Tigray thought about the girl who was like a younger sister, house-sitting his mansion in his absence. Tata must be worried. When he saw her off, he did not expect such a thing to happen. Batran and everyone else as well, I hope you made it back safely. In his chest, there was impatience. He wished to return to Alsace as quickly as possible. However, a prisoner who escapes is punishable by death, so he could only remain quiet. They finally left the palace. He walked for a while before Limlisha stopped her feet. We are here. He was brought to a training ground near the rampart. Elinora stood with 3 armed soldiers amongst the 40. She was clothed in shades of blue with her longsword in its argent sheath at her waist. If you make any strange movements, no, please do so. It would save quite a bit of time and effort. Limlisha spoke as she let the sound of her sword escape its sheath at her waist. Though there was an obvious hostility, Tigray simply ignored it. It can't be helped. I'm a prisoner now. We were enemies just 10 days ago. You came. Eleonora noticed Tigray and walked up to him cheerfully. She smiled to Tigray first, then Limlisha. You've worked hard. Still, it took you quite some time to come here. I apologize. He did not wake up so easily. You didn't wake up. Eleonora looked doubtful, hearing the story of him waking up only when he had a sword in his mouth. Her shoulders trembled as she held back her laughter. Even as a captive, you slept so deeply. He is simply dull. At last, Eleonora laughed and turned to Tigray. Tigravermedvorn, it's quite a long name for a person of Brune. Does it have an origin? I received an ancestral name. If you find it difficult, you may call me Tigray. Tigray cited the phrase he was accustomed to. He felt odd being called Earl Tigravermedvorn. Eleonora's face suddenly glowed. The dignity as a Vanadis the soldiers knew was gone. She held the expression appropriate of a girl her age. In that case, Ellen is fine as well. I would prefer it if you use that name. Tigray stared at her involuntarily. She spoke in an intimate manner with a prisoner. Saying it poorly, she was being overly familiar. Eleonora-sama. Though Limlisha reproached her, she showed no sign of fear. He's my prisoner. This much is fine, Lim. Lim. Hearing the name, Tigray looked at Limlisha in surprise. I'll tell you now. She is one of my escorts whose horse you shot down, and she was the girl who took you here from Dinant. Certainly, her physique matched. Though puzzled as to how he should react, Tigray thanked her honestly. Though it may be strange of me to say this, thank you for bringing me here safely. Tigray had heard stories of prisoners being mocked and assaulted or killed by torture in a convoy. Some died without having a single meal. However, on the way back from Dinant, Tigray was never abused. He was even given proper food. Though it may have been because he was Ellen's captive, Limlisha, that is, Lim, was the one who properly managed him. She did not respond to Tigray. What had to be done was done. However, Lim hid her anger as she was thanked by ignoring Tigray and facing Ellen. Eleonora-sama, there is still work to be done today. You should finish your trivial errands early, correct? I know. Ellen smiled bitterly and waved. She faced Tigray and smiled deliberately. I would like to clarify things first. Tigray, no, Lord Vorn. As per the treaty between our countries, you will be treated as a prisoner of war. If, in 50 days' time, the demanded ransom has not been delivered by the Kingdom of Brune, that is, if a ransom has not been paid to me, you will formally become mine as per the agreement. What binds this contract is the name and honor of the god, Raidguest. Is this acceptable? Though hardly suitable, Tigray nodded reluctantly. It was a contract held between every country on the treatment of prisoners of war. It was made to avoid abuse, humiliation, and, frankly, murder. It was a rule which allowed for negotiations between countries to advance efficiently. Well, you might be a bit worried about the ransom, though. Tigray heard the number come from Ellen's mouth and stood rooted to the spot with his mouth agape. It was a number close to the total tax revenue raised by Alsace in 3 years' time. He felt dizzy from the impact. Is it possible to reduce the amount? No. A flat response. Well, there's no reason for her to. In many cases, the goal of taking an enemy captive was to retrieve a ransom. It was unlikely she would decrease it so easily. You will live here in the Imperial Palace. Needless to say, any attempt to escape will be met with death penalty. He was like a fish dying out of water. Tigray desperately searched his memory for the savings within his territory. It amounted to approximately 1 year's worth of tax revenue, so it was hardly enough. If I can speak to Tata or Batran, or perhaps Sir Masses, who is more widely known, they may be able to raise the money. The preparations for the ransom were, simply put, hopeless. He felt a pain between his eyes as he thought about his gloomy future. He nearly fainted, but before it happened, Tigray somehow managed to gather strength in his legs. Supporting his body and limbs with all the strength he could muster, he looked back at Ellen. I must return to Alsace. I was born and raised there. It is an important land I inherited from my father. I'm worried about the soldiers' safety as well. I'm certain my people are worried. Above all, I promised Tata I would return. I wish to answer their desires. So, What business do you have to call me to such a place? Tigray spoke with impudent words and a tone to match. Ellen's crimson eyes smiled happily as she looked at him with admiration. Of course, that is not all I called you here for. Ellen pointed to a training bow sitting along the wall. Shoot an arrow from here and hit that. Is that it? Tigray, who was on the defensive, felt it was rather anticlimactic. The distance to the target was 300 alsen, approximately 300 meters. Even for those skilled with the bow, the distance would seem like a bad joke. Shooting an arrow at that distance is already in itself a challenge. To also hit the target would make it nothing short of impossible. However, the distance was not a big deal for Tigray. Though he did not know what she was plotting, he decided to do it quickly. One of the soldiers brought a bow and 4 arrows. The man had delicate features and beautiful, shiny black hair reached down to his shoulders. After Tigray received the bow and arrow from him, his eyebrows knitted slightly. What a terrible bow. The material was hardly suitable, and the condition of the grip was poor. The stringing, too, was poorly done. There was also some warping. It was clear what his intention was. Ellen glanced at him at a distance like a child, filled with expectation. Is she not involved? If that's the case, it's unlikely this is a standard bow for the Zichtid army. He was unsure if she knew of this. An unpleasant thought crossed his mind. Thinking back, the bows in Brunn were not that good either. It can't be an issue of the maker's ability. In the first place, there is no such profession as a bow craftsman. Tigray's bow was made by his father when he was small. The choice of materials, as well, was made according to the knowledge and technology of other countries, such as Zichtid. The accuracy of his arrow was not due to just Tigray's skill, but the quality of the tool as well. While pretending to check the condition of the bow, he looked at the soldier who passed him the bow in his peripheral vision and saw several soldiers grinning. Such a petty trick. Because he was angry, a murmur leaked from his mouth. What is it? Lim, who stood nearby, looked at him dubiously. Apparently she had not heard his words. Still, complaining about the quality of the bow as a prisoner of war was cumbersome. I wish to confirm something. It is not necessary for me to hit the target with all 4 arrows, only one correct. That is a rather timid remark for a person who killed my horse with 1 arrow. Though she thought Tigray was being sarcastic, she remained expressionless. There was no sign of malice. It seems she had not noticed the bow was inferior. If your physical condition is poor, I can tell Elinor-sama to hold this another day. No, I will do it. He answered with a strong tone. Tigray set the bow in his hand. However, please allow me to hit the target with only 1 arrow. I am not as confident with an unfamiliar bow. Lim bowed in assent and immediately walked to Ellen. After speaking a few words, Ellen looked at him devoid of any dissatisfaction, as if saying, please begin. Tigray knocked the first arrow and released it. It stalled before it reached the target, falling to the ground less than 200 alsen away. Laughter and sneers were heard amongst the soldiers. He did not mind it and released the next arrow. The hum of the arrow sounded as it flew in an arc. It hit the castle wall, far from the target. The soldiers laughed loudly. Some shook their shoulders, others looked at him with pity or contempt. Many gazes pierced Tigray. Are you doing this seriously? Lim, speaking in an irritated voice, looked to Ellen. Ellen looked troubled. Though she was trying to properly solve a problem, she looked at him as if she were scolded by a teacher. I'll do it. Tigray eagerly replied and knocked the 3rd arrow. Hey, are you still continuing? You're really willing to make a spectacle of yourself still. Maybe you'd like a replacement. Though he can reach the target, he can't even shoot straight. Vanadis-sama, did you really make a man like this your captive? This is quite a splendid show. I wonder if something new will be shown tomorrow. Though the soldiers deliberately spoke ill, Tigray was not bothered. He was accustomed to such abuse. He had received mental abuse incomparable to this many times. He took a deep breath and looked at the sky for a change of pace, moving his neck around. In Tigray's vision was a black shadow. What is that? His neck stopped moving and he looked closely. In an instant, he understood the identity of the shadow. Chills ran down Tigray's spine as he screamed at Ellen. Get down. An arbalist, it was different from the bow Tigray used. It was a mechanical bow. The bowstring was pulled by a winch and shot with a trigger. It was difficult to maintain and prone to failure. But it could reach 350 alsen, approximately 350 meters at maximum, and could easily pass through shields and armor with enough force for the bolt to come out the other side. The black shadow on the rampart held one. A thick bolt was released from the arbalist. The roar of air sped straight toward Ellen. She had no time to avoid it. However, Ellen did not panic, nor did she move from her spot. Ariful. Muttering those words like a spell, the sword at her waist gave off a spark, cutting the atmosphere and scattering particles of silver. In a moment, the air rapidly swelled like an explosion. A storm raged about her. Her long hair of silver white danced with the wind. The bolt, entwined in the intense storm, was thrown far off orbit. It passed through the empty space away from her and fell to the ground weakly. What just happened? Tigray stared in blank surprise at Ellen. It was not a coincidence, that was impossible. While learning the bow, Tigray learned about the arbalist. He was knowledgeable about the power of the thick bolts. A wind could not conveniently blow it out of its orbit. Capture that man. Lim shouted. All the soldiers held a bow, however, far from hitting the shadow, they could not even reach the rampart. The people with a sword or spear ran to the rampart. The soldier guarding the wall, in response to the commotion, began chasing the shadow. This has nothing to do with me, Tigray muttered to himself. Though he shouted on reflex, he was not Ellen's subordinate, nor was he a man of this city. While thinking that, suddenly, Tigray remembered his first meeting with Ellen. You're skilled. She smiled as she said so. Tata, Batran and his men, my late father, when was I last praised for my bow arm? Should I capture him alive? Knocking the arrow, Tigray asked Lim in a flat tone. Is this really a situation where you can say that? Grasping the sword with her hand until it went white, Lim stared at the shadow on the rampart in chagrin. She wanted to lead the soldiers, but could not leave Ellen's side. The shadow ran quickly across the wall. Once he reached the tower, he could quickly escape outside. I understand, I'll get his foot. Tigray said those words, as he strongly drew his bow to the limit. After shooting the previous 2 arrows, he understood its condition perfectly. At this distance, I won't miss. Lim looked at him in doubt, then her gaze changed to one of surprise. The bowstring trembled. The arrow resounded with a sharp buzz as it drew a large arc, piercing the leg of the shadow. The shadow fell on the rampart and was caught by the soldiers who finally caught up. What was that? One of the soldiers on the rampart looked down at Tigray. No other words would come out. The other soldiers, too, looked at Tigray in amazement. Impossible. He shot over 300 alsin, approximately 300 meters from that position to the rampart. No, if you think about the height of the tower, it could be even more. No way. I can't believe it. Is that a human skill, or can all people of Brunn do this? Though the voices showed astonishment and shock, there was clearly admiration in them as well. There were those rooted to the spot, others looked to the sky, and some covered their forehead with their hand and recited the names of the gods. The malice in the training area no longer remained. He did something like that, with such a terrible bow. The soldiers who passed Tigray the bow were pale with fear. You got me. Tigray shrugged his shoulders. Though he held no emotions in his chest anymore, he was puzzled. He noticed he was bathed in gazes all at once. The 4th arrow remained in his hand. Though Lim had seen it before, she did not look any differently than the other soldiers. When his eyes met hers, he understood her body was tense. He looked back at Ellen. I'll ask you now, what about the 4th shot? It's enough with this, I'd rather not lose this. Ellen's argent hair moved gently as she shook her head. You did well. Ellen smiled at Tigray with sincerity, her sword still sheathed at her waist. A wind blew from somewhere, tickling Tigray's hair. Just now. Tigray placed his hand in his hair, involuntarily. He thought Ellen had somehow used her longsword to produce the wind. Chapter 3, The Vanati's Invitation and the Maid's Prayer. Tigray was called by Ellen the next morning. After the events from the day before, he immediately returned to his room. While being guided by Lim, Tigray spoke in embarrassment, his red hair a mess. It won't go down. He glanced about anxiously. The soldiers, chamberlains, and maids who passed by all looked at him oddly. Whether it was out of awe or in interest, he could not tell. Tigray had never been looked at with such eyes, so he was confused. Why is everyone staring at me? He asked Lim when it became unbearable. She twisted her neck a little and looked at Tigray with a side glance, responding with an aloof tone. Elinor-sama will explain. Well, whatever. I guess I'll find out shortly. Before long, Lim stopped before a certain door. Elinor-sama, I have brought Earl Vorn. She spoke as she knocked on the door. A response was returned immediately as they heard enter. Lim pushed open the door and told Tigray to follow her. It was an office. Though it was a small room, a regal carpet was laid on the floor. The candelabra, the desk, and the chair were all golden knit rattan. The windows were large. Please wait a moment. I will be finished shortly. Ellen sat at the desk, her pen running across the document. The documents were piled up like a mountain at the side of the desk and were likely already processed. Tigray leaked a breath of admiration seeing the large amount. 2 flags decorated the wall behind her. One on display was the Zernitra Black Dragon flag, the symbol of Zichtid Kingdom. The other was a flag with a sword of silver on a black background. This was Ellen's flag. Tigray remembered seeing it on the battlefields of Dinant. Beneath the flag, the longsword in its sheath leaned against the wall. It was placed in a position where Ellen could grasp it immediately. Ellen looked down at the document and suddenly frowned. It seems she wrote something incorrectly. She crumpled the paper in a ball and threw it into the waste basket in the corner of the room in a violent manner. The ball of paper dropped to the floor beside the waste basket. Ellen stared at the paper, perhaps out of anger, or perhaps she was not thinking of anything at all. Tigray was not sure why Ellen had such an expression. She looked down at the other papers, her expression now hidden. Lim picked it up. Paper is a precious resource. Please do not waste it. Ellen was scolded like a child. She returned to her documents and completed her work quickly. Did it take time to wake him up today? No, he awoke when I called for him. Lim responded. Tigray diverted his eyes awkwardly. Actually, he jumped out of bed the moment Lim stood in front of his room. It was the same feeling, as if confronting a feral creature while hunting in the mountain or woods at night. I felt signs of a dangerous beast. In other words, Tigray's instinct recognized her dangerous existence. Of course, because he could not say such things, he remained silent. Are you now conscious that you are a prisoner of war? Ellen stood up, laughing like a child. Taking the longsword in her hand, she walked around to the front of the desk and faced Tigray. I apologize for yesterday. She lowered her head seriously, surprising Tigray. He looked back at Lim, who remained silent. It seems she was telling him it would be fine to turn around. What do you mean? The bow given to you. I did not think they would give you such a poor one. Like I thought, it was badly made. Though Tigray was relieved, he was amazed by the words which followed. The 3 men who did that will have their heads taken. No, wait a moment. Tigray interrupted Ellen's words in a panic. Certainly, they played a terrible trick, but isn't that going a bit far? That trick, aren't you angry? Ellen looked at Tigray curiously. Those 3 laughed at you before many others and tried to dishonor you. They will compensate with their deaths. That's overdoing it. Certainly, he was angry at the time. However, when he looked straight at Ellen, Tigray could not say so. He would not feel good if they died for something like that. Will you allow me to forgive them? Ellen looked dissatisfied, though she did not refuse. If you wish it, I will do so. It will not happen again. Her skirt moved as she turned back to the window frame and sat on it. Ellen held her longsword in her arms and crossed her shapely legs. His eyes were attracted to her white thighs. Tigray consciously looked. Her skirt came into sight, and above it her belly. He could not afford to stare at her chest. After all, he was a prisoner in enemy territory. Tigray looked further up. A simple face stared at him. By the way, why did you have me do such a thing yesterday? That's right, I never told you, Lim. Lim's name was called. Her blue irises held an unfriendly expression as she reluctantly responded. Including me, many of the soldiers expressed frustration that our commanding officer and general, Elinor Asama, who has not once taken a prisoner in her many campaigns, decided to hold you captive. So I'm your first prisoner of war. Yes. Because of that, a foolish rumor went about the soldiers. Rumor? The rumor was that I fell in love with you at a glance. Tigray went wide-eyed hearing Ellen's words. A love in the battlefield, a love that arose between enemies. It seems like something out of a drama. Everyone enjoys talking about such things. Well, perhaps it wasn't a mistake. It was not quite love, but I was certainly charmed. You were charmed by me. Your skill with the bow. Unfortunately, it was not you. Ellen responded with a radiant smile. Tigray returned the joke with a shrug of his shoulder. Thank you. It would be embarrassing since we had not spoken. Can a woman like me not fall in love without speaking to you? It requires time to see my merit. Though your peculiar habit of sleeping late was noticed immediately. Lim attacked his known weakness. Ellen continued pressing Tigray relentlessly. So, how many women have you fallen in love with until now? Tigray silently raised both hands in surrender. Unless he was particularly handsome or a wealthy noble, he would have no reason to encounter a young noble girl. It was impossible for him. In any case, many soldiers have overreacted to the rumor. We hope to stop it at its source. Ellen turned her ill-natured yet joyful eyes to Lim, like a cat teasing a rat. I merely stated there was a rumor. Lim's expression did not change, but she caught Ellen's glance and responded. I simply needed to have the associated parties come out. I figured the quickest way to shut them up was to show them your skill. It was more effective than I anticipated. You only had to explain it to me when we met. It's fine, since the result spoke for itself. Was there a need to tell you? You are a prisoner I took from Dinant for a ransom. Of course, it was my benevolence that kept you alive, though really, you entertained me for a bit. I entertained you. Tigray frowned, hearing the unexpected words. Ellen nodded, her face showing her sincerity. To begin with, that battle was terrible. It was disappointing and trivial. Her face was full of disappointment. Ellen spat those words out. The wind blew her silver-white hair softly from the window. We had 5,000 troops. You had 5 times that, 25,000. Before entering the battlefield, I used all my wisdom to prepare many plans, since I thought it would be a difficult battle. Still, it ended in only half a day. Isn't it good to win that easily? Lim said the same thing. Tigray noticed Lim half glaring at Ellen. Her eyes unwillingly turned away. I also think it never hurts to have an easy win. However, we won with only the initial plan. It was boring. The first plan, I see, the surprise pincer attack from behind at dawn. This was confirmation rather than a question. Though Tigray judged it to be the case at the time, he did not see the entire battlefield. Sure enough, Ellen nodded. I scouted the area beforehand. The Brune army was divided into the forward and the rear guard. Though the vanguard's morale was high, the same could not be said of the rear. I attracted the forward's attention with 4,000 troops and attacked the rear with the rest. It was more fragile than I expected, since I could fight after dividing my troops. The prince died as a bonus as well. His Highness died. Tigray spoke up involuntarily. It was his first time hearing this. Were you close? Impossible. Tigray shook his head after collecting himself. I spoke to him once long ago. That was all. As an earl who lived at the edge of the kingdom, it was impossible for him to become intimate with the prince. Tigray was hardly shocked, though. He was not meant for war. Looking at things from a distance, the prince had always given a delicate impression. Do you hold a grudge against me? Because her voice was earnest, and she looked at Tigray seriously, Tigray answered sincerely. It would be a lie to say there were no ill feelings, but it was a battle. I, too, killed soldiers of Zechtid. However, he may not be able to maintain such a firm attitude should he hear of Massa's or Batran's death. Though an aristocrat of Brune, I hardly have a strong loyalty to the royal family. I see. Ellen exhaled slightly and gave an expression of relief. Let's continue our conversation. When the death of the prince was spread, the vanguard collapsed. The enemy ran away and we rooted them out. It was disappointing. Though he could not understand her disappointment, he felt it selfish. Still, Tigray nodded slightly. At that time I met you. A pair of bright red eyes gazed softly at Tigray. I was impressed you could accurately shoot an arrow from a distance of 300 alsin. In a situation where all your allies were dead or fleeing, you retained your will to fight and acted without signs of desperation. You acted calmly. I was surprised you were trying to kill me. Really, I liked it. Lim, hearing those words, gave a sigh. Even so, please do not rush forward on your own. Well, it would have been dangerous if we didn't approach him right. We were lucky he only had 4 arrows. It is as you say, but that is not your role, Elinor-sama. Lim coldly rejected Ellen's protests. The brows of the Vanatties with silver-white hair looked troubled as she looked to Tigray for help. If it was someone other than me, are you certain they would survive? Her expression changes so much. During battle, he saw her as a dignified commander. Until a moment ago, her expressions were like a child, and now she was looking for a companion in her mischief. Is this really the situation to say that? An arrow shot from your bow would be fatal. I think you can say that. If you're the one saying that, it sounds sarcastic. If Ellen said it, it sounded sarcastic to Tigray. If Tigray said it, it sounded sarcastic to Lim. Lim exuded a strong silence. Though Tigray appealed to her with a glance, he was ignored. Not understanding why, Tigray looked to Ellen. When you rushed at me, what I needed to do did not change. I only aimed at you and shot. Even if I could not move from my position, the arrow should have reached you. That is why the result would not change. It was my defeat. You obediently accepted your defeat. You struck down an arrow with your sword. It was my first time seeing such a thing. I thought only heroes of legend could do that. Your arrow accurately hit the forehead of Lim's horse. I thought you would aim at mine as well. Though she thought she would be victorious, her attitude was not unfitting. Ellen tenderly stroked the sheath of the sword in her arms. When I struck down your arrow, my heart was beating violently. When you shot your second arrow, I couldn't help but admire your skill in being able to accurately shoot at the same position in such a short time. I was impressed. If you had a third arrow, you really may have hit me with our distance shrinking. Ellen took a deep breath, her throat now dry. Lim poured water from a pitcher into a ceramic cup on the desk and presented it to her. She drank it down in one gulp and turned back to Tigray. I thought it would be regrettable to kill you. Since it's not my hobby to spend my time leisurely talking on the battlefield, I brought you to late merits for negotiation. She crossed her legs, now entirely off the floor. Ellen wore a smile, her red eyes looking straight at Tigray. Will you serve me? This time, Tigray looked at Ellen's face in surprise. I will treat you as an Earl of Brune. You will be given an appropriate salary and title, though I can't give you territory that may change depending on your work. You can also earn a peerage and high-ranking title. Unlike in Brune, your distinguished services will not be discriminated against. Are you serious? It was an attractive proposition. It was difficult to believe. Due to the tension and excitement, his face turned red. His palms were sweaty, his chest pounded violently. Though small, Ellen firmly bowed her head in assent. I want you. Tigray's face turned even more red. He played with his bangs to hide it. There were no signs of a lie in Ellen's words. For a lie, it was far too convoluted. In Brune, I can't expect such treatment. In that country, there was contempt for the bow, and it was a large obstacle. In battles against other countries, the aristocrats who consisted of archers had to help. That much was a given. However, when the war ended, not a single word of appreciation was given, nor was there a reward. Far beyond the reach of the enemy's swords and spears, you can shoot an arrow. Compared to the soldiers who fight up close, what can you do? An aristocrat who organized an archery unit could not overturn the situation. What more could Tigray, a minor aristocrat, do? It was different in this country. Ellen, at least, evaluated him fairly. For an archer, it was desirable. I refuse. However, Tigray answered in such a manner. I am thankful for your invitation. I doubt I will ever receive such an invitation again, even if I lived another century. Then why have you refused my hand? Ellen did not show any disappointment. She simply asked for a reason. There is a place I must protect, a place I must return to. Tigray continued with a strong tone. Alsace, it is a territory I inherited from my father. It is far from the center of the country and is amongst the forests and mountains. There are only 4 villages and a small town, however. I cannot throw it aside. Alsace. Hearing that word, Ellen's beautiful eyebrows knit slightly. Doesn't that territory border this country? It is separated by only one mountain. Tigray nodded and responded. Ellen sat on the window frame once again. Your spirit is praiseworthy, but will you not think of the future? Ellen spoke up, her expression thrown off. You are here now, and you could lead a good life, however. If the ransom is not paid by the deadline, I will sell you to a merchant from Muizinal. A cold sweat spread on Tigray's forehead. Muizinal was the kingdom of Heat, which lay to the southeast of Brune and south of Zichtid kingdom. The people's skin was dark, and it was established 100 years after Brune and Zichtid. If a ransom was not paid in order to receive money, a prisoner of war was sold to Muizinal. It was a time-tested method. So you understand. Even then, are you prepared to live a miserable life? If the ransom is not paid, the decision is yours. Though he started strong, Tigray's voice still trembled. Oh, yesterday you had the negotiation skills to demand I reduce the ransom. Seeing that, I thought you were prepared, even for death. I thought it would be a shame to let such a brave man die a pitiable death. I'm surprised. Sure of her superiority, with her arms crossed while gripping her sword, Ellen glared at Tigray. He had difficulty responding. I can hardly lower my head superficially and look for a chance to run away. Lim, who refrained from intruding, looked on in silence. Though Tigray was exhausted from Ellen's attacks, the expression she had was unusual as she turned to Lim and blinked several times. Afterward, she silently shrugged her shoulder. Lim looked at Ellen questioningly for a moment, but said nothing. The business from before, have you heard anything? When asked, Tigray recalled momentarily. Yesterday, who was the man I shot? He was an assassin after my life. Tigray opened his mouth, widely hearing Ellen's careless answer. It's hardly unusual. They appear every month. I've become quite bored of them. You're bored with assassins. Given Ellen's buoyant attitude, it really was a frequent occurrence. She spoke of it as if it were an animal call or insect making noise. It was humorous seeing how tense he was yesterday. However, it was quite dangerous yesterday. I wish to express my gratitude. Who is the mastermind? He committed suicide after that, so we don't know. Even though you took the effort to capture him, that happened. Sorry. It's not a big deal, but is it okay not knowing? His partner, that is. So you're worried? Surprised by his response, Ellen's bright red eyes blinked. After that, she smiled sweetly. How cute you. No, it's something unrelated to me, but it's your enemy. He was embarrassed and immersed in her smile. Tigray, in confusion, tried to return to the conversation. Even if you say that, there's more than one or two. The power of the Vanadis is something exclusive to the king. It is a large power. It's not like I particularly caused anyone a grudge. Is it courage? Resolution? It really must be a big deal then. Tigray gave a sound of admiration. If the concerned party said that much, he would not pursue any further. In the end, the assassin's bolt, why did it not hit you? I wonder why. Ellen tilted her head cutely and played dumb. You should understand just by looking. Fortunately, the wind blew the arrow away. Then Arifel, is it some spell which changes the movement of the wind? He clearly heard it. Though Tigray returned Ellen's gaze, she did not flinch or show any sign of worry. If you're interested, you should investigate yourself. I'm not so kind a teacher that I would teach a poor student. Are you giving me the freedom to act? It would be troublesome if you got sick from staying in your room all day. I will permit you to walk around in public, so long as you are supervised. However, should you approach the ramparts near the Imperial Palace, I will consider you to be attempting an escape. Anything else? Tigray shook his head. In his situation, only a desperate future awaited if he tried to escape, but if he remained, he would not be confined. I see. Then you may return to your room. Section, Tigray left the office and followed Lim. Ah, are you taking me to my room? No, I must speak to Elinor-sama, so I shall leave it to another person. Lim denied his question with an unfriendly face. Please tell me one thing. Why did you not accept Elinor-sama's condition, even if only in form? Lim's blue eyes looked at Tigray with a quizzical gaze. He answered her question seriously. To do so would mean betraying Alsace. Then I would also be betraying the Vanadis. You are a captive. Elinor-sama is your enemy. It would not be a betrayal. Even then, it would be deception. Tigray simply shrugged his shoulders. She was earnest in her offer, so I considered the proposal honestly. I see. Doubt disappeared in her blue eyes and was replaced by another emotion. Lim called the nearby soldier on patrol to a stop and ordered him to send Tigray to his room before returning to the office. Ellen sat before the desk, pouring water from the pitcher. Lord Tigervermud has been seen off. Good work. Taking a sip of water, Ellen spoke words of appreciation. Without any introductory remarks, Lim asked a question. Is it fine to give him the freedom to move about? Her eyebrows showed her doubt. Ellen watched the face of her unsociable subordinate. I restricted it to public places. Are there any problems? Alsace is his territory, directly across the mountains. He might escape from late merits. Lim did not think Tigray would try to escape. Still, others may think differently. From his conversation with Ellen, Lim held those thoughts about Tigray. If nothing else, she thought he would remain quiet. However, it is impossible to predict the future. Certainly, it is bordering our lands, but the distance is not so short that he could reach it within a day or two. Besides, he does not even know the lay of the land. When he became a prisoner, from Dinant to the imperial palace, he looked up at the skies every night until he slept. He was looking at the stars. So he was gazing at the stars. Did he write a poem? Ellen laughed as she teased Lim. She understood precisely what Lim meant. By looking at the stars every night, he could confirm his position. If he looks at a map, he can easily find the roads. Though you say he could escape so simply, won't it be troublesome? It's not easy to slip out of the imperial palace, and though he is free to act, he is under surveillance. Let us assume he is able to slip away from surveillance. What then? This entire city is surrounded by walls. If he managed to escape, we need only close the gate immediately. Suppose he broke through the gate. Even if that is the case, it would take at least 10 days to walk to the Vosges Mountains. Also, there is only one path across that series of steep mountains. Even if he managed to make it past the gate, we would simply have to block that path. I can't possibly imagine him being able to do anything more. Lim did not back down, even if she explained that far in advance. She could not stand aside indifferently in this argument. However, he is thinking of his lands. You cannot assert that he will do nothing reckless. In other words, you are telling me to prepare for the worst. If you are going that far, then I will tell you I am prepared to kill him. Is that enough for you? Thank you. Ellen leaned toward Lim, who was bowing deeply. Her eyes opened widely, deep in observation. Yes. No, I thought you disliked Tigray a lot. You did not have a good first impression, I suppose. However, I don't feel that much enmity. It isn't as bad anymore, I guess. Ugh. Lim did not respond. It was as Ellen said. Her insight was certainly surprising. There is something I wish to confirm. In order to change the conversation, Lim avoided answering. Were you seriously considering making him your subordinate? Are you dissatisfied? Certainly, he is an excellent archer, but the use of a bow is only useful when gathered in numbers. How you could use him alone, I could not even guess. In a battle, having a line of archers shower arrows on the enemy as the armies approached for close-quarters combat was normal. Though shooting enemies from a distance could work, the principal weapon in battle fell to short-distance arms such as swords. The bow and arrow was not recognized as part of the main force. Would you like to hear? Ellen's face was like a child that thought of something fun to play. She explained proudly. You have 1,000 soldiers guard him by assaulting the enemy force. Yes. While the soldiers are holding off the enemy, he can shoot and kill the enemy generals and commanders. With the right timing, he withdraws. By doing this, even against tens of thousands of troops, he could throw the enemy into disarray. An army without a commander is like a herd of sheep without a shepherd. It would easily collapse with just a little force. Her mouth was loose, as if she had already won. Are you saying that seriously? Though Lim's expression did not change, her voice sounded amazed with a mix of coldness. Ellen sighed as she crossed her arms. In any era, innovative tactics are things difficult to understand. There are also many tactics rejected by our predecessors because there are fatal flaws. Well, I was half joking. Of course, she was hinting that she was half serious. Ellen looked up at Lim from her desk. My battle is not one that is always on the battlefield where armies collide. There are times where individual strength is necessary as well, Lim. Tell me, how far can you shoot an arrow? At most, 160 alsin. However, if I wish to inflict a wound, 100 alsin is my limit. And what of the greatest archer in the imperial palace? That would be Rurik. His record is a distance of 270 alsin. Rurik was the man who passed the inferior bow to Tigray out of mischief. In other words, Rurik's ability with the bow is inferior to Tigray's. Confronted with the cold fact, Lim fell silent. In fact, his skill was experienced that day in Dinant. Tigray shot an arrow from a long distance such that Lim did not notice at all. She had fallen from the horse, but it was possible she could have died. Even if I had noticed, I would not be able to knock the arrow away like Elinor-sama. The bow is looked down upon in Brune, so I didn't think there would be a man of such caliber. No, perhaps his talent was buried because they dislike archery. Still, I am serious in wanting to employ Tigray. He is strong. That value should be sufficient. Lord Tigravermut is. Tigray's good, right? He also said so as well. Lord Tigravermut is. Though in a thorny tone, Lim responded with a strong tone. Perhaps Elinor-sama would like Alsace. Maybe I should attack Alsace. Lim sighed, since her lord said such terrible things so smoothly. Furthermore, it was unclear if she meant it, since she was smiling. I will look after the boy for the time being. I'd like to see Tigray's reaction, since the ransom won't necessarily be prepared immediately. There's still time. Let me watch him a bit longer. As you wish. After bowing, Lim left the office. Ellen picked up the longsword leaning against the wall. As she stroked the sheath, a small wind blew, as if the sword responded to Ellen's movement. Love at first sight, is it? Impossible. She smiled bitterly at the thought. Placing the sword against the wall, Ellen returned to her work. Section. Beyond the forest which spread to the west, the sun began to set. Today, Tiger-sama did not return. Standing on the second-floor balcony outside Tigray's room, Taida let out a sigh as she looked at the sky, which shined a dark red. This was Alsace in Brune Kingdom. It was Tigray's home. Taida was left alone to take care of the house. It had been more than 20 days. Since she quickly took care of her meals and the cleaning, she often finished before noon. There was also a stockpile of food, water, and alcohol. If Tigray returned, she would pinch and raise her skirt immediately. With his room cleaned perfectly and a meal with alcohol prepared, he could relax immediately. She also confirmed the contents of the medicine cabinet in case he was injured, and she was prepared to boil water immediately. However, Tigray had not returned. With her hand on the edge of the balcony, watching the sun and the blood-colored sky, Taida was attacked by a severe unease. It is possible Tiger-sama is. He could not have died. He will return soon. The Brune army suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the Zichtid army in Dinant. Since then, many evenings had passed, and the news of Prince Regnaz's death had spread. It's fine. Tiger-sama said it would be safe in the rear. Even if she tried to persuade herself, her anxiety did not disappear. Before long, the sun set. Taida left the house with a lantern in her possession. She locked the doors beforehand. Tigray's mansion was in the heart of the town of Celesta. Although it was called a town, it was not much larger than a village. Beneath the night sky, Taida quietly walked into the town wrapped in gray. Taida moved humbly, her feet stopping before a small temple. When she knocked on the wooden door, a wrinkled old woman, whose body was covered in a shrine maiden's garb, appeared. You've come, Taida. I will be in your care today. When Taida bowed, her chestnut-brown twin tails shook. The old shrine maiden smiled and invited Taida inside the temple. Built out of stone and wood, it was a small temple. The elder woman led Taida to a small room. In the room was a bucket filled with purified water and a thin, pure, snow-white shrine maiden's clothing. When she closed the door, Taida took care to remove the maid uniform she wore. She undid her belt and apron and removed her long-sleeved coat and long skirt. Her pure white body shined in the dim light of the lantern. Though short for her age, she developed a body appropriate for a woman. Her arms and legs, though firm from her everyday life, still retained their feminine softness. Her body shook from the cold night air moving about the room. Although she had done this every day, she was still unaccustomed to it. Removing her undergarments, Taida was now the same as the day she was born. The only thing remaining were the ribbons in her chestnut-brown hair. She squeezed water from the cloth and carefully wiped her body. When Taida finished, she donned the pure white shrine maiden's clothes. The old shrine maiden wore clothes for everyday purposes. They were unlike these adornments meant for prayer. The fabric was thin enough to show the curves of her body. It was slightly better in the summer, with the cold air hitting Taida's body. Taida left the room, tightly embracing herself. She faced the altar in the interior of the temple. The altar was a semi-spherical recess. 10 statues of the pantheon of the gods followed along the curve. O gods in the heavens! Kneeling before the altar, Taida held her hands together in worship. Her correct posture showed she completed her training as a shaman. Please grant Tiger-sama your blessings and return him safely. Since Tigray left the house, this prayer had become a daily routine for Taida. Though Taida was a shrine maiden's daughter, she disliked learning to read and write in the temple, and she was not fond of singing hymns to the gods. She preferred spending her time with the woman working as a maid at the Lord's mansion. The reason was simple: the woman had always made candy for Taida. She also seemed fond of performing her work. She cooked, cleaned, and sewed, something suited to Taida. Taida walked to the mansion many times to visit the woman, and that is how she met Tigray. As the only other child in the mansion, she and Tigray often talked to each other. Tata came to play every day. Before she was aware, it was her role to wake Tigray, who slept until noon every day as a child. Tiger-sama, I helped Auntie bake sweets. Do you want to eat with me? Tata presented a half-cooked, half-scorched cake she had baked. A few days later, Tigray returned from a hunt and presented a gift to her, saying, "These gloves were made from the fur of rabbits." Thank you, Tata. Whenever Tata's training as a shrine maiden was difficult, she complained to Tigray. She could only complain to Tigray. Tigray, isn't studying to be the Lord difficult? It's not hard. I wish to follow after my father as his only son. Tigray added the last words as a small joke to her. She repeated her training as a shrine maiden and watched, and sometimes helped, the woman work. She spoke to her mother when she turned 11. I don't want to be a shrine maiden. I want to work as a maid in the mansion. Naturally, her mother strongly opposed. Tigray was the one to put in a good word for her. Isn't it fine? It's fine if Tata doesn't focus only on her shrine maiden duties. The words of the Lord's Son could not be ignored. After all, knowledge and manners were necessary for a shrine maiden. According to the art of prayer, every 10th day, the maiden must return to the temple and offer prayer to the shrine. Accepting those conditions, Tata began work as a maid that summer. Before then, Tata only had vague feelings toward Tigray. During that summer, those feelings completely took form. Finishing her prayer and changing from her maiden's clothing, she left the shrine. The golden moon shined brightly, shining its light on the cold ground. Though she prayed every day, she was not sure they were heard by the gods. Still, her anxiety was relieved. She felt better. I will return tomorrow. Tata rushed home as she murmured to herself. Against the night sky, a black silhouette came into view, stopping Tata's feet. She could see two people before the fence surrounding the residence. Tata was wary for a moment, but ran forward with a joyful look upon recognizing their identity. Batrian-san, Masas-sama, welcome back. Light shined from the bronze chandelier hanging from the ceiling. Tata invited the two old men to the sitting room. She brought out water while the tea was being prepared. Thank you, Tata. Masas and Batrian's clothes were worn and covered in mud and dust. Their gray hair was stiff and blotted in dry sweat. They returned to Celesta after Tata set out for the temple. It seems they missed each other. Batrian, from the reserve funds left by Tigray, paid the soldiers. Since then, the two waited for Tata to return. 7 of our soldiers died, and 30 were injured. Though we were crushed by the enemy, most of our men escaped. Batrian laughed weakly. You don't need to worry. We have treated the wounded and buried the dead. Masas said this while looking at Batrian. Tata was anxious. Between the two, Tigray's name was not mentioned. They were likely easing her into bad news. Involuntarily, she leaned forward. What of Tiger-sama? Surely. His death is unlikely. Masas, drenched in sweat, gave an ambiguous answer. I'm sorry, Tata. Tears floated to Batrian's wrinkled face as he bowed. The young lord was captured by the enemy. Tata held her apron with both hands, holding back her shock. He was caught, what do you mean? I shall explain it for you. Seeing Batrian look apologetic, Masas opened his mouth. He received a ransom from a Lenora, a Vanadis of Zichtid kingdom. Upon hearing the ransom amount, Tata nearly fainted again. Even if everything in this mansion was sold, it is impossible to gather that much. The amount was approximately 3 years' worth of tax revenue from Alsace. There was a reserve of approximately 1 year, however. It took them a long time to save that much. Furthermore, they had no time. 10 days had passed since Eleanor's demand was delivered to Brune Kingdom. Only 40 days remained. If we cannot afford the ransom, what will happen to Tiger-sama? Some prisoners, should they have some skill, must serve the enemy. Many become married to a local woman and spend their life as a prisoner of war. Most were sold to merchants of a foreign country. Their whereabouts were often lost afterward. The example Masas gave was actually quite a rare occurrence. That can't be. Tata shouted loudly and struck the table. Batrian and Masas' cups shook. It can't be, Tiger-sama won't be coming back, and getting a wife. That's only if the time has passed. It does not necessarily mean it will happen immediately. Surprised by Tata's threatening attitude, Masas added those words weakly. I wonder if we can steal it somehow. Batrian spoke up in a dark voice. What of His Majesty? Without any plan, Tata asked Masas, will His Majesty not help Tiger-sama? Masses fell silent with a scowl. That was his answer. Masses wanted to say something, but he would find it difficult to be honest. There were a considerable number of casualties amongst his soldiers. Also, as an aristocrat of Brune, it was necessary he attend Prince Rignaz's funeral. The heavy silence dominated the room. I see. Taita broke the silence. I will go around the towns and villages to borrow money. The two elder men looked up, hearing her determined words. Even if it is a single silver, even a copper coin, we can gather a lot. Tiger-sama has been the lord for 2 years. Surely some will lend their aid. Masses nodded in assent. I understand. Then, Taita, Batran, I will also try to find someone we may rely on. Thank you very much, Masses-sama. Taita smiled and bowed deeply. She felt she could see some hope. Tiger-sama, I will surely save you. Please wait. Chapter 4, The Life of a Public Official. It had been 10 days since Tigray declined Ellen's invitation. His life as a captive was peaceful and monotonous. First of all, he would wake up at noon. He called the soldier in charge of him and headed to the kitchen. The soldier's name was Rurik, the man who gave him a poor bow. For some reason, though, he had no hair on his head. Though his black hair, which went down to his shoulders, suited his natural face and gentlemanly manners, his bald head was also impressive. Lord Tigravermud, in the future, I, Rurik, will serve to monitor you. Well, I'd rather you not have an unpleasant time, so please call for me. He had a refreshing smile and bowed, which took Tigray by surprise. After hesitating, Tigray decided to speak frankly. Your hair. It was shaved. A curt response. Venati-sama ordered I take what I valued most after my life. Normally, I would be put to death. It is thanks to Lord Tigravermud's benevolence that I still live. So it was because of me. Tigray wanted to apologize somehow, but Rurik suddenly kneeled down. Although it is late, please excuse my shameless actions and accept my words of gratitude. Also, I was truly impressed with your superhuman skills with the bow. I am quite confident of my archery, yet now I feel it immature. He spoke seriously. I see. Well, I'm in your care. Though Tigray learned of what happened earlier, he still felt anxious. Rurik noticed his expression and acted as if it were not a cumbersome task at all. He was unexpectedly friendly. As he reached the kitchen, lunch had already finished, so Tigray took the leftovers. He was able to eat immediately. The maids in the kitchen were willing to make food for him, but Tigray could eat immediately and he felt better, since he was not so mindful of the time. Tigray-san, I'm sorry, but could you help me? Occasionally, he was requested to help for some of the kitchen tasks, such as skinning rabbits, birds, and elk. Tigray took to the tasks happily. What do you need done? We'll be using elk tonight. After guiding him to the back of the kitchen, Tigray was handed a knife. A splendid deer lay on the table in the corner. Tigray quickly and cleanly dismantled it. He peeled the fur, cut the meat into even cuts, and sorted out the entrails. While Tigray moved methodically, not even raising an eyebrow to the sight or odor, Rurik looked on in admiration at his finesse. No matter how many times I see it, you're very good. How many times have you done this? I suppose I'm accustomed to it, since I have spent many days living in the mountains. Since bringing his game home for storage was not suitable, he often did such things on the spot. In fact, judging livestock, such as cattle and pigs, was something Tigray was poor at. Although he could make direct comparisons, there was still a large difference in his skill set. When he was finished, Tigray left the kitchen and was rewarded with copper coins, a cake, and a fine wine. He then began exploring the area. He continued to walk through the imperial palace until Rurik said, "It's forbidden to go any further." He made sure to remember. When the sun began to set, they headed to the training area to practice archery. Even in the kitchen, is it really good to let a prisoner get a hold of an edged tool so easily? While practicing with the bow, he asked that question. Tigray was confused at how easily he obtained such permission. It hurts me to say this, but should you have showed any sign of holding someone hostage, I was to cut you down without mercy. Rurik spoke with an earnest face. I'm sure you know this, but when handling the creature, not once did you bring the knife toward another person. If you had attempted to attack anyone, I would have placed myself before them. But isn't that dangerous? I am aware. Rurik's bald head reflected in the sun. He laughed in a refreshing manner. Honestly, even with your skill, you do not miss training. Really, I am impressed again. Ah, yes. Being praised in such a manner, Tigray was embarrassed. It was difficult for him to say anything more. So as to not dull his archery, Tigray continued training. Someday, he wished to win against Ellen. Tigray's defeat in Dinant was a considerable shock. He was training with Rurik and the other archers. Soon, Tigray was in a position to teach the others, from his posture to how to ready his aim, even to materials and maintenance of the bow. For someone like Lord Tigravermud, I did not think you would put much effort into the bow. With your amazing skill, you could use an inferior bow. Still, if you wish for the arrow to fly better, it is best to use good materials. I've broken bows and bowstrings myself. Are expensive things better? Even if you use one that is difficult to obtain, doesn't it come down to how easily you can repair it? Do you know what bamboo is? It is a plant which grows in a country far to the east, across the sea. I've seen it once. I wasn't sure whether it was a tree or not. Though the material is nice, it's rare and difficult to obtain, so it's expensive. I'd like a bow made from a dragon. Rurik smiled wryly while shrugging his shoulders toward Tigray. He referred to something that did not exist. The dragon itself exists. They live deep in forests and high in the mountains. They inhabit areas which are not crowded. Both Batran and Masses have lived more than 50 years in a secluded land, yet they had never seen a wild dragon. The dragon does not exist. There are many that think they are a legend, but they are hardly few in number. During one hunt, Tigray encountered a dragon. Even when recalling the memory, he felt a chill. It was that kind of experience. Nothing was as hard as a dragon's body. It was impossible to process. The nails, fangs, scales, no matter what, were difficult to work. Blades would shatter, hammers would break. Even if heated for tens of days, nothing would happen. Therefore, nothing made from a dragon existed. Such objects appear only in legends and fairy tales. After a half-koku, approximately 1 hour, when training ended, the other soldiers spoke to him. "Oh, Rurik, Tigray-san, are you free?" It was an invitation to play. They would play games like cards, chess, and other such games. Since they fundamentally bet, Tigray had to borrow money from Rurik at the beginning. All cash in hand and ready to cry, "I'm in." Tigray-san, are you going to beg Rurik for money again? Or perhaps you'll steal some wine or cake from the kitchen. You, how many times will you call Lord Tigravermud like that? He's the Vanadis Sama's prisoner. Though Tigray was not particularly strong, he was able to win enough to return Rurik's money somehow, as well as collect some for himself. He had not heard anything new about Brune. He heard information only once, though, of course, he was asleep. "Sorry, Limlisha-sama told us not to speak of Brune in front of you." Since he was not a child, he decided to give up. Besides, even if he asked, he would hear nothing. When the sun set, the men gathered in the training ground to play. Though there were public baths, the allotted time was determined. The firewood needed to be carried and the water boiled. Tigray often used it as well. After that, he returned to the dining room for dinner, ate his meal, and returned to his room. In such a way, Tigray seemed to have adapted to his prisoner's life. Although he had adapted to his lifestyle, Tigray could not say he was entirely enjoying it. Deep in his mind, he was always questioning the situation. He had two choices if he wished to return to Alsace. Either pay the ransom or escape. His means of escape had been sealed. In addition, though his archery skills was superior, it was impossible for him to break away from Rurik and defeat the soldiers, especially if he could not prepare the required number of arrows. If Ellen came out, it would be impossible for him to win. Money, is it? In his room, while sitting on the bed, he toyed with the dozen copper pieces in his hand. The amount was hardly enough for a ransom. He had even contacted Ellen. "Is there any job where I might earn some money? Will you become my subordinate? Or perhaps you could work in a muezzinal galley ship. If you simply rowed for a year, I could consider introducing you to the job. Even if you die, the amount you earn will be deducted from the ransom and returned to your family. So, if I don't become your subordinate, I'll have to work to death. You can't remain a prisoner of war for very long, right?" It's still not too late. Since he could not think of anything good, Tigray could only surrender to Ellen. It is possible Tata and Batran or Masses can prepare the ransom. Still, it was unpleasant that it was necessary to rely on them. It was not that he distrusted Tata and the others. He just did not want them to perform so much unreasonable work to prepare the ransom in such a short amount of time. I have no choice but to escape, but it will be difficult. Though he took a stroll every day, the guards defended all the vital areas. In addition, he did not understand the security near the ramparts, since he was never allowed near them. Also, there was more than one wall. Even if he could escape from the imperial palace, it was impossible to pass the wall encompassing the castle. After that, he would reach the city. I will have only one chance, so I'll investigate it properly. Until the ransom date, there was still time. Tigray persuaded himself as such. Section: Tigray, can you use anything other than a bow? One day, Tigray was called to the office and asked by Ellen without any explanation. I am poor with other arms. Is that so? It's not good even if you hide it. Ellen looked at Tigray as if doubting him. Rather than making fun of him, she doubted him. I have no reason to lie about such a thing. If I could use a sword or spear, I would have picked up a weapon at Dinant when my arrows were exhausted. I could have ambushed you. Tigray shrugged his shoulder. If he had experience with the sword or spear, he would never have been made a fool of in his country. Don't sulk, your bow technique made such an impact on the people here. Even Rurik is attached to you. I'm quite surprised. Tigray played with his hair, slightly embarrassed. Was there any point doing that to his hair? He needed to be punished. Rurik gladly shaved his head. Gladly? There are two reasons. The first is because you spared his life, so he was moved deeply. The second is because he admires your bow arm, since Rurik is the one who most excels in archery here. Because Rurik was skilled with the bow, he understood how difficult it would be to aim at an enemy with such an inferior weapon. Yet Tigray managed to accomplish it without difficulty. Rurik experienced such a shock that he completely shaved his head and ignored the fact that Tigray was a prisoner of war. His popularity with women seems to have taken a dive, but he doesn't seem to mind it. Ah well, I suppose that's fine. Tigray agreed in an impolite manner, though he could not declare it was nothing. He also willingly accepted being your watchdog. Actually, he asked to do so. Tigray tilted his neck. He misunderstood things because of Rurik's tone and attitude. Though he was the one watching over Tigray, the role originally left a gloomy image. It was annoying to do excessive work. Everyone is interested in you. Of course, that includes me. Ellen smiled involuntarily at him. I want to know what you have. It's possible you have some unexpected talents. I'll try a few things with you tomorrow. Since he was a captive, it was impossible to refuse. And so, the next day came. In the training area, only 3 people, Tigray, Ellen, and Lim, were present. Before Tigray, Ellen held a spear in a simple posture. Tigray confronted her as well, a spear grasped in both hands. Of course, since they were practicing, the tips were removed. Lim silently watched the two from a distance. Beside her was a javelin, a battle axe, a large hatchet, a club, a scythe, a chain, an arbalist, and many other weapons. What should I do? Do as you like. Ellen smiled at Tigray, who was at a loss for words. For the time being, Tigray, as per the basics, thrust his spear at her. Ellen lightly parried it with her wrist. Along with a dull sound, a heavy impact transmitted to his hand. Can't you do this a bit more aggressively? She provoked him by destroying his posture. Tigray, annoyed, attacked quickly, smashing from above, cleaving from the side, jabbing from the front. However, Ellen received everything. She had not used her sword. Though Tigray was impressed, it was still mortifying. However, he was poor with the spear and only knew the basics. He had only used a spear to kill a brown bear while hunting. Suddenly, an idea flashed in Tigray's head. Though it was called training, Ellen understood Tigray's ability based on his offense and defense. She had an attitude as if she had strength to spare. I'll do that once Ellen relaxes her guard. You! Gripping the spear, Tigray rushed forward and shouted, thrusting the weapon at her. Ellen smiled wryly and hit the weapon upward. However, Tigray did not stop his feet. Though he staggered from the impact when the spear was parried, he rammed his shoulder into Ellen. Surprised, Ellen could not avoid it, and the two fell onto the ground. How about that? He tried to pin Ellen and seemed to have failed. Below him, Ellen's face showed surprise. Soon, it was dyed red as she looked intently up at Tigray. After that, Tigray noticed a soft feeling beneath his right hand. Impossible. When he moved his glance, his right hand had grabbed Ellen's chest. Ah, no, that's not this. Though he was looking for an excuse, his words did not come out. Lim, immediately afterward, ran up and struck Tigray's head with the sheath of her sword. Tigray crouched, holding his head in agony. Ellen stood up, her clothes now dirty, with a complicated expression. Elena-sama, please, give me an order. I shall take this man's head. It's fine, it's not such a big deal. Ellen tried to put on a good expression but failed. Her voice was shrill and her face was red. While brushing the dirt from her clothes, she strongly touched the place Tigray's hand grabbed. Pushing a Vanadis down, is that not enough for capital punishment? Lim looked down at Tigray, full of murderous intent. It was my mistake. I took it easy to test his strength. If you show your frustration any longer, it will be a mockery to our names. If Elena-sama says so. Lim put her weapon away reluctantly. Ellen held a hand out to Tigray and quickly spoke. Can you stand? Thank you. While rubbing the back of his aching head with his left hand, Tigray used his right hand to stand up. I think my head broke. Bear with it. I did not hit you out of malice. There was clearly a thirst for blood. It could not be helped. After laughing lightly, Ellen muttered in a small voice only Tigray could hear. You touched a woman's chest. It might not always end so safely. Tigray looked down and averted his gaze, seeing Ellen's face straight on for a moment. All right, let's continue. Ellen finally regained her composure, and Tigray's returned as well. When it comes to you, I won't be let down at all. I suppose I'll attack mercilessly when testing you. Seeing the mountain of arms, Ellen gladly spoke with a nasty tone. After finishing with all the weapons, Tigray lay spread out on the spot. Sweat covered his body, and his breathing was rough. His chest moved up and down heavily, and his arms and legs felt a pain they were unaccustomed to since he was mercilessly beaten. You really are useless if you're not using a bow. That's what I told you. Lim looked down at Tigray with cold eyes as he returned an exhausted reply. It was not like you were terrible. New recruits are like you. If you were my colleague or subordinate, I would train you from scratch. You shouldn't tease him so much, Lim. Ellen pat Lim's shoulder while throwing out those words. The two were faintly sweating. The two acted as Tigray's partners, taking turns. Neither Ellen nor Lim were as tired as Tigray. Still, his bow is excellent. Folding her arms, Ellen nodded her head joyfully. Because she understood his capability with the bow, she had him do a successive discharge earlier. To do this, he shot 30 arrows in quick succession trying to hit a target accurately. He fired quickly, pulled an arrow from his quiver, knocked the bowstring, and repeated his actions. The time was measured until he hit the target. Tigray had achieved a result such that no one could match him. I shall put these away. Lim turned her back on Ellen and Tigray, weapons in hand. Shall we help? It is fine. He proposed that while lying down, and was quickly turned down. Seeing Lim's back, Ellen's shoulders were shaking as she held back a laugh. She smiled bitterly as she turned to Tigray. Don't feel so bad. She was pretty much saying, go to sleep and stop thinking about strange things. She didn't look any different from usual. Lim is evaluating you in her own way. If you formally become my subordinate, she will show more respect. She was asking if he wanted to join without directly saying the words. Tigray let out a deep breath. Though he was interested, it would be impossible since he could not bring himself to truly work under her. Ellen nodded slightly and held her skirt. I'll help Lim. You go rest in your room. Alone. Tigray was indirectly saying he might escape. Rurik, who watched him, was not present. Before testing the weapons, Lim had told the others not to come. Also, the day was nearing its end. Within a half koku, 1 hour, the sky would become dark. I'm sure you remember the way. If you get lost, just ask a maid or a soldier. Ellen smiled as she walked away. Tigray looked up at the red-tinted sky and sighed. She got me. He knew he would never forgive himself. He felt comfortable here. Of course, the best place would always be Alsace. He was a captive. There was a limitation to where he could go, and he was attended to by a guard. However, he had never suffered abuse or harassment. Both his room and clothes was cleaned as well. Even when he slept until midday, no one said a word. Though Lim showed her disappointment, there were no complaints. His meals were no different from the soldiers. By luck, he was able to have a baked butter apple dumpling, grilled trout, soup with pickles, beef and potatoes, and a nice citrus juice. The seasonings and fragrance of the trout and the moderate acidity, though hardly grand, was simple and filled Tigray with warmth. The texture of the beef was exquisite, and the potato was well made. It really was delicious. I wonder if Tata can make it someday. Such thoughts came to him. Above all, his archery skills were accepted here. Lim disliked Tigray, though only with things not dealing with the bow. He recalled Ellen's words. She asked him to become her subordinate. She looked him in the eye. She appraised him based on his abilities. For me, there is only the bow. He thought he should be in a place where he was accepted. That was hardly unnatural. Well, it can't be helped. Still, Tata and Alsace were important. Anyway, I'll be forced to wake up early if I become her subordinate. Lim would likely mercilessly wake him up. Also, there would be work, and it would be impossible for him to go hunting. A wry smile rose to Tigray's face as he imagined it. Tigray stood up, his clothes drenched in sweat and sticking to his body. His body felt unpleasant. I'll go wash up. Tigray headed to the well near the training area. All the soldiers, when finished with training, headed there. Though there was a bath for the soldiers, there were specified times they could use it, and of course, they were required to carry and boil the water. That is why the well was used more frequently. In a place where the well came to view, Tigray stopped his feet. Apparently, 30 soldiers had gathered around the well, having just finished training. There were more than 10 people in line. Perhaps I'll look for a change of scenery. Without letting them find him, Tigray changed the direction he moved in. When playing with the soldiers, he had to bet something. Not being well acquainted with the soldiers, he did not wish for them to lend him anything. Naturally, there were still those who thought poorly of Tigray's presence. Right now, that group was bathing. He wished to avoid unnecessary friction. And so he left. Tigray turned the corner of a building and entered an inconspicuous footpath. Beyond this, another well existed. He found it one day while taking a walk. A short tree grew thickly, blocking the view of the path. While approaching the well, he heard the sound of water pouring. I wonder if someone else is here. Tigray reached the well while thinking so. Immediately, his breathing stopped, his eyes opened widely, and his body stiffened. Ellen, without a single piece of clothing, was bathing. A rugged object the color of green rust lay at her feet. It's you. Ellen, without any sign of shyness, looked at the stunned Tigray. Ellen let out a small laugh without trying to conceal her body. Tigray did not speak. He could not move a finger while he stared intently at Ellen's body. Her argent hair stuck to her fair skin, her breasts were accentuated by the water. The line of her soft, round buttocks and tight waist was sensational. Because of that, even her usual smile seemed amorous. Water ran down from the nape of her neck to the valley between her breasts. Even I'll get embarrassed if you look at me so much. Ellen's voice was faintly dyed in shyness. At last, Tigray returned to reality. He turned around in panic. I'm sorry, although I heard someone I know. He spouted out words, attempting to find a proper excuse. His face flushed, and his heart danced wildly. Even if he panicked and shut his eyes tightly, her white body was firmly engraved in his mind. Just a while ago, I touched her there. He recalled the soft feeling in his right hand. It was too intense for Tigray in a variety of ways. You don't have to apologize. You came to bathe, right? There's no need to go back. Tigray did not understand. Is it normal for a man and a woman to bathe together in Zichtid? His mind was not operating normally, yet he somehow managed to squeeze words out. It would no longer be amusing if the two were older than 6 or 7 years old. She was clearly amused. She had not gotten angry either. Tigray buried his head in his hands and stooped down on the ground. I told you before, it's a bit embarrassing, but as a Vanadis, as leader of late merits, I must speak and act as is appropriate to my position. Even if it was surprising to be seen naked, I can't speak or act like a little girl. I see. If Tigray was calmer, he may have noticed Ellen was washing up quite quickly. She had not spoken formally either. Are you here with your guard, or are you alone? I'm alone now. If she stuck around me all day, it would be stifling. Besides, I was looking to take a bath anyway. Aren't you two defenseless? You were attacked by an assassin the other day. Though she had spoken of the assassin, Tigray had not seen the assailant himself. I'm not defenseless. My sword is nearby. When she said that, he recalled the longsword propped up against the well. Still, he was anxious. Suddenly, Ellen spoke up. By chance, did you come here not knowing this well was for women only? Is that so? I often use it since it's near my room and office, and the soldiers always kept their distance. Once Lim and the maids learned of it, they began using it. It became women only before I was aware. Maybe I should have told you this. Really, I'm sorry. I'll be careful next time. Yeah, that's good. It's fine if it's just me, but if it's Lim or someone else, they would scream. Even I cannot protect you then. He could not imagine the expressionless Lim screaming. Again, he heard the sound of water. Are you not coming? When you are finished. Though he thought she was teasing him, her voice sounded natural. It was hard for him not to answer curtly. I got it. Wait a bit. The sound of water continued as Tigray looked up at the dim sky. If he turned around, Ellen would be there naked. He could not settle down. The sound of water was clearly audible. I should have left immediately after apologizing. Since she said to wait a little, he felt it difficult to move. The sound of rustling came from behind as something approached his feet. It was a young dragon with a stocky body, its length about 4 chet, approximately 40 centimeters. Dragon. It was a living creature with wings similar to a bat, fluttering at an angle. 2 horns grew from its head. Covering most of its body were rugged blue-green scales. The dragon reared its head and looked at Tigray with sharp eyes. This is my dragon, Looney. He heard Ellen's voice from behind. Incidentally, this creature was near her feet a while ago. The dragon named Looney narrowed its eyes and rubbed against Tigray's leg. You're quite unusual. Dragons were said to have high intelligence. Even at a young age, they could accurately identify a human face. This was the first time Tigray had seen such a young dragon. He quietly bent his waist to get a better look. Looney stopped moving and watched Tigray quietly. The wings on its back lightly shook. Its wings are moving firmly. Perhaps it's a Weifel wyvern. Is this your first time seeing a dragon? No, 2 years ago, I saw one when hunting in the mountains. It was in an isolated area, about 60 or 70 chet, approximately 6 or 7 meters, though it was in Suro Earth dragon. An adult dragon ranges from 100 to 150 chet. Though man can keep them while they are young until about half their adult size, it was still more than 50 chet. You've got good luck. I've never seen a dragon other than Looney up until now. This dragon has 2 eyes. As he reached a hand out to stroke Looney, it ran from Tigray and returned to its master. Ellen smiled at the dragon and lifted it in her arms as if soothing a child. In Suro Earth dragon with 1 eye, what happened? It attacked me. After fighting it off, I somehow managed to escape. I thought I would die then. A dragon's combat efficiency was different from other animals. The large dragon stamped the earth and mowed down trees. Tigray kept an eye on it while evading death many times. He somehow managed to defeat it using the terrain. Fighting against a dragon and winning is wonderful. By the way, what color were its scales? It was a brass color. Is there something wrong with that? Ah, that's good. In this country, it is not permissible to kill young or black dragons. Tigray imagined the flag in his head upon hearing those words. Dragons were in the mythology of many countries. Dragons inhabited remote areas, even in Zichtid. Of the dragons in Zichtid, the black dragon was a mythical creature. The dragon with black scales granted protection to the person closest to it. It was a well-known story. My country does not have such things. Are there dragon trainers in Zichtid? I don't know about individuals, but dragons are not kept as a part of the army, since they're big eaters. The latter half of her words were likely directed toward Looney. Still, you were not accepted, even though you defeated a dragon. I couldn't show them the corpse. It was impossible to cut off any part of it, and I was tired. I thought to come back, but when I returned, a mudslide had covered it up. How disappointing. No, it's fine. Silence followed. Only the sound of water could be heard. May I ask you one thing? While looking up to the sky, Tigray anxiously asked a vague question. Since there are assassins, can't you depend on His Majesty? Yes. Seeing his doubtful reaction, she muttered in confusion. Unfortunately, His Majesty will not move if there is no evidence. Since the enemy knows this, they come with the resolution to be crushed. It's a serious situation, isn't it? Tigray had a complex face. The king of Zichtid, the king of Brunn both just ignored things. Let me ask you something. While Tigray bitterly thought about reality, Ellen asked a question. What kind of place is Alsace? Are you worried? A bit. Though I gave you some good conditions, you rejected me without hesitation, so I was a little hurt. I'm a bit interested. I also thought the conditions were good. After he replied, Tigray loosened his mouth. Simply put, it is a country made of forests and mountains. The main highways do not pass by. To reach the capital, I must head to the neighboring territory to reach a good road. It can take many days. You speak of it fondly. It was the important town he was born and raised in. Even if he spoke of its faults, he was still proud of it. There are wolves and brown bears in the forests and mountains. Occasionally, snow leopards appear. There are many nuts and wild herbs to be found, and you can manage to live through the winter with little food if you have a bit of knowledge. The people under my charge are nice, and it is peaceful. Though the winters can be severe, sleeping while wrapped in blankets before the fireplace is the greatest feeling. On the contrary, summers are cool, and there are many fine, sunny days. Atop the hills is an ocean of green, as far as the eye can see, and when the wind comes out, you can relax and bask in the sun. You just like sleeping. Ellen smiled bitterly. Do you not yearn to become king? It's not like this is particularly a good reason, but that dream is a bit too much. He could handle being mocked as a country person because it was a fact. However, there were no memories he wished to forget. I had heard the bow was scorned, but I did not think it would be so exaggerated. In Alsace, Tata included, there was not a single person who had to take practice swings. That was why everyone believed in Tigray. It's more than you can imagine. In all military literature, the tone changes completely when dealing with the bow. In Alsace, even aristocrats and knights who had valorous deeds were clearly scorned. Even the women and their daughters ridiculed them for being cowardly. Though it has its value, the bow is always ignored. No darkness could be heard in Tigray's voice as he spoke. Your father taught you the bow well, given the situation. Though I don't remember, it seems I often played with a bow before I was of an age to think about it. Father saw that and encouraged me to continue if I was interested. Well, all my ancestors were hunters. Then I suppose I should express my gratitude to your father. After all, I met you, then again, I would not have been pushed down or seen naked. She spoke her last words with an ill-natured tone and growled at Tigray instinctively. I'm finished, you can turn around now. Looking back, Ellen stood before him, having changed into a short robe, her longsword at her waist. A thick cloth wrapped about her long, argent hair. Her white hands and feet popping out of her short robe presented a slightly amorous appearance. Since he could not look straight at her, Tigray stared at Leonie, crouched by her feet. It was an interesting conversation. See you around. The young dragon followed after Ellen and disappeared into the road covered by the trees. Tigray sighed as he decided to quickly clean himself. After his clothes were taken off and thrown aside, he headed to the tub and poured water over his body many times to forget the sight from a moment ago. That is why he was late in noticing the approaching footsteps. Eleanor saw. On the other side of the tree, Lim appeared wearing a short robe while holding a tub. Lim, at a loss for words, saw Tigray's figure before she could finish responding. Usually her face lacked emotion, but she was clearly stunned now. Tigray, too, was petrified. The lower half of his body was quite shameful to look at, having seen Ellen just before. After a few seconds of silence, Tigray uttered a noise, though he was still confused. He intended to find suitable words while looking for a means of escape. Behavior befitting my position. He thought of his earlier conversation with Ellen. You do not need to worry about me. Though he tried to conceal his embarrassment with dignified words, the tub was thrown at him along with a scream. Section, Ho, so you saw him. Ellen returned Leonie to the stable where the young dragons were held and returned to her office. Her chest was shaking, ready to burst, as she heard Lim's story. Her silver-white hair shined with moisture, just having finished her bath. I haven't seen it yet. What was he like? No comment. Her indignant complexion accompanied the rage in her blue eyes. Lim let out a heated breath. You must restrict his movements more. Even though he's become adapted here, he's on good terms with the soldiers and the cooking staff. Has there ever been a captive accustomed to such a life? I'm still waiting for him to ask to be my subordinate, after all. Lim sighed. There are also those amongst the soldiers who dislike his behavior. Lim implied there might be a conflict between those who like Tigray and those who do not. Would confining Tigray to his room really solve everything? Sooner or later, he will return to his home in Brunn if the ransom is paid, or he will be sold to a merchant from Muizenal. That's why I gave him the choice to become my subordinate. Ellen took a document from the pile on her desk and showed it to Lim. Lim's eyes looked dubious as she read it, but soon her anger disappeared. Brune seems to be in a terrible situation. I was surprised as well. Only a month has passed since the incident at Dinant, and already the situation is like this. The document was a summary of the situation from a person of Zichted living in Brune as something of an ambassador. The person disguised himself and traveled about Brune as a peddler, exploring the situation on his own and reporting back periodically. It could be explained in a single phrase. There are signs of a civil war in Brune. The king who lost his son, the prince, is simply an empty shell. He has given up political affairs and has shut himself in his room. He is not stopping the behavior of the stronger aristocrats. It seems the Nardier and Gainlan are the two largest aristocrats. Every day seems to be a violent conflict between the two. Ellen did not speak, as if it were another person's affair. Late Meritz was the territory adjacent to Brune Kingdom. If Brune became entrenched in war, there was a possibility her land would be involved. They can't possibly afford to concern themselves with Tigray's situation. Alsace is alone here. They will not be able to prepare a ransom. By the way, why was the sum so large? His bow. Tapping her desk, Ellen sighed. When holding an excellent swordsman captive, don't you increase the ransom based on his skill? Though the countries reviewed the agreement regarding the ransom amounts, they set a severe amount for archers. To Brune, that was a trivial issue. When Lim heard Ellen's words, her pale face turned expressionless. Though I can lower the amount, I don't want to create a precedent out of sympathy. I don't have any reason to disregard the treaty, either. Then Lord Tigravermud cannot pay the ransom. Though I intended to use Muizinal as a threat, it might come true at this rate. So that's why you want him to become your subordinate. It would be regrettable given his archery skills. His personality isn't an issue, either. If I taught him properly, he could become a good aide. He only needs a bit more work. Ellen laughed. I will offer my hand once more on the final day. He's rejected me once. It wouldn't do for my honor if I was rejected twice. Lim pulled herself together and asked a question. However, will it really not be paid? Either Gainlan or the Nardier might take advantage of the situation and pay the ransom for Lord Tigravermud. One could show he is not a man who would abandon a small aristocrat to the land of deserts. As far as I can tell, Tigray would prefer not to serve under Gainlan or the Nardier. It wouldn't benefit him at all. Do you know how severe the treatment would be under either of them? They are genuine Brune aristocrats who scorn the bow. Ellen had a difficult expression, remembering her conversation with Tigray. Either way, tell the soldiers I will hear any complaints they have. Section Ho Earl Vorn. The aristocrat who heard Massa's story had a pitiful expression. We lost more soldiers in Dinant than we have in recent years. The damage was severe, and many nobles died. Yes, however, though captive, Lord Tigravermud is alive. As a friend of his deceased father, I wish to save him. Massa's was in the mansion of an aristocrat acquaintance. He had a prosperous life. In the drawing room Massa's passed by, there was an expensive tapestry made in Muizinal with an image of a bird with gold wings decorating the wall. On the chair was the fur of a snow leopard. Expensive wine was poured into a crystal cup and served to Massa's. This is the fifth person. If this does not work, I have no one else to rely on. If he could not depend on others, he would not make it by the deadline. While praying to the gods in his heart, Massa's bowed before the noble before him. Please, I will return the money, no matter how long it might take. Will you help me? Only silence remained. I'm sorry. Though the aristocrat threw a sympathetic glance at Massa's, he quietly spoke the word to break the silence. Massa's desperately clenched his fist, holding back the tears he wished to shed, despite his age. Before Dinant, I would have answered your request, Lord Massa's. However, given the recent developments, the aristocrat continued to speak with a heavy tone. A civil war will soon take place in this country, between Dukes Gainlan and the Nardier. Massa's responded without power in either his face or his voice. He had heard the story recently. Due to the shock of Prince Rignaz's death, the affairs of the state were thrown aside. He had confined himself in his mind. The man was a well-known aristocrat who could indulge in such a fine life. Gainlan and the Nardier were distant cousins to the king, and their confrontation deepened day by day. Apart from them, there were many other nobles who, given the circumstances, needed to act with discretion. Any mistake could make the situation worse and could even destroy a house. However, they might have some spare gold, information, or associations with other aristocrats. Since it was an emergency, even if they had much gold, they were unwilling to use it. Though he was a close friend, they would not lend him the money. Masses left with heavy steps. And so it was useless. The sun had sunk and the sky was a dark gray. With how the clouds looked, it would soon rain. Masses could not blame them, since Masses did not have the money to help Tigray either. Many people worked in his residence, and it was necessary to maintain his soldiers and territory. There was a limit to what he could do. Tigray, sorry, Tata, Batran, I'm sorry, forgive me. Masses silently returned to the house as the rain descended. Chapter 5, The Vanadis Castle. On the mountain north of Zihgdid, the snow was present all year round. The sea, Muizinal and Brunn bordered to the east, south, and west respectively. The country had a cold climate with longer winters than other countries. It was occasionally referred to as the land of snow and forests due to its scattered coniferous forests. They could produce potatoes and apples, catch fish from the sea, and there was an abundance of gold and silver mines in the center of the kingdom. It was made approximately 300 years ago. At the time, there were more than 50 tribes fighting to control a hegemony. The war lasted more than a century. At least 30 tribes were destroyed or absorbed into other tribes in the process. Then one man casually appeared on the land. I am the incarnation of the Black Dragon. The man referred to himself as such. So long as he was king, he would bring victory. Though most tribes mocked him, 7 tribes believed his words and followed his lead. As proof of their loyalty, the 7 tribes each presented a beautiful woman who excelled in martial skills as a wife. To those 7 wives, he granted them a weapon called a Viralt Dragonic tool. You, from this moment on, will be Vanadis. Afterward, the 7 tribes led by the man suppressed the other clans and won the war. The man continued to fight, even after unifying the tribes, conquering neighboring countries, and significantly expanding his territory. And so, the kingdom of Zihgdid was established. The man-made king had 7 dukedoms within his country. The ability to collect taxes and various autonomous privileges were granted to each of his wives. No matter what distinguished services a person received, the only one ranked above the Vanadis would be the king. The king made a declaration before the Vanadis. The Vanadis will offer fealty to the king, protect the king, and fight for the king. Do not forget it. The candle near the king's throne cast a dark shadow across the floor. The shadow did not conform to a human shape, but was that of a dragon. Section. Though it's a myth, I don't really get the point of it. Those were Tigray's first words upon reading the history of Zihgdid. He was on the roof of the imperial palace. The sky was clear, and the day was warm. Tigray had borrowed a book from the library and sat cross-legged on the slanted rooftop as he read. The reason he was on the roof was simple. The library was dim, the weather was good, and, if he looked down, he could see the courtyard decorated with tall trees and flower beds. The imperial palace was enclosed by a rampart and tower. Though he could not see beyond that, the sky continued on, sending a cool breeze to his seat. If he had not slept enough, Tigray would certainly take a nap. This is the easiest history book to read. With his face looking like he had taken medicine, Tigray opened the book on his knee. Tigray was not familiar with Zihgdid writing, so it was more difficult for him to read than he imagined. Furthermore, it used old words and terminology. Since there were many expressions as well, it was difficult for him to read anything. More than half the book was unreadable. Rurik, who was still monitoring him, stood in the hallway below the roof Tigray sat on. When he asked for help, the following words came to him. Lord Tigravermud, I am more than willing to help you. However, I cannot understand such difficult language either. Though he had trouble reading, he was still an earl. He had been given an education to match his status, so he was better than most. I'm sorry. No, don't worry about it. It was not unreasonable. He was a soldier, not a scholar. Do you know anyone who can read things like this? I do not. Rurik gave a difficult expression. Though it is difficult to say, I do not believe anyone could read better than you, Lord Tigravermud. Perhaps you should try asking Vanadis-sama or Limlisha-sama. I wonder if they would help. He considered it, half to kill time and half out of hesitation. However, there was something worrying he wanted to hear from Ellen. When he folded his arms, a small shadow flew to the roof. It was the young dragon, Looney. Though Tigray reached out to the dragon with a smile, it did not seem interested once it climbed to the roof. Looney began basking its round body in a sunny place. This dragon is quite like a cat. Not wanting to disturb it, Tigray stood up. When he casually looked at the view before him, he noticed Ellen at the edge of his sight. She moved quickly between the trees, as if trying to avoid being noticed. She approached the rampart, not noticing his gaze most likely. "Rurik, I'm going to see what Ellen says. I'll return to my room right after I talk to her." "Very well." After hearing Rurik walk down the passage, Tigray held the history book beneath his arm and jumped off the roof. Grabbing the branch of a tree directly below him, he softened his fall and used the recoil to hit the ground. When he stood up again, the gardener taking care of the flower bed looked at Tigray, her face full of surprise. With a bitter smile, Tigray left the courtyard at a trot. Moving between the trees, he caught sight of Ellen. "What are you doing?" When he called, Ellen's shoulders shook in surprise as she looked back. "Wah, wah, wah, what are you doing here?" Blushing, Ellen glared at him, her face red with surprise. It was the first time he had heard her stutter. Her appearance was different. Her long, silver-white hair was braided and tied near the nape of her neck. Her hemp dress gave a clean appearance. Her sword was sheathed at her waist, inconspicuously covered in cloth. She looked like any girl on the street, though it was unlikely any girl would be so beautiful. "I wanted to ask you something, and I saw you." Though he was curious about her attitude and attire, Tigray responded honestly. "You saw." Ellen looked at him suspiciously, thinking it impossible that she could have been seen. She gripped Tigray's arm and pulled him toward the rampart. "Can't be helped." "You come too." "Where?" "Outside." Outside the rampart, the two descended a gentle slope. The castle town was about a half belsta, approximately 500 meters away. The streets were lined with stone houses with black or brown roofs. The street was wide enough to comfortably allow a large wagon, and it was neatly paved with cobblestone. Travelers, citizens, merchants, officials, artisans, many walked along the stalls at the edges of the streets. Many housewives were chatting, the merchants called out. A minstrel played a harp at an intersection. It's much busier than Nice. Unlike Nice, the capital of Brünn, which he had visited only once or twice, it made Tigray smile broadly. The dialect of Zichtid and the movement of copper and silver coins was a common sight. Tigray was impressed by the unglazed pottery and glasswork of various shapes and sizes. Fresh, bright fruit overflowed from wooden crates, slabs of meat were hung from hooks, and the fragrance of potatoes made him swallow his saliva. Suddenly, girls his age passed by, laughing as they noticed Tigray. Does he really want things like that so much? Maybe she wants something too. In response, Ellen extended a finger to Tigray's hair. So they wear these kinds of things outside the walls. In Ellen's hand, who was laughed at and ridiculed, there was a leaf. Due to its lightness, Tigray had not noticed at all. He gave his thanks. "Where did you get this?" "Did you stick your head in some bushes?" Tigray finally explained how he found her. There was only silence until Ellen entered the castle town. It was not an atmosphere he could ask questions. "What are you, a monkey?" Ellen spoke coldly as she looked at him in amazement. Tigray was hurt. "Really? The roof? Should I take that into consideration? No, you're probably the only one who would do those kinds of things. I'd like to ask a few questions sometime, if that's fine with you." While Ellen was looking down deep in thought, Tigray called out hesitantly. "Why were you trying to sneak out of your castle like that?" Ellen looked dubiously, not understanding Tigray's intent in asking the question. Shouldn't that be obvious? This time, it was Tigray's turn to tilt his head. In front of the potato stand, the two people looked at each other mysteriously. The salesman coughed. Tigray left after purchasing 2 potatoes. He used money he won while betting with the soldiers. As they ate their potatoes, they walked along, looking at the unglazed pottery. The heat made the potato seem to melt. The sweet fragrance of butter mixed with the rising steam, stimulating Tigray's appetite. He entered the square with Ellen, and they sat side by side at the edge of a flower bed. Using small bites to eat her potato, Ellen smiled, savoring her meal. "I chose good ones." "Praise me." Tigray was surprised by her theatrical tone and dramatic smile. "Can you really tell between the good and bad ones?" Tigray asked with a burnt tongue as he enjoyed the texture of the potato. There were plenty of bad ones. Small potatoes, ones that don't steam enough, ones that are too cool, there are plenty of things that could be lacking. This degree of melting is just right. I'm impressed with the amount of salt used, too. You must like them. Ellen smiled broadly before looking away into the distance. The subject of her gaze was a group of children gathering around a puppeteer. The winters of Zichtid are so cold. Sometimes there are reports of people freezing to death. The cold air slips through the thick stone walls in the evening and steals them away without mercy. Children often gather around the hearth, wrap up in blankets, and eat hot potatoes to live through it all. Tigray imagined a warm, pleasant sight. Tigray looked at Ellen's profile with wonder in his eyes. Her expression was as if she missed her distant past. He felt uncomfortable. She speaks as if she grew up in a small village. It would be too simple to think she was a girl raised in the art of war as a duchess. Perhaps I'm wrong. Still, it's not like I can just ask. For a time, the two silently ate their potatoes. Tigray spoke up as he finished eating. Is it possible you came to inspect the area surrounding the castle? You noticed. Ellen now looked at Tigray's face. Have you never left your castle incognito? I left normally. There was no need to be stealthy. I'm jealous. Ellen sighed, with a face that showed the emotion at the bottom of her heart. It is one of my few pleasures to pretend to be a normal girl having fun. It lets me stroll around the town. In Ellen's life, being attacked by an assassin was not uncommon. When walking through town, she required a large escort. So why did you panic so much when I called out to you like that? You surprised me, really. Sorry. Tigray apologized sincerely. Ellen forcibly dragged Tigray along to avoid having her behavior exposed, probably to Lim. She must also want to spend some time alone. We'll call it even with this, don't worry. Laughing, Ellen threw the unglazed clay bowl to the ground as she finished eating her potato. Is it fine to throw it on the roadside? In Nice, the capital of Brune, it was considered a disgraceful act, so Tigray asked tentatively. Whether it's on the stone pavement or the ground, it doesn't matter. There are those who collect such things and earn small change. Ah, that's true, I guess. If it's broken, they can mix it in with new clay. While responding to Ellen's words, Tigray's bowl, now empty, was also thrown away. Tigray, you had business with me. Does it have to do with that book you've been carefully holding? I wanted to ask you a few things, but it's fine to wait until next time. As he nodded, Ellen extended her hand to Tigray. Then stay with me until I'm satisfied. It's unexpectedly refreshing to walk with another person. Tigray and Ellen looked around various places in the town. As someone who rarely left Alsace, everything was novel to him. There was a vibrancy in the town, it seemed to have everything. It's a rye-based alcohol. Since it's not strong, children often drink it. Do you want to try? After a cup was poured for him, Tigray drank it in one go while looking at another stall. That is steamed mushroom and potatoes. It looks like there are also pickles. The pan-roasted pickles gave a savory sensation to his mouth and stomach. And this. It's a stir-fry. He looked at a fried dish. That's apple jam on honeyed bread. Why are you only interested in food? Ellen was amazed to see Tigray gnaw at the bread. Tigray continued to repeat his cycle of questioning and eating. They're all delicious. I've never had them before. Well, it's your money, so I guess you can do what you want. Though she said that to Tigray, Ellen ate the same things. Rather than dividing between the two, they each got one. Well, I guess I am eating a lot. Long ago, there was a potato eating contest in the castle. I ate 30 potatoes with butter, about the same size as the ones before. Ellen spoke with pride, while Tigray continued bringing bread to his mouth. It was difficult to imagine with her small mouth and body devoid of excess meat. When food disappears from the kitchen, you must be the first they suspect. I stole some food once before, but when they found out, they bowed respectfully, since Elinor Asama was the one who was proudly and stealthily eating their food. She stopped. Tigray looked mortified. They're good people. If I have more than a nibble here or there, they might get angry. It's fine eating alone in the kitchen. That's preferable, I think. I have only a maid by my side, though she is younger. Ellen, looking proud until now, began speaking again. I'll tell you this now, but I wasn't always eating. Ellen stressed her words as she shook a skewer with fried food on it. Meals at the Imperial Palace are normally moderate. Because the townspeople do not come to the castle that frequently, we must bring out a novel dish when they do visit. It's a little difficult, but it's best to learn about their lives in detail. You aren't particularly convincing with jam around your mouth. Tigray took out a handkerchief and wiped Ellen's mouth. Ellen's eyes opened widely in surprise. She averted her face, now dyed red in a panic. What's wrong? No, it's nothing, really. I let myself go whenever I'm here. While muttering softly, Ellen shook her head strongly, ruffling the feather ornament in her hair. Ah, you've got jam on your mouth, too. Her bright red irises were laughing. Ellen extended her thin, white fingers. She wiped the jam at the edge of Tigray's mouth and brought it to her own. Seeing such a lovely and embarrassing gesture, Tigray turned his face away shyly. All right, let's go there next. Ignoring Tigray's reaction, Ellen pointed to a stall a small distance away with a cheerful voice. The aim was to shoot night dolls over with a cork-shooting toy crossbow. Depending on the dolls knocked over, different prizes could be won. The size and pose of the knights differed. The dolls for expensive-looking prizes would not fall easily. Which should I knock down? Though a toy, a crossbow was a crossbow, so of course he would be able to use it. Due to the mechanics of a crossbow, he was not fond of using it, but Tigray was unexpectedly enthusiastic to play. How about those two? One of Ellen's targets was a conspicuously large doll by a large figure which would not fall over so easily. It had large feet and a low center of gravity, giving it a large amount of stability. You can take up to 4 shots. Will you manage? While passing a copper coin to the man sitting at the stand, Ellen asked him naturally. Well, I'll give it a try. Tigray received the toy crossbow. The first shot struck it easily. It hit the head of the doll, bounced over the curtain, and landed in the back of the stall. Since he was looking for the trajectory, he did not particularly mind. Tigray aimed at the smaller of the 2 dolls Ellen specified. Despite a direct hit to the head, the cork bullet was light. The doll shook, but did not fall. Mew, too bad. Ellen spoke with regret, bringing her hand to her mouth. Did you really not notice? Tigray looked at Ellen, his eyes filled with doubt for a moment. Ellen looked back at him suspiciously. He shook his head as if it was nothing and returned his gaze to the dolls. She really didn't notice, though I suppose that's trivial. It's fine. Saying those words in his mind, Tigray thought about what to do with his third shot. From how the doll shook, Tigray knew there was a support behind the doll. Though it would not be a problem to knock them down, it was what might happen afterward that could be an issue. He shot the third cork. It passed between both feet of his targeted doll. It rebounded off the stand wall and hit the doll. The doll, pushed from behind, pitched forward easily and fell from the stand. Oh, nice. Ellen looked like a happy child as the stall owner picked up the doll, clicking his tongue in annoyance. He glared at Tigray. That shot is invalid, since it hit from behind. Tigray ignored the man's words and took his 4th shot. It flew at the second doll and hit it from the side. The doll shook and fell down. The man gazed at the doll in surprise. When Tigray tapped the man's shoulder with a refreshing smile, he whispered to him, It's only these 2. Are you sure you won't let me off here? What do you mean? Will you let me have these? I wouldn't want to make a fuss about you cheating. I can just pretend not to know, and you can run your shop quietly, if you know what I mean. Please, tell me one thing. While in a cold sweat, the man looked at Tigray uncomfortably. With only 1 or 2 shots, how did you understand? Humans do these things, no matter the time or place. When I was younger, I had to deal with many similar tricks. Tigray shrugged his shoulders, and the man laughed. The deal was struck. The prizes were a large stuffed bear, about the size of a small child, and a purple decorated ribbon. It was pretty cheap, and the prizes are pretty good. Tigray spoke in admiration. The man laughed loudly. If you don't set up good prizes, the visitors will stop coming. Indeed, because there were good prizes, they did not pass the stall up. Tigray put the large bear in a sack and threw his history book into it. Ellen took the ribbon and put it in her hair. How is it? Does it suit me? Tigray was at a loss for words momentarily. Her flowing, silver-white hair and the purple ribbon matched perfectly. He did not think any other combination would work better. Yes, how beautiful. He obediently responded. He was mortified he could only use ordinary words. Is that so? That was unexpected. Ellen touched the ribbon quietly, her face dyed red. I've never had that much interest in these things. Since I always came alone, I never had anyone to show these things to. Yeah, it's good to come with someone occasionally. She spoke rapidly like a child to cover her embarrassment. Tigray felt it was adorable. Still, the stuffed animal is certainly an unexpected hobby. Ah, that's for Lim, not for me. Surprising words came back to him. Hey, she'll yell at us when we get back. She'll be in a better mood if we give that to her. With this, it'll work. I brought her a stuffed animal before and her face lit up, bright red. I'm sure you'll see it soon as well. Tigray could not imagine it at all. The two walked to another street while avoiding the crowd. Ellen stopped in front of a certain bar. This shop serves good meals. I'm not sure if it's empty or not, so wait a moment. Tigray waited in place while Ellen pushed the door open. A dirty lamp hung from the ceiling, bathing the interior in a dim light. The little tables were filled with people from Zichtid. Nearly 30 guests were cheerfully talking, burying the shop in noise. Ellen looked inside the store and found a small, empty table. It would not be a problem with just her and Tigray. Though Ellen tried to go out to call Tigray, her legs stopped moving. The voices of some customers reached her ear. How is Brune? It's hardly good, since a civil war may start soon. The man shook his head, as if it were absurd. Given their appearance, the two were merchants. Lords Thenardier and Gainlun did their own things, ignoring the king before, and now it has gotten worse. Any village acting against them is burned, and the towns are thrown into ruin. It's only a rumor, but it seems aristocrats who show loyalty are granted knighthood or a government office. So that's the reason you came back. Yeah, I'd rather not get involved, so I'll be staying for a while. Ellen left the shop silently and smiled to Tigray while shrugging her shoulders. It's full, let's go somewhere else. Since they could not find a good shop, Tigray and Ellen sat in a square with a baked apple and rye alcohol. By the way, what did you want to talk about? With all topics exhausted and the day settling, Ellen asked as she took a drink. Tigray glanced at the sack with the stuffed animal and history book, then turned to look at the object at Ellen's waist. After hesitating a little, he took the plunge and spoke. I've only read one of the history books, but there was a word I noticed. Arifel, is that the name of your sword? Exactly. Ellen named the sword wrapped in a white cloth. Using a single finger, she revealed it. The small portion between the sheath and the guard was tinged with an unnatural, undulating light. The wind clung and tickled Tigray's hair. So this has been on your mind. It's as if the sword has its own intent. Tigray spoke while stroking his hair, which was touched by the wind. Ellen laughed as she sheathed the sword. It is also called Koma no Zanki, brilliant beheader of the fallen spirit. It is a weapon permitted only to the Vanadis. Tigray could not speak immediately. Though it was difficult to believe, Tigray had experienced it twice before. Including this time, it was his third time. The history books call this a Veralt Dragonic tool which controls wind. I don't know all the details, but is this sword the cause of the wind? To be more accurate, it can manipulate it. You've seen it before, but it was able to divert the arrow and lift an entire horse. Why did you not use it and didn't against me? It was a desperate fight, which is why he felt it annoying that she had cut corners. Because it was fun. Tigray frowned upon hearing Ellen's prompt answer. At that time, I could have used it to strike your other arrows down, but I wanted to compete with your bow with only my skill. You did a dangerous thing. Tigray looked at her with both amazement and confusion. It went well, so don't worry. What else did you want to talk about? Do the other Vanadis have similar weapons? Yes, they also have a Veralt Dragonic tool, though they aren't the same. Well, in all respects, they are tools beyond understanding. Removing her smile, Ellen spoke seriously, as if on the battlefield. The Vanadis is said to be able to fight 1,000 troops. In reality, though a Vanadis is an excellent soldier, each wields a dragonic tool, giving them the capability to fight an army of warriors. There are stories of Vanadis fighting 3,000, even 5,000 enemies single-handedly. Though monstrous words were stuck into Gray's throat, he forced them down. Strange, why didn't you invade Brune or Musinal? Each of the 7 people were, quite literally, a match for 1,000. Even if half the troops were left behind to defend the country, if 3 or 4 of them were to fight, they could vastly expand their territory. They could not be blamed for their invasion if they won. Perhaps the king does not want such a thing. Ellen crossed her arms and looked at the sky, giving thought to an answer. Ultimately, it is because the king has not ordered us to. Due to the unexpectedly light remark, Tigray had no words to say. Her words held no affection for royalty, she had spoken as if it were a joke. There was neither goodwill nor respect. Do you dislike the king of Zichdid? Though I don't hate him, I don't particularly like him. He is the king now, so I only contact him occasionally. As if remembering something displeasing, Ellen's beautiful face turned bitter. Our country is maintaining peace and stability for now. We have had decades, even a century in which we were unable to expand our lands. Though every king has been excellent in his own way, none were able to properly conform to the presence of all 7 Vanatties. Often, because they fear the Vanatties, they came to argue with us. Now, the Vanatties, while pretending to follow the king, scheme to appoint an appropriate person to lead. How terrible! While frowning, only those words could be expressed. None of the Vanatties wish to become king. The Vanatties kneel to the king. The king is to be defended. Those who fight for the king cannot become the king. Tigray inclined his head upon hearing her response. Is there some restriction they are bound to? Though it was beyond his understanding, it was not an impossible story. The existence of a power that surpasses common sense, Tigray had already witnessed it. The present king is such a man. While the Vanatties kneel superficially before him, he does not have the ability to make them sincerely follow his lead, nor do we hold a will to do so. He doubts us and is alert for any sly actions. He thinks of how to reduce our power in fear it may turn on him. He is neither wise nor bold enough to attack another country. Ellen shook her argent hair and let out a deep sigh. I wish for someone with both traits, someone fluent in politics, someone who can be both kind and harsh. I wish for a king who is not swayed by emotion and overflows with a sense of justice. It seems you've been having trouble. There's no point in me complaining anymore, but really, I would like a better king. I see. If only His Majesty, the king of this country, were a little better. Tigray had trouble thinking of this as another person's problem. However, if asked what I would change about the country, I would hesitate to say something. It is by his power that the citizens of Late Merits have a peaceful life. I don't think I would make a better king, since I would advance my own directives. You shouldn't insult yourself so much. Tigray stopped her, hearing herself ridicule. My family creed is a hunter, does not hold the arrow too long, nor hunt the beast too often. What does it mean? Ellen listened to Tigray's words with interest, her eyes wide open. Although the arrow is necessary to hunt, if used too often, it corrupts the land. Simply put, hunting in the mountains and forests is only fun if you don't do it all the time. You mean everything in moderation. Though it may sound arrogant of me, you believe too little in your ability. You should understand, having seen the town, the land now is not bad. Ellen's bright red eyes looked curiously at Tigray, who spoke earnestly. You. Her murmur was overshadowed by the blowing wind. The cold air accompanied the wind, stroking her argent hair. The night sky approached. Just now what? Though Tigray asked with a frown, Ellen stood up energetically without responding. I did not think I would be comforted by you. She looked back at Tigray, the usual vibrancy returning to her smile. I'll say my thanks, though, I feel a bit better. Is that so? It was odd, given their position, that he could cheer her up. Still, Tigray obediently thought it good. Though Ellen tried to throw away the basket holding the baked apple, she stopped, hearing a small cat with black hair at the root of a tree. Ellen smiled happily and bent over, giving the apple core to the creature. Do you like cats? I kept one long ago, since they were useful to ward off the rats. Right now, I only have Looney. Do you have any? Rather than saying I had a pet when I was small, I helped take care of an old retired sheepdog. Tigray recalled those days, tilting his head. His body was large, and he was always sleeping. His body must have been a great pillow for a catnap, right? That, though Ellen had a boastful face, her words did not continue. Hi-yo. Ellen let out a lovely scream and jumped aside, hanging on to Tigray. As she held him, Tigray inadvertently felt something unnecessary. Wah, what? What's with that voice that doesn't suit you? She lifted her foot and stamped down. Get back in that alley. I'll cut your tongue off so you can't say anything impolite again. The sound of her sword rang as she pulled it from her waist. She glared at Tigray with a red face. No, sorry. That was inappropriate. Really, I've never screamed like that when faced with bears or boars. Ugh, you're thinking about it. The sword at her waist, the blade of silver white, returned. I'm not. Tigray denied while waving his hands hastily. But what could surprise you so much? Tigray looked at Ellen's feet and saw a shiny black insect, now twitching. Tigray looked amazed, seeing the insect drive her to her tiptoes. Do you not see these often? The imperial palace is well cleaned, and I suppose you wouldn't notice them on the battlefield. Tigray said that aloud out of sympathy. By the way, Tigray was accustomed to seeing them, since they were on the mountains and in the forests when he hunted. If it's noticeable, no matter where, you hate what you hate. Ellen's expression clearly said she feared it rather than hated it. Her face and gesture, much like a child's, was adorable. Tigray inadvertently laughed. Wah, what's so amusing? No, I'm quite relieved to find even you can be weak to something. You. Ellen's face was dyed crimson, as she had trouble countering Tigray's words. With a snort, she changed tactics. She would go on the offensive. Tigray was perplexed. Though his words were earnest, they may have offended her in some way. However, he did not worry too much. Ellen took a few steps forward, her argent hair shaking as she moved. She looked over her shoulder and glared at Tigray. Let's go. Tigray ran after Ellen in a hurry. Section. When they returned to the imperial palace, Lim stood at the castle gate. Though she normally did not show emotion on her face, it was clear from her ice-gold irises that she was angry. Tigray involuntarily shrank back. You took your time. The day hasn't ended yet. Here, a souvenir. Warding off the thorny voice, Ellen passed her the bag with a stuffed animal and spoke in her normal tone. Though Lim had a face as if she wanted to say something to Tigray, she held back until she looked in the bag. This is. Do you like it? I wanted to get you a present, so I went to town for it. Ellen spoke fluently, proud as a peacock. It was not just anger flowing from Lim's body. By the way, were you looking for someone? Unfortunately, it was you. Got it, still, I had company this time. After that, Lim cast her gaze to Tigray. Why did you return? It must have been a heaven-sent opportunity for you to run away. Do you have the confidence to return? Are you foolish? Or perhaps you do not understand your situation. You should applaud me for letting the opportunity pass. I see, so you are a fool. Lim pointedly responded to Tigray's words. You shouldn't be so harsh. He came back, after all, and Tigray was the one to get you the present. When Ellen mediated from the side, Lim sank into an awkward silence. Lim, you may return to your room. I will guide Tigray. Ellen waved her hand away. Lim sighed and returned an unfriendly expression. She bowed in silence and walked away while holding the bag. Tigray vacantly noticed her gait was light. Well, that's done. Now then, let's follow her. Follow? Tigray looked at Ellen suspiciously. I'll show you something interesting. Ellen walked briskly, with Tigray following after her. The soldiers saluted when they noticed her. Ellen lightly waved to them and returned their salute. Tigray noticed they nodded to him. I don't recognize the place we're going to. Tigray asked the question, since it had always been Rurik guiding him around the palace. I suppose it's not unusual. The women's rooms are around here. They were in a straight corridor lined with rooms spaced at regular intervals. Girls' voices could be heard in some rooms. Is it fine? I'm giving you permission. Walk quietly. Ellen halted in front of a certain room. After confirming no one was in the surroundings, she carefully drew her sword and uttered a small incantation. The air moved. Tigray understood Ellen used the power of the silver flash. The face of the argent-haired Vanattis looked like a child playing a trick. Even if the door is opened, Lim will never hear a sound. Your sword will cry, at least I would. Indeed, Tigray felt sorry for the sword. Tigray felt something at the scruff of his neck. It seemed as if the wind was grumbling. The sword seemed dissatisfied. Look, don't you want to know what she'll do with our present? Certainly, Tigray was anxious when he saw the stuffed animal. Ellen said she wouldn't treat it poorly. Though there was no sound, there was a possibility he would be noticed. Tigray carefully opened the door, leaving enough space for the two to look through the crack. Lim sat on the bed, hugging the bear. Though her face was not visible, it was easy to imagine her expression given her actions. Tigray was amazed. More than what he saw, the number of stuffed animals inside surprised him. It was unusual, given her cool impression. He had never considered it. Tigray and Ellen continued to watch. Lim closely and happily embraced the bear. What should your name be? Alexei, I haven't used that yet. Your eyes are the color of a pomegranate, I wonder. She's given it a name. Every one of them, it was his limit. He continued to erase his presence. Tigray quietly closed the door and looked at Ellen. Her face showed her amusement. That's how it is. Yours too, so you might want to give her another stuffed bear. She usually forgives me with that. Section, Audiobook by Masquerade Audiobooks. Chapter 6, Awakening of the Magic Bullet. Tigray visited Ellen's office a few days after they walked around the castle town. Lim sat next to Ellen, helping her process the documents. It's been a while. Do you have any business? Ellen looked at him and spoke with a light tone. Tigray responded with a serious expression. I wish to see some of the documents you work on. Of course, I don't expect you to allow me to see them all, just the ones you can. Ahem. Ellen's bright red irises looked at him with surprise and interest. May I hear your reason? Lim looked up at Tigray and spoke in a tone as if she were interrogating him. Her expression showed she would not pardon an inappropriate reason. Tigray scratched his head in embarrassment and answered honestly. When I returned to Alsace, I thought I might be able to apply some of what I learn. He was embarrassed because his response truly was a simple one. Chatting with Ellen as they walked through the town had a strong impact on Tigray. Lim, help him, you still haven't thanked him for the stuffed animal. This should be just right. Eleanor-sama. Apparently she was being teased for her embarrassing hobby. Lim narrowed her blue eyes in indignation. Where will you work? It would be great if you could do it here, since we won't have to worry about losing any documents, and it will make it easier to kill you if you do anything. Do it in his room. I have a responsibility to manage these documents he can't see. After being told off coldly, Lim and Tigray held many documents and left the office. Rurik, who was standing nearby, was asked to prepare a table and chair as the two walked down the corridor. Is it fine leaving her alone? She will be fine. There hasn't been much time since the last assassin appeared, and Eleanor-sama always has a reason when moving about in secret. Lim answered without looking at Tigray. A reason? She goes to get alcohol, try out new dishes at her favorite restaurant, or clown around with minstrels once rumors appear in the imperial palace. No such talk has been found, so she will work diligently for a while. Rurik was made to help carry a table and chair to the crowded room. Thank you for your work, Rurik. Letting Rurik rest, Lim went across the table and sat face to face with Tigray. I have heard Alsace is a land filled with mountains and forests. Are you worried about flood control? Or perhaps field rights and irrigation? Or are you concerned about highway maintenance? Since we are poor, I would like to avoid anything costly. It could take us 5 or 10 years to save up. I understand. Let's start there then. For a moment, Tigray saw Lim smile. Though her face changed momentarily, it quickly returned to normal. The documents, in a certain sense, were more difficult to read than history books since Tigray was still not good at reading the Zichtid language. However, Tigray was surprised by how politely Lim taught him when he did not understand something. She was patient enough to help him until he understood. Originally, they went through the documents at a slow pace. After one koku, approximately 2 hours, they had made their way through 2/3 of the pile. The two decided to take a break. Lim called the maid for a drink. Thank you. I learned a lot. When Tigray thanked her, Lim shook her head. It is nothing spectacular. Though I have read these before, it allowed me to review things once again. Lim responded in a curt tone, then looked at Tigray in a hesitant manner. After finishing his drink, Tigray noticed her glancing at him, as if hesitating over what to say to him. Lim, though hesitant, seemed to show expressions with an unusually amiable atmosphere. Do you believe you can return to Alsace? Tigray's expression froze. Silence filled the room. Her words were unforgiving. 40 days had passed since Tigray was taken captive. Fewer than 10 remained. If the ransom had been prepared, it would be time for a response letter to arrive. However, there was no such report. She spoke as if Tigray had forgotten. Eventually, Tigray laughed to break the silence. Even if I consider the worst-case scenario, and the ransom has not been prepared, it would do me no good to become anxious. I suppose that is true. If I were distraught, it would be an insult to the people who worked hard for my sake. When he thought he might not see Tater again, he became anxious and lost sleep. Still, Tigray had faith in her. At the very least, he wanted to give off that appearance. Though his feelings were a little different, it would be too embarrassing if he were to express his sentiments clearly. I would say it is half anxiety, half vanity. He was easily seen through. However, I understand your feelings. Lim lowered her head to Tigray in apology, and the room became silent. We should complete our work soon, then. Putting her empty ceramic cup on the table, Lim smiled. Tigray was shocked to see such a soft expression. A moment later, Lim's face returned to its normally frozen expression. It had become dark before they managed to work through the remaining documents. "Thank you for the hard work." While bowing, Lim let out a deep breath. Tigray threw his body onto the bed and lay on his back. Though he was the one to ask, he had read dozens of documents written in a foreign language. It was a difficult task. "You may rest as you are. I will have Rurik bring you your dinner." "Thank you. You've saved me." Without returning a word, Lim left the room. After she closed the door, she let out a sigh. Did he work because he knows? Right now, an intense atmosphere has engulfed Brunn. The soldiers were ordered to not speak to Tigray of the situation in Brunn, but such information could still leak. He has likely guessed it. After hesitating, Lim shook her head. "Even if I tell him, he will only become uneasy." In Brunn Kingdom, Masses was busy trying to help Tigray. However, no one offered to help. Everyone was concerned with securing their own safety. Duke Thenardier had heard from an intimate aristocrat. The story came about while many aristocrats were gathered at a pavilion, drinking and chatting together. The Duke frowned, hearing about didn't. "It was an awful battle. Due to others' foolishness, even my child was subject to defeat." The Duke had become 42 years old. His large physique and stunning black beard was wrapped in luxurious silk clothing. In his 30s, the kingdom sponsored him to join in battle. He always earned remarkable military services in battles against Zichdid. His talent was also shown in the courts. Due to his skill, he was able to acquire a power which could silence even the king. There was a difference between confidence and arrogance. There was no fear in his eyes. Still, confidence becomes overconfidence, which often leads to cruelty. Though he continued such actions, no one stopped him. What happened in Dinant? A young aristocrat, Earl Vorn, was made captive by the enemy's general, the Vanadis. How deplorable. Instead of suicide, he settled for such a pathetic thing. He also left his companions alone. It is because of such people that we were defeated. After relentlessly abusing him verbally, the Duke nodded and continued his words. "If I recall, that boy's only skill was with the bow. He was likely captured after throwing his bow aside and running away. If it was my child, he would fight bravely until his sword or spear shattered." The aristocrat, who was a guest, needed to lessen the Duke's anger lest he snap. Even the Duke was a parent. He had learned of the abomination of Dinant from his son. What kind of face did he have at the time? Zayn, the son of Duke Thenardier, ran away, leaving those to his left and right behind, the moment he heard of the supreme commander, the prince, dying on the battlefield. Though the Duke did not know about it, the aristocrat did not wish to tell him. Although his anger was without reason, it was not particularly harmful. Lord Masses, who is intimate with Earl Vorn, seems to be preparing a ransom for him. "What shall we do, Duke?" "He wishes to ask me. Does he expect me to help this shameless action?" The Duke's thick hands shook as the aristocrat continued speaking. "Think about it. Even an aristocrat who is beyond your help may be useful, Your Excellency. Your mercy may become effective in fighting Sir Gainlan." The war between Duke Thenardier and Duke Gainlan was unavoidable. It was recognized by the domestic aristocrats. The citizens thought so as well. Thenardier's wife was the king's niece. The husband of Gainlan's elder sister was the king's nephew. Since Gainlan was connected through the king's elder sister, he was farther from power. The rights to the throne in Brunn gave priority to men, as is typically the case. The present king had neither brother nor child, only a niece and a nephew. Neither would compromise on the position of who would ascend to the throne. Will you answer their terms before Duke Gainlan? It may act as a catalyst for those who still waver. Contact with the Duke, whether as an ally or not, was desirable. However, the Duke refused. "Though it is not a bad plan, I will not do such a thing for a coward." After the guests left, the Duke called a servant after a sudden thought. "Prepare a map." Looking at the map brought by the servant, he confirmed the location of Alsace. So this is his land. A sigh of disappointment leaked from the Duke. Alsace was not only distant from the center of the kingdom, but small. The majority of the land was mountains or forests. It was said there was not much there, and it was difficult to catch anything. However, it is in contact with the Zichdid border. That cannot be overlooked. After thinking for a while, the Duke called for his son. You called for me, father. Zayn appeared before his father. He was a young noble with an appropriate appearance and garb. I wish for you to do something. The Duke beckoned to his son and pointed at a place on the map. Do you know of Alsace? Take 3,000 soldiers with you and burn it to the ground. Zayn frowned. He was not surprised by his father's cruel instruction. He thought of the trouble, remembering it was a distant land under Tigray's care. I will not refuse your instructions, father, but may I hear the reason? The Duke first told the story he heard from the aristocrat. The Lord of Alsace is absent. Though the land is hardly worth taking, I would rather Gainlan not plunder it. It would be even more troublesome if Zichtid took control. Indeed. However, to send 3,000 troops to such a small land, isn't that too much? Though there is nothing there, the people may be very territorial. Kill all who resist, capture and take all you can carry. We can sell the objects and people to Muezzanal. Any good-looking women you can give to the soldiers. Zayn was delighted to hear his father's words. Thank you, father. This will help with soldier morale as well. I suppose it will be unnecessary to gather the knights then. No, take at least 1,000 knights. Pass through the lands of other nobles and display your strength. Show them House the Nardier. As you wish. By the way, Zayn lowered his voice, now speaking as father and son. What of His Majesty the King? He is in his room as usual. He is mentally and physically weak from what I hear. It is doubtful he will live for even another month. With the prince out of the way, it will be a good thing if he dies. Hearing the Duke gloat, Zayn's eyes looked fearful. There was a rumor that his father and Duke Gainlan had cooperated to murder His Highness, the prince. He oppressed the people of his territory. Though Zayn thought of it as simply crushing insects, he still held respect for the king and prince as a vassal of the royal family. He looked on in fear and awe at his father, who easily overstepped the boundary. So the rumor was true. Thinking about it, though, he had no reason to disobey. He bowed his head. After preparing his troops, he set out for Alsace. Zayn Sama. A voice came from behind Zayn as he left his father's room and was walking down a corridor. Turning around, he noticed an elder man wearing a black robe. Zayn frowned in disgust. What is it, Drekavac? Drekavac was the old man who stooped forward. It seems you are going to battle, Zayn Sama. I will give you a present. A present? You'll give one to me. Zayn's grimace became more severe. This elderly man was a soothsayer who served the Thenardier family for many years. However, Zayn had never once liked Drekavac. Rather, he hated him enough to kill him. He wanted to discard the man rather than spend the money on him. He had not done so, though, because the man had been appointed by his father. Zayn could do nothing when it came to his father's men, but he avoided seeing Drekavac as much as possible. Please, come this way. Drekavac turned his head back and began walking. Zayn reluctantly followed. They left the hall and headed toward the stables. As they approached the stable filled with the hated smell of animals, Zayn tried to yell out negligently. Drekavac, however, took a detour to the back. In here, Drekavac lifted a cloth with his hand. Underneath were the heads of dragons. One was an Suro earth dragon and one was a Weifel wyvern, both 80 chet, approximately 8 meters in height. They boasted huge bodies with short, stocky limbs and strong scales covering their entire body, protecting them from sword and spear. A dragon could quickly rush with enough force to destroy a wall and had strength and vitality. The wyvern's huge wings could be used to let a human fly. Though its scales were hard, they were not as strong as the earth dragons. Oh, Zayn was overwhelmed, since it was the first time he had ever seen a dragon. He thought their existence was a myth or a fairy tale. It was beyond his knowledge. Their training is almost complete. Even if you released them on the battlefield today, they would work splendidly. Is it really okay? Of course. You can touch them if you wish. Though hesitant, Zayn was curious, seeing a dragon for the first time. His obstinacy won over his fear. He carefully stepped toward the wyvern. Though the wyvern bowed abruptly, as if it was shy, it remained still when his palm touched it. Zayn took a deep breath, feeling the rough scales. I hope it is to your liking. Yes, well done, Drekavac. I'll ride this wyvern. His poor mood from a while ago was completely blown away. Zayn gave words of appreciation to the old man. Where did he catch the dragons? How were they trained? He did not think of it at all. There is only one thing you must be wary of. What? The dragon has not become accustomed to the scent of human residences. Please, do not bring it into the city." Though Zayn frowned, he recalled the story that dragons lived in uninhabited recesses in mountains and disliked the smell of man. Though he did not know if it were true, he felt it reasonable. "Well, I won't be entering any towns. It will be intimidating enough to simply walk with it visible." Zayn's heart throbbed, imagining such a spectacle. Section. Only 2 days remained until the ransom deadline. Is it impossible? Tigray lay in bed and rolled around, staring at the darkness. He had woken up in the middle of the night. The first time this happened was a few nights ago. Sleeping soundly until midday did not change. Though he tried not to worry, he could not change the condition of his body. "Like I thought, I'm afraid." It was the fate of his future. He may be thrown into a situation he would not survive. A knock was heard on the door. It was small enough such that he would not notice had he been asleep. At this time, he was wary, since he was not allowed to keep even a knife. Tigray opened the door while tightening his grip on his bow. "Oh, you came." Rurik stood before him, holding a candlestick. The small flame flicked. It was difficult to see anything beyond Rurik. "What's wrong?" Seeing him act differently, Tigray quieted his voice. Rurik whispered an explanation. "Lord Tigravermud, there is a person who wishes to meet you. Can you follow me?" Try to make as little noise as possible. Tigray nodded. In the pitch-dark passage of the night, the two carefully walked. It seems they were moving so as not to alert the other soldiers, since they advanced through passages different from the norm. Tigray arrived at the training area. One elderly person sat enclosed by several soldiers. His face, lit by a soldier's torch, was well known to Tigray. Batran, nearly letting out his voice, Tigray rushed to Batran, ignoring the soldiers, and took his hand. Young lord, you are safe and sound." "You too, thank goodness. Really, thank goodness. Did Lord Masses survive? What of Tata and Alsace?" While tightly grasping the old man's hands, tears fell from his eyes. Tigray cried from the bottom of his heart. The surrounding soldiers were surprised, impatient, and panicked. "Tigray-san, your voice. Sorry." After being scolded, Tigray apologized, since he intended to keep his voice down. Tigray noticed the soldiers at last and saw them associating frankly. "Thank goodness, you're all acquainted." Rurik, having caught up, smiled in relief. This elderly man unexpectedly sneaked into the imperial palace. Since he spoke with the accent of Brune, he was captured. "When I brought up Lord Tigravermud's name by chance, he persisted that we introduce you to him. Fate was kind." One of the soldiers shrugged his shoulders. "It was good that those who dislike you did not catch him. They probably would have injured him without asking any questions. Even if there was no one so extreme, so long as Limlisha was not informed, he would be imprisoned without meeting you. Everyone, thank you." Tigray wiped the tears from his eyes as he thanked the soldiers. "Please don't worry. It's not like we can figure what to do from now on either." One of the soldiers made a difficult face. "We will have to report that an old man came to help you escape and arrest him. Also, you will need to return to your room obediently." Though they had a friendship with Tigray, they still served Ellen. There was a limit to what they could do. "I'm sorry if this ends with you being scolded." "I understand." "Batran, I want to hear what's going on." Tigray wanted to confirm Tata's safety. He asked Batran, who was shedding tears. "Young lord, 3,000 troops belonging to Duke the Nardier are advancing toward Alsace." "What do you mean?" Tigray was confused. He could not understand. Certainly, he did not get along with Zayn or Duke the Nardier, but the soldiers would not be moved on emotion alone. The king would not permit such an action. Alsace was not even adjacent to Duke the Nardier's territory. It was between the lands of other aristocrats. Influential nobles passed over his home. "I do not know how to tell you." Using his withered arms to wipe his tears, Batran took a deep breath as he took a letter from his breast pocket. "This is a letter from Lord Masses. Actually, he has provided a map and a horse." Tigray took the letter and quickly read it after impatiently cutting the seal. There was first an apology for being unable to prepare the ransom. Alsace was peaceful for the time being. Also, it was written that Tata went to the temple to pray every night. Tata. Though Tigray was moved to tears, his body went hot with anger after reading the following sentence. Duke the Nardier dispatched 3,000 soldiers to burn Alsace and would sell the people he captured to Muezzanal. In addition, Duke Gainlan knew about it and was trying to move his soldiers ahead of time. He would do his best to suppress Gainlan, so he wanted Tigray to escape from Zicted in any way he could. They're doing whatever the hell they want. By the time he noticed, Tigray had crushed the letter in his hand. His overflowing anger could not be suppressed as he clenched his teeth. Mutters leaked from the soldiers surrounding Batran and Tigray. They were showing their grief and mourning. It was a failure in their behavior. They had unexpectedly become too kind to Tigray. Lord Tigravermud. The soldiers exchanged glances, trying to push the unpleasant role on another person. Rurik advanced as he spoke. Though I sympathize with your feelings, I implore you, please return to your room. It is poor of me, but I cannot comply. Placing the letter into his clothes, Tigray stood up and walked toward the castle gate. He was surrounded within 5 steps. Please return. Rurik stared at Tigray, his tone now stronger. I do not wish to be rough. No, you are to have the death penalty if you approach the rampart. I will be forced to tell Vanadi's Sama. I understand, but I will still leave. Though his voice was quiet, it was terrible and daunting to those who heard. Rurik was accustomed to war. He was far from timid, being a veteran. Still, hearing Tigray's voice and glance, he was overwhelmed by his fighting spirit. Due to the thirst for blood Tigray released, he could only move away. Extending his hand, Tigray walked forward, thrusting Rurik aside. It's quite noisy. Hearing a bright voice, Tigray stopped his feet. Where are you going so late at night? Folding her arms, Ellen stood at the castle gate, her silver-white hair bathed in the moonlight. It shined and scattered like fine particles. Seeing their lord, Rurik and the other soldiers bent to their knees. Respect, fear, and anxiety engrossed them. Though the Vanadis was known to be tolerant, she was by no means sweet. I believe I said you are not to approach the rampart. Though it was midnight, Ellen was dressed in a dark blue, long-sleeved shirt and skirt. Her sword was at her waist. So you noticed. She would not be sleeping in those clothes, and she would not have the time to show up after getting dressed. I could also come out in the clothes I sleep in, but would you be able to recognize me? Tigray did not associate with her familiar, teasing tone. Please let me pass. I must return to Alsace. Did you forget your position? Tell me your reason for the time being. Though the time it would take to explain was regrettable, Tigray spoke the content of the letter sent by masses. Do you have any evidence to guarantee its certainty? None, though if it is the Nardier, it is likely to happen. Please, Tigray was pleading in desperation. It will be too late once my home has been burned. Please let me leave. I will return for sure. Ellen had not responded. She looked down, as if thinking about something. A mysterious light could be seen in her bright red eyes, as if praising Tigray. If you go to Alsace, what will you do? I will defend my people. Tigray answered in irritation, not understanding the meaning behind Ellen's question. How? How? He found himself at a loss for words. I know your skills with the bow, however. You are not an immortal hero. Can you do this alone? You may be confident in your skill, but you would be a fool to think you could fight 3,000 alone. I know that. Even if you understand, you will go. However, what else can I do? Such a haphazard man. Do you really think you can do anything once you get there? Even if he shouted, he was cut short immediately. Ellen sighed, seeing him, and placed her hand on the silver flash at her waist. Escape calls for capital punishment. Are you tired of living? If you are heading to your death in Alsace, it might be better to end your life here in Late Merits. Unsheathing the blade, she pointed its tip to Tigray with a straight arm. So you will not let me pass. Tigray glared at Ellen in resentment. He was behaving like a spoiled child, unable to bring forth better words. He understood. He understands why Ellen was doing what she was. Why don't you understand me? Her tone had unexpectedly changed. Ellen continued to scold him. Why are you not using the wisdom you had and didn't when you improved your chances, even in such a situation? Why do you move on your emotions now? What are you saying? Though Tigray was confused by Ellen's words, he stared at her bright red irises and swallowed his words. He had not considered it, right now. What could he do? Tigray would die by Ellen's sword if he could not answer. He had a bow in his hand, but no arrow. What he wanted to do, what he should do. The sword reflected light and shined. Tigray could not help but glance at it. Suddenly, a question sprang to his mind. Why has Ellen not felled me in this situation? Why has she not ordered Rurik to capture me? She understood the ransom could no longer be paid at this time. Though Ellen was not obsessed with money, she made a clear distinction, saying she would sell him to Muezzanal. She no longer needed to say anything. It could be. Tigray arrived at an answer. Ellen was trying to employ him in the most efficient way possible. She was giving him the chance. Will you serve me? Ellen asked that of Tigray before. It might still be valid. This is my only opportunity. If he made a mistake, Ellen would forsake him. He took a small breath, then let it out. Tigray calmed his breathing to settle down. Is this the same as when I faced her and didn't? My body is tense and my knees are trembling. I have a request. Tigray bowed to Ellen. Please lend me your soldiers. On his knees, Rurik's breath stopped momentarily. Amongst the soldiers, he was his best friend. As a captive, it was unprecedented that he asked to be loaned the soldiers. Ha ha ha, eh ha ha ha. Ellen's eyes opened wide. Though Tigray watched the face full of amazement, her body was bent over, bursting in laughter. To say nothing of Tigray, even the soldiers had never seen Ellen laugh like this. Really, somehow, your impudence is refreshing. Though Ellen laughed for more than a minute, once it ended, she wiped the tears in the corner of her eyes as she looked at Tigray. He wondered what he said would make her so happy. Even the breeze seemed to sway happily. You want me to lend them to you, but I'm not that nice. Naturally, I can't do it for free. What do you want? All of Alsace. So long as you govern it in the same manner as late Merits. Though he thought it needless to say, it was a necessary promise to defend the people within his territory. I can't govern it exactly the same, but I'll keep that in mind. Ellen asked him with her glance. Tigray nodded his head in assent. Then, let's go. Ellen sheathed the silver flash and turned to the palace. Lim stood beside her with a spear. With excitement in her voice, Ellen shouted an order. Lim, this is war. Grab the Zernitra Black Dragon flag. Section, under Ellen's command, 1,000 soldiers would head to Alsace. Though only 1/3 the number of enemy, there were many circumstances. First, she gave priority to speed. A large army's movements were dull. It also took time to prepare the weapons and food needed to feed the soldiers. It was also necessary to pass through the path in the Vosges Mountains. But the number could not be too small, or else they could not fight. Due to these factors, 1,000 troops were deemed necessary. It was composed almost entirely of cavalry. As for the horses, 3 times the number was prepared. A large amount of substitution horses were prepared so as to increase the marching distance. I was surprised. In Ellen's private room, Lim helped put on her armor, expressing her surprise with an indifferent expression. I never thought he would ask you to lend him the soldiers. Your expectations were not met either. Ellen responded happily. Lim promptly noticed Batran sneaking into the imperial palace, as well as his capture by the soldiers. She guessed they would allow Tigray and Batran to meet. Lim reported to Ellen, saying he likely came to free Tigray. Ellen quickly changed clothes and moved to the castle gate. At that time, Lim and Ellen made a bet. Ellen would show up at the castle gate and would not allow Tigray to escape. What would Tigray say when cornered? What actions would he take? Lim thought Tigray would challenge Ellen with the bow. If he won, he would escape. Ellen felt Tigray would recall their conversation and thought he would ask to be her subordinate. In doing so, his territory would become hers, and Ellen would use her soldiers to defend it. If he tried to force his way through or escape in any other way, she would cut him down. Well, the answer was closer to my idea, so it's closer to being my win, Lim. No. If your words had not led him to his decision, you would have lost, Elinor-sama. I asked a simple question, I did not guide him. If you act as normal, Elinor-sama, you would force him using any means possible. I'm not that violent. Have you forgotten what you said and didn't? Though Ellen was heated up, Lim countered gently. Now there was only silence. Before long, Ellen finished donning her armor. The gauntlets, greaves, and breastplates emphasized lightness and ease of movement. There was no helmet. Lim wore a different armor. Her body was encased in a hardened shell. Ellen was a Vanadis, and she held the argent blade. Lim would never go to the battlefield with such an appearance. A knock sounded at the door. When Lim opened the door, Tigray stood before her. Are you finished? Inviting him inside, Lim responded to Tigray's question. Having jumped into Tigray's view was Ellen's appearance as she donned a cloak, providing a blue background to contrast her armor. She stood proudly with her hands on her hips. Look until you're satisfied. You won't have time on the battlefield. She spoke proudly like a child. Though Tigray expected her to speak words like a princess, he minded his manners while thinking of Ellen. Have you completed your preparations? It is as you can see. Tigray wore leather gauntlets and armor. His shin guards and mantle were also made of leather. With bow in hand and a quiver at his waist, he was armed as he was when taken prisoner from Dinant. Your collar is bent. Right, and your hair, it is better to comb it down a little. You can use my comb limb. Ellen's hand extended and touched the scruff of Tigray's neck. Limb touched Tigray's hair. Urged from the right and left by the two and unable to let out his bewilderment, Tigray stood straight, maintaining his appearance as much as possible while being groomed. When they finished, the two gazed at Tigray. Your armor is leather, though embezzled, it's faded and looks solid, though it is not bad for battle, as one leading the army. Well, there is no time, since we did not see this coming. The two pat Tigray's body here and there. Though he understood they had no ulterior motive, Tigray felt a strange excitement and tension. He desperately maintained his presence of mind. Even his breathing had stopped, and he remained still like a statue. So as not to cause a strange reaction with his body, he continued to recite the names of gods in his mind. Certainly, the gods whose name he recited were annoyed by it. Let's go. At last, parting from Tigray, Ellen turned about and walked out to the hallway. Lim followed after Ellen. Tigray, in a panic, hastily pursued the two. With fewer than half the enemy, can you win? It is possible. Hearing Lim's words, Ellen responded as if it were nothing. First, we have the geographical advantage. Seeing the Vanattis glance at him from the side, Tigray began explaining. Though it's true we have an advantage in terms of geography, people following Duke the Nardier have visited Alsace in the past. It has been a few years since then, but it is possible they have marked the area down. Still, I can draw a map, and if we return to my residence, there is an even more elaborate map drawn by my grandfather. I see, they think of Alsace as a kind of resort. They won't expect resistance. Hearing Tigray's words, Ellen responded happily. I have heard Gainlon is at odds with the Nardier. The Nardier can't spare too many forces to attack Alsace. That should give us a good opportunity. Seeing her bright red irises filled with a will to fight, Tigray looked at Ellen once again. The armor Ellen wore was beautiful in itself. However, it was not perfect. With the light in her eyes, she was complete as a Vanatti's. This goddess of war was beautiful and dignified, an embodiment of something mythical. He looked on in admiration of her beauty. Tigray stared at the Vanattis with silver-white hair without speaking. Instead of simply admiring me, why not put it into words, like saying how beautiful I am? Ellen teased him as always. That was the thought that appeared in my mind when I first set eyes on you and didn't. Contrary to the affection in his words, he spoke frankly without being smug. Is that so? When he said that, Ellen's blue mantle quickly fluttered as she quickly turned around, hiding her face which had turned red from the unexpected words. Section, there were few people along the way to Celesta in the middle of summer. To escape from the Thenardier army, the people fled to the mountains and forests in the suburbs. The soldiers who received instruction from masses were guided by the maid, Tata. Those who are sturdy go to the mountains or the forests in the outskirts. For the elderly and children, please take refuge in the shrine. This was written in the letter sent by masses. He is a man of Brune, so he cannot attack a shrine. Even should the Nardier be a man who does not fear God, if he attacks a shrine, the temples will align themselves with Gainlon. The Nardier will definitely not interfere with them. The soldiers moved in accordance to his instructions. Tigray, the lord of Alsace, was absent. The village chiefs and various influential people of the town were at a loss as to what to do, so they were thankful for Massa's guidance. Tata, will you take shelter outside of town? I will remain in the mansion. After seeing the people to the shelter, Tata responded to the soldier's question. Tiger Sama will surely return. When he does, I do not wish the residence to be uninhabited. I wish to be the first to receive him. Though the soldier tried to think of words to persuade her, he gave up. Many people had taken shelter. Tata, every time she was asked, responded in the same way. She only wished to wait for Tigray. I understand. However, tell me at any time if you wish to escape. Thank you very much. Tata bowed with a smile, her chestnut-brown twin tails shaking with her action. She then returned to the mansion. The reason she gave to the soldier was not a lie. However, she had another reason she could not easily explain. If she left the mansion, Tigray may not return. Though it was not so well grounded, Tata felt a vague insecurity. It's fine. Batran will certainly return with Tiger-sama. I only need to wait in the mansion for Tiger-sama. I hope he returns soon. Despite her anxiety, she continued to hope. Embracing the black bow, the heirloom of his family, Tata prayed Tigray would return safe and sound. I do not wish to evacuate. Massa's letter gave the number of days available to evacuate the people before the Nardier's army appeared, but she did not seem to think about it. The biggest reason was the absence of the Lord, Tigray, though another reason existed. The people who lived in Alsace originally had a poor sense of crisis when it came to war. This was even more so since the land had only small towns and villages. Highways did not pass through Alsace. Mountains and forests were everywhere. It was disadvantageous for the movement or deployment of large armies. Other regions would not aim for Alsace, so there was little reason for military forces to pass through. Except for soldiers, none were familiar with war. Furthermore, they did not know of the Nardier's cruelty. The aristocrats of Alsace, Tigray, and Urs were on intimate terms with masses, and the aristocrats governing the adjoining territories were all affable. They did not seriously consider the situation with the Nardier army. If Tiger-sama returns, Tata went to his bed, desperately holding back her urge to cry. Given the number of days since Batran left Celesta, he should have returned. Is it impossible? Will Tiger-sama not return? Tigray did not return that day either. The Thenardier army, led by Zayan, was moving on foot and would reach Alsace in 2 days. Section. Zayan advanced before his 3,000-strong army with a grand attitude atop the Weifel wyvern. Once, he tried flying in the sky with the wyvern, but gave up due to the cold winds cutting into him. It was also faster than expected, so he had the wyvern walk. Flying across the sky with a wyvern is unexpectedly difficult. The sensation is too different from a horse, so I'll practice once I return from my duty. Behind the wyvern was an Sur-o-Earth dragon. The pressure exuded by its massive size and strength gave fear to the soldiers. They kept as much distance as possible while marching. Though Zayan had passed through the territory of 2 or 3 nobles, he had not encountered any interference. Everyone feared the house of the Nardier. Zayan felt comfortable. As soon as we burn Alsace, we'll send the hostages ahead and stop by these regions. It might be good to have them pledge loyalty, and we can grab their wives and daughters. His father might be pleased as well, since his battle with Gainlan would follow soon after. Zayan thought of such things cheerfully when a scout returned to report. The residents have taken shelter. It seems the majority have fled to the forests and mountains. The rest, they have barricaded themselves within the temple. We cannot interfere. Crafty. Zayan's teeth were seen. Very well, let's leave the villages for now and head for Celesta first. No, that's fine. We'll continue to Celesta as we are. Zayan shook his head, hearing his subordinate's proposal. Certainly, we can't destroy the temple, but we can destroy everything else. We just have to burn it all. The people will give up and leave the temple for sure. Zayan smiled when another subordinate appeared to report. Someone has arrived, claiming to be a man from Celesta, who wishes to act as your eyes, Zayan-sama. What kind of person is he? He has 2 names. The old man seems reasonably influential as well. Zayan, having been told bluntly, lost interest. Kill him, throw his corpse in the town. The man with 2 names was the first victim from Alsace. The wall enclosing Celesta was not too high or thick. Attacking it would not require siege weapons. It would not take much time to destroy it. The castle gate could be broken using an axe or a spear. Zayan remembered Drekavak's words regarding the Sur-o-Earth dragon's ability to break through walls just by charging. Surround the temple. We will raise our voices and tire them mentally and physically. Not only will we deprive them of their freedom, we will burn their home. Zayan spoke loudly, and the soldiers' chests swelled with expectation. However, it is important not to kill or destroy too much. Treat the women with courtesy and punish the rest. This was not a fight but a pillage. He gave approval to the soldiers to release their rage and brutality. They would break into houses, take the money and possessions, then set fire to the building. Those who ran and screamed, trying to escape, would be assaulted. Those who resisted would be pierced with a spear. Their blood painted the earth. The wreckage and rubble of buildings and stalls were scattered. The gardens and vineyards were mercilessly trampled. With a sword in the right hand and a bottle, stolen from somewhere, in the left, the soldiers staggered about town, intoxicated on alcohol and destruction. Laughter reminiscent of a barbarian was mixed in with the sounds. Black smoke streaked the sky. Though the dead numbered few, this was due to Zayan's strict orders. The elderly who were not considered worthwhile were mercilessly slaughtered. This village is so tiny, it was easy to demolish. Zayan was away from the army with the dragons and horses, watching calmly. The sight of people begging and trying to escape filled Zayan's heart. Zayan stepped onto the street and pulled his horse up to a building. It was a large estate in comparison to the surrounding houses. Given its size and location, it belonged to the lord. So this is Vorn's house. It's such a shabby structure for an aristocrat's manor. I'll have a look inside before I set fire to it. Zayan dismounted his horse and entered the mansion with the intent to ridicule it. Section: Taita was in the mansion. When the Thenardier army appeared outside of town, Taita wished to face them as Tigray's representative. She was stopped by others, though, and remained in the mansion. 3,000 troops quietly flooded in like a sea of silver. After a time, those who went forth as representatives were returned as corpses. Now they were burning, looting, and destroying the town. Tiger Sama. From the first floor of the house, Taita watched the devastation with a bitter expression. She could not do anything, her body remained still from shock, sadness, and fear. She felt powerless, tears spilled from Taita's eyes. The door was loudly opened. Taita returned to her senses. The first floor? Did someone come in? Her body stiffened. She knew someone had entered. Tiger Sama, please give me courage. Taita moved into the hallway, tightly hugging the black bow. She descended the stairs to the first floor. A young man stood in the hall, looking at the candlestick in the corner. He kicked it over while laughing, the sound resounding through the mansion. Who's there? Her voice trembled. The young man, Zayan the Nardier, turned around slowly. His two eyes looked over Taita's body, as if licking it. Taita shuddered from the ill feeling. What a good-looking girl. If you bow down to me, I might even hold you. Please leave. Taita squeezed those words out of her mouth. Zayan looked doubtful and laughed as he brought a hand to his ear. Did I hear you wrong? Is Vorn's maid really that stupid? Please say it again. Get out. What? I told you to go away. With a red face, Taita shouted at Zayan. This house, this town, Tiger Sama's possessions, do not lay a finger on them. Get out. You would say that to the son of House Thenardier. Zayan pulled out the sword at his waist. Abusive language has a heavy crime. Looks like I'll have to teach you the hard way. Taita's eyes opened widely as she breathed in deeply. She retreated, 1 step, 2 steps. Zayan held back his laughter in his throat. The glittering sword drew an arc. Taita's skirt was greatly torn. Her pure white thighs, nearly showing their base, were bare to see. What is it? If you don't hurry and run, I'll cut your leg next. Taita turned her back on Zayan and ran up the stairs. Zayan followed after her with a cruel smile, as if hunting prey, moving up the steps slowly. Taita returned to the second floor and ran straight to Tigray's room. She closed the door and, with a trembling hand, bolted it, though she failed many times. What do I do? What do I do now? Even with the door bolted, she did not feel easy. He would arrive at the room soon, and there was nothing to block the door. Taita looked about the room with a fearful expression. When Taita's eyes saw Tigray's desk, she ran up to it. If I remember, there was a knife Tiger Sama used. She wildly opened the drawer and found a knife. Gripping the handle, Taita exhaled in relief, noticing again that one arm was embracing his bow. She looked around the room and, after hesitating a moment, ran to the semicircular balcony. Though it was noisy beneath the balcony, she could not look below. The sound of something breaking could be heard behind her. When she turned around, she noticed Zayan had used his sword to create a hole. After breaking through the bolt, he kicked the door down, standing with a distorted smile. We're done already. Taita grasped the knife in both her hands, pointing it toward Zayan, who continued to laugh scornfully. She attacked him in desperation. Zayan stepped into the room and brandished his sword. He knocked the knife away in an unsatisfying manner. A red line ran across Taita's chest. She stepped backward until she was cornered at the balcony. She leaned back while gripping the black bow. Her face was dyed red in anger and embarrassment. Tears floated to her eyes as she embraced the bow while hiding her chest. The wind shook her chestnut brown hair. Tiger-sama. What's this? A lowly maid who doesn't understand her position and holds feelings for her master. Zayn calmly pointed his sword at Tata as he muttered an insult. Vorn will definitely be sold off to Muesinal. I'll do the same to you. Maybe you'll be lucky and meet him. No, Tiger-sama. Tiger-sama will surely come. How brave. It'll be nice if you call out his name when you're under me. Zayn gripped Tata's shoulders and threw her down with all his strength. Tata moaned. She closed her tear-filled eyes and cried Tigray's name in her mind. Zayn put his weight on Tata. It sounded, a short, slow sound. WH-at. Zayn could not believe it as he looked at his hand. It was the hand he had just stretched out to Tata. An arrow was running through it. Where? Rather than feeling pain, it was a chill that ran down Zayn's spine. It would be difficult to aim through the narrow gap of a balcony railing, especially since this was the second floor. Tata. Beneath the balcony, a voice called to her. Tata opened her eyes and thrust Zayn, who was stunned, aside. Tiger-sama. Standing up, Tata cried tears of joy. The boy with red hair and a bow was riding on horseback. Tata, every day, every night, prayed for him to return safely. Jump, Tata. Placing his bow in the saddle, Tigray cried while extending his arms. Tata, without any signs of hesitation, shook away Zayn's hands as he tried to capture her and jumped over the balcony. At the same time, the horse Tigray rode stumbled with a broken foot and sprawled forward. I can't reach Tata, I won't make it, Tigray shouted. Stepping on the saddle, he jumped off the horse. Tigray stretched his hands as far as he could to reach the falling Tata. They touched. In the air, Tigray strongly embraced Tata's delicate body. Though the two looked as if they had been thrown to the ground, they were not injured. Immediately before crashing into the earth, a mysterious wind wrapped around the two. Tigray and Tata landed softly. Tata's skirt floated, swaying in the wind. You did something crazy for this girl, really. Argent hair fluttered as she walked to Tigray. She lowered the longsword in her grasp. Ellen looked down with an amazed expression from atop her horse. She used the wind to help Tigray. Hearing Ellen speak, Tigray understood that. I don't expect anything in return, but if I didn't help you, wouldn't you have been injured? If you landed poorly, you could have died. I was counting on you. While sitting up, Tigray thanked Ellen. His eyes turned to the balcony. So Zayn is in the house. However, Zayn no longer appeared. He must have run inside. Zayn. The Nardier's son, he is the current heir. Ho, so he's probably their commander. Ellen looked back and thought. There were nearly 30 troops accompanying her. So the boss is in the house. I want 10 of you in there. The soldiers got off their horses and entered the mansion with sword and spear at the ready. Tigray turned around and looked at Tata. Though Tata was surprised, tears blotted her hazel eyes. She clung to Tigray strongly. Tiger-sama. She called Tigray's name many times, the sound of tears mixing in her voice. I knew Tiger-sama would return. Sorry for worrying you, it's fine now. Tigray wanted to hold Tata closely until she settled down, but there was no time. Their bodies separated. Tigray noticed the black bow Tata held. Tata's clothes were torn, her fair skin and undergarments were visible. Tigray removed his mantle and gently wrapped her body. Why did you take the bow? Ah, this is the only thing I could carry. Tata had finished crying. Given her situation, she was embarrassed when answering the question. Let me take care of myself. You should have evacuated. I couldn't do that. Tigray frowned. Tata refused him with a strong tone. Tiger-sama, you left the house to me. Even if it was scary, I couldn't run away. Tigray sighed. Though he knew of Tata's stubbornness, it was beyond his imagination. What an energetic girl. Do you like her? Ellen, on horseback, looked down at Tata, apparently pleased. Hearing the voice, Tata looked up at Ellen and then looked around. Behind Ellen, knights in iron armor lined up silently and increased in number. Around them, many of the Nardier's men rolled on the ground. What is this? Tiger-sama, who on earth are these people? Ah, this is Ellen. She is a Vanadis of Zictid, a Lenor of Volteria. They are her subordinates. Tigray explained in a vacant tone. Tata was at a loss for words, her mouth was slightly agape. If I were to tell you more, it would take a while. Tigray stopped speaking. His left hand thrust before Tata's face as he grabbed an arrow shot from the shadows. Tigray knocked the arrow he just caught and shot the bow in an offhand manner. A muffled scream came from where the arrow disappeared. He had shot the hidden enemy soldier, causing a voice of admiration to sound from his allies. Ooh! Pain ran through his hand holding a bow. Tigray looked at his palm. He must have been injured when he grabbed the arrow, as the wound ran linearly. Tiger-sama, your hand. Taita tore her skirt without hesitation and carefully wrapped Tigray's hand with it. Sorry, I'm only good at these things. That's enough. Thank you. He patted Taita's head in gratitude. Are you injured? Tigray returned a smile as Ellen asked him anxiously. No problem, I can still fight. The fight had just begun. He would not stop with a wound of this level. I would hope so. Look, reinforcements. Ellen glanced away and laughed calmly. From the other side of the main street, many knights were rushing fiercely on their horses. They were the Nardier's troops. After waiting for them to approach a certain distance, Ellen ordered her cavalry. Zernitra Black Dragon Flag. The banner of Zictid hung high and wide. The soldiers of House the Nardier screamed in terror. Most had participated in the Battle of Dinant. The vivid colors of the flag fluttered in the wind. They had learned to fear it in battle. Ellen smiled and pointed her sword at the remaining forces. Charge! A battle cry sounded from Zictid army. The troops brandished their swords and spears and ran fiercely on their horses. Before exchanging blades, the troops from the Nardier lost their will to fight. They screamed and turned to flee. Tigray, we're going. Tigray looked at his bow as he tried to respond. There was a deep crack. Was it when I caught Taita? Because he was rushed and had only vague thoughts, he had only now noticed the damage to his bow. I can't use this anymore. It will take time and materials to mend it as well. The arrow he shot a moment ago would be its last. Tiger-sama. Taita ran up to him with short steps and presented the black bow to Tigray with both hands. She had defended it, the black bow, which was his family heirloom. Tigray recalled his father's words. Only when you truly need this bow should you use it. Do not use it otherwise. Tigray hesitated for a moment. No. Surely this was such a time. Tigray received the bow. Though it felt as eerie as usual, he lightly plucked the string. He had neglected it for more than a month. The faintly trembling air and a certain elasticity transmitted through his finger. I can use it as it is. As he grasped the bow he had not used to date, a harmonious feeling traveled through his hand. Though he had touched the bow many times, it was his first time feeling this. It was as if the bow was willing to let him use it. Father, as the present head of the Vorn family, I will use this bow to show you a fight that will not shame my name. Lord Tigervermud. Young lord. You're safe. Rurik and Batran ran up on their horses. Tigray stood up and shook their hands. Rurik, I'm depending on you to take care of this girl. Leaving Taita to the bald archer, Tigray gripped his black bow and mounted a horse. While sitting on Rurik's horse, Taita fearfully called out to Ellen. What is it? Ellen looked at Taita with interest. What is your relationship with Tiger-sama? Ellen almost laughed, but replied with a whimsical tone. That guy, he's mine. It was not a lie. Tigray asked Ellen to lend him her soldiers, but he was still not freed as a prisoner. And in the few days it took to reach Alsace from late merits, the deadline, as stipulated by the ransom, passed. Tigray probably hasn't noticed. Either way, he can't do anything about it. Ellen looked toward the Thenardier army with a brilliant smile. Though Taita was surprised, she stared at Ellen and clasped her hands, squeezing them together to gather her courage. I won't lose. I'm looking forward to it. I'll have to talk to Tigray about who he'll be married to. Ellen laughed as she saw Taita off. A soldier appeared with a report. I'm sorry, the enemy's leader escaped. I see. Well, it can't be helped. Ellen murmured with regret. When Tigray heard Taita remained in his mansion while the Thenardier army attacked, he recklessly rushed in fright. With only his horse, he had quickly made his way to the mansion. Ellen panicked and had her men follow her. She caught up as Taita fell from the second floor. In that time, Zayn was able to run away. I'm a bit jealous. The enemy is currently reorganizing and are preparing to withdraw. You worked hard. After giving words of appreciation to the soldier, Ellen brought her horse near Tigray. Though Batran was speaking to Tigray, he nodded slightly as soon as he noticed Ellen. I will go. Let's go then. The two spoke at the same time and laughed as they looked at each other. Leave about 100 men to search for those who are lurking about in town. We will attack with the rest. They were fighting a force 3 times their size. Tigray and Ellen, as well as the soldiers they lead, had a high morale. Don't let even a single soldier escape. We will repay them in full. He did not have the desire to drive them away or finish the battle. He would crush them. Batran. Tigray turned to the old soldier by his side. His smile was full of anger and the will to fight. Hold my quiver and follow me. With both hands, I don't mind, but can I even have a sword to block with? Relax. Tigray smiled bullishly toward the old man, who was up to his normal antics. So long as you are with Ellen and me, neither sword nor arrow will reach you. I will not let it happen. Section. Zayn escaped through the back door of the mansion and avoided the eyes of his solders. Upon his return, he received a surprising report. The Zictid army is attacking the Zernitra Black Dragon flag. Zictid, impossible, why would they show up here? The soldiers' faces went pale. The power they had when attacking the town was no longer present. While treating the hand hit by Tigray, Zayn stared at his soldiers. Such cowardice. Why did I take these people? This time, Zayn led 3,000 soldiers, and more than 80% had participated in didn't. Zayn wished to remove the dissatisfaction and fear of defeat from them as quickly as possible. They would soon battle Gainlan. It had completely backfired. Their fear of the Zictid army revived in his soldiers. Black Dragon. Zayn's voice trembled, a cold sweat blotted his forehead. It was not just the soldiers who were fearful. But why is Vorn here? Wasn't Vorn a prisoner of Zictid? Zayn was convinced. Did he sell himself to that country? He defected to Zictid, and just when we attacked the town, that traitor, that coward. The Thenardier army left the town of Celesta and joined with the scattered soldiers as they moved toward Malsham Plains. Malsham Plains had flat terrain and would be the best location to demonstrate the might of his army. Zayn summoned his units and had them reorganize. How many soldiers? About 2,700. Zayn was irritated. 300 soldiers were lost in the town. If he had not allowed his troops to indulge in the chaos and had taken charge of his army, he would have been able to escape from the city without too large a sacrifice. And the enemy? I don't know for sure, a few hundred, 1,000 at the most. I need to know how many, increase the number of scouts, find the exact number. Zayn ground his teeth as he drove the soldiers away. Shit. Well, I have the dragon here. Though he did not think he would have a chance to use it, there would be no shortage of fodder if the enemy attacked. We will beat and crush them. I will get rid of the disgrace from Dinant. Zayn divided his remaining troops in two. One group was composed of spear bearers and infantry. The other group consisted of 1,000 troops and remained grounded with him. The main force of 1,000 troops stood behind the Weifel Wyvern. The army of Brune was lined in 3 rows on the Malsham Plains. It was a more than effective plan. Section. Though Tigray's mansion was ruined, some of the objects were safe, the map of the Alsace territory included. While studying the map, Ellen, Tigray, and Lim, on horseback, spoke to each other. Though we have 1,000 troops, we need to leave some to defend the town. We'll only have 900 to fight with. Based on our scouts, the enemy numbers 3,000. Even if they have decreased somewhat, we are still outnumbered 3-1. Ellen looked at Tigray after hearing Lim's explanation. Tigray, do you know where the enemy might escape to? Probably the Malsham Plains. Tigray pointed at the map. Zayn will place his troops so as to maximize a counterattack, then he'll follow after us. Until then, he'll just stay in position. The only place he can do that is at Malsham Plains. Unlike the rest of Alsace, full of mountains and forests, the Malsham Plains had gentle hills. The strength of Brune lies in their ability to settle down and rush forward with spear and shield. As she had said, Brune excelled in rushing power and the ability to penetrate defenses. They held long spears and wore thick iron armor while riding horses. They attacked through the crevices between shield bearers. The shields would be stuck together tightly and was large enough to cover them from head to waist. Though heavy, they could protect themselves while mounted. Lining up and charging together, it was one of Brune's most frequently used tactics. Most frightening was how difficult it was to run away from their attack. With their heavy armor and long spears, even the soldiers behind the front lines could be skewered. If they use shields, then we just have to shower them with arrows. Brune was full of fools who boasted of their strength, all while making light of the arrow. Brune Kingdom has many undulating meadows. Those means of fighting are a necessity. Very well, we'll shoot them, Ellen declared clearly. Tigray, 400 soldiers and I will go. Lim, I leave the rest to you. Take any advantage you can. By the way, any suggestions? I would like rope. It's best if it is a bundle of thin rope, as many as possible. Having heard her, Tigray cautiously asked her a question. What will you do with the horses? They had traveled from Late Merits in a hurry. Lim tilted her head in confusion. Is it a problem if we leave them in Celesta? I just thought of something. Would you let me use them? It happened a half koku later. Both armies faced off in Malsham Plains. Ellen and Tigray led 400 cavalry, shrinking the distance little by little. They reached the distance at which he could aim his arrow. Tigray swallowed his saliva in tension. Are you afraid? Ellen spoke quietly to Tigray so only he could hear. I am afraid. Though Tigray answered in such a manner, he was smiling. It was true Tigray was afraid, but he was next to Ellen, which calmed him down. Rather than anxiety, he felt courage welling deep within his body. But I don't feel like losing. The troops before him more than doubled his own. What a coincidence, same here. Ellen unsheathed her longsword and held it high. A small wind stroked Tigray and Ellen, as if encouraging the warriors. I wonder if I'm feeling this for the first time because you're next to me. As soon as they were done joking, her smile disappeared. She swung her blade. Charge. Amidst the noise of the battlefield, a mysterious wind carried the girl's voice across the battlefield. The 400 Zichtid troops ran across the land as they raised a battle cry. The sky above the Thenardier army was covered in countless arrows as both armies opened fire. Arrowful. A calm wind whirled around Ellen's sword. The attacks swirled around the troops, making all arrows fall to the ground. Tigray pulled arrows from his quiver and knocked them between each of 4 fingers and released them, skewering 3 enemies through the face at almost the same time. They fell, motionless. You really are a man without convention. Ellen looked impressed as she spoke with admiration. To hear, I lack convention from you is a bit unsatisfying. Don't worry, it was a compliment. The 2 armies clashed. A spear was thrust from the right and left toward Ellen. Her horse skillfully avoided them. Ellen raised her sword, and with 2 quick flashes, blood flew from 2 necks. Her silver-white hair waved in the wind. Every time the silver flash glittered, a fountain of fresh blood from the enemy was created. Silfra Wind Princess of the Silver Flash and Melty's Danseuses of the Sword, is it? Brilliantly poised on her horse, her sword moved through the wind as if dancing. Tigray thought the 2 nicknames were well suited. I can't lose here. Tigray drew his bow to the limit and struck the head of the commanders and flag-bearer. The archers were still out of distance. Thinking normally, it was odd to be able to aim his arrows so accurately in such a situation. The blade of an enemy approached from the edge of his view. A scream and blood flew out before him before he completed his aim. Tigray neither evaded nor defended and concentrated solely on his bow. His trust in Ellen made it possible. In response to his faith, Ellen let neither spear nor sword reach him. All soldiers were cut down, all arrows knocked away. The Nardier's first formation, with their commander and flag-bearer shot down, were confused for a time and quickly collapsed. Ellen broke through the first unit. The enemy's second formation, the main force, appeared. Their massive number and force gave them a sense of strength and terror. Charge. The roar of horseshoes and the clash of knights shook the earth. Tigray let loose an arrow at soldiers on horseback rushing toward him. Though the men fell off their horses, he did not allow himself to relax. Leave it to me. You take the flag and the commanders and lower their morale. The soldiers of Zichtid rushed forward, overwhelming the enemy. Tigray aimed at the enemy's flag-bearer in the areas where the troops collided. Though they collided with full force, Ellen did not waver a single step. She parried swords, cut through shields, and cleaved through the helmets of the enemy. Is that the strength of her sword? Though Ellen was an excellent swordswoman, it was absurd to think she could cut through a helmet with her slender arms. The Vanadis of silver-white hair responded. Before the silver flash, armor is nothing but paper. Tigray shot 1 arrow after another, knocking the horses over and forcing their riders to the ground. Though he saw the corpses on the ground, he did not flinch and continued without mercy. When a spear closed in, he switched to a sword. The Zichtid army was being pushed back. The numbers were vastly different, so they were gradually forced to retreat. Also, Insuro Earth Dragon is approaching. The soldier reporting could not hide his fear. Ellen frowned. Did the Nardier manage to tame a dragon while I was unaware? I doubt it. If they had it prepared, it would have shown up and didn't. Impatience and tension floated to Tigray's face. He saw the Earth Dragon. Its length was greater than the one Tigray killed before. Copper-colored is it. The Earth Dragon gave a roar. The men trembled and their armor rattled. The horses were paralyzed in fear, both friend and foe alike. The Earth Dragon stamped the ground as it ran. Its tail mowed down the soldiers of Zicted as it passed by, and it tore through soldiers with its arms. Nothing worked against it. One person was eaten, another was cut in half as his body vomited blood. There were soldiers who stood up to it, but their attacks did not work. Its brass scales were not injured. Swords were broken, spears were thrust aside. Axes and maces had their handles cracked. With their weapons lost, they were stepped on cruelly and crushed underfoot. Tigray shot an arrow at the dragon's eye. The arrow was accurately aimed at the eye, but was easily repelled. Tigray looked grim. Though the Earth Dragon's eyesight was not terribly good, a special film protected it. There were a number of things I could use back then. This time, it was a vast plain where the Earth Dragon could exercise its power. The soldiers were mowed down. The Earth Dragon raged about as it turned. The meadow was paved in blood. Lumps of flesh and iron scraps distorted the landscape. It was only a single dragon, yet hundreds of men were helpless and could not halt its advances. What should I do? It was not possible to advance while avoiding the dragon. The dragon moved to the left and right, blocking all passage to the Thenardier army. Once the distance to the dragon shrunk, the army moved further back. The soldiers of Zicted were shaking. Ellen drew her longsword as if scolding her soldiers. "Stand your ground, this will be our victory." Tigray stood next to her. At this distance, he could aim at the gap in the enemy's armor. Though I won't be shooting at the dragon, my shots will be limited. Batran held more arrows from behind as Tigray continued to shoot. He did not know how many he shot, yet though his fingers and arms were numb, Tigray continued to shoot. Suddenly, they were cornered on the battlefield. The field was large and held the 400 troops. By this time, Lim's men had advanced around the Thenardier army. I was waiting for this. Ellen made her horse advance. She thrust her arm vertically and rushed toward the Suro Earth Dragon. Fighting a dragon was unexpected. I'll show you a little trick with this Earth Dragon. Arifel, called by Ellen, tinged a pale color in response. Around the blade, a wind roared, a small storm brewed about it. The storm continued to undulate. It condensed into a raging tempest. Lay Idmos cleaved the wind. She swung her arm downward, throwing the wind along the ground. The ringing of the wind split the ear. It bored into the earth as it traveled. The scales, impossible to pierce with sword or spear, the nails and fangs, the entirety of the Earth Dragon was sheared in half. On the ground lay the corpse of the dragon, a deep crevice engraved about it. Those of the Nardier stood still. They had seen something unnatural with their eyes. Wind flowed from Ellen's sword and brought her triumph. What was that? I've never seen that before. Tigray inadvertently shouted in excitement. Of course, since it was the first time I showed you. Watching the blue light of the wind disappear, Ellen let out a small breath. It is a mighty power that can't be used by ordinary humans. There are few who have ever seen. Aren't you lucky? I hope nothing ever happens that requires I see it again. Although Ellen's eyes sharpened for a moment, her gaze teased Tigray as she looked at him. They laughed together. The Zicted army could now continue to march. Shortly before the Earth Dragon's defeat, Zayn received a message that a second team, detached from the unit, approximately 400 in size, approached from the west. From what happened on Dinant, I figured they would do something like this. Lim's troops knew of the approaching enemy and began to withdraw immediately. They sporadically stopped their resistance and remained on a slightly elevated hill a small distance away. They were a force of 400 led by Lim, and they were being chased. It seemed there was an accident as the soldiers of the Thenardier army moved up the hill swiftly. Once they reached the middle of the slope, they fell simultaneously, as if caught by something. They noticed a muddy rope stretched across their legs. They fell hard, and many were tied together. The men looked up, realizing they were trapped. The troops from Zicted turned around and ran down the slope. Look at the enemy. They did not pay attention to the ground below them and fell. Lim murmured and pointed down the hill, guiding her soldiers. This resulted in a quick reversal, in which the 400 detached troops defeated the Thenardier army with surprising swiftness. This is thanks to Lord Tigravermud. Gathering her troops, Lim muttered the words in the back of her mind as she looked in the direction Ellen fought. Lim had the residents of Celesta prepare rope for the hill, but did not believe there would be enough time. In spite of that, enough had been gathered to devastate Zayn's troops. I doubt it would go well enough with just their hatred for the Nardier. It must have been due to the trust they hold in Lord Tigravermud. Pushing her golden hair aside, Lim looked to the sky. The sun was sinking. The color of the sky was changing, night would come soon. Zayn was given 2 reports, one after another. His detached corps was routed, and the ground forces, including the Suro-Earth dragon, were defeated. That can't be. He muttered, his small body trembled as he stood by the Weifel wyvern. What about the dragon? Isn't it an earth dragon? Isn't it invulnerable to swords and spears? Nothing could be answered. Zayn Sama used the wyvern. One person advised him to give up. The earth dragon should have slaughtered them. Zayn shouted at his subordinates. It was a valuable dragon I borrowed from father. Its claws were more precious than even 100 of you. However, he could think of no other plan. A new report was brought to him. Enemy forces have approached from the rear. Zayn was annoyed. How many are there? It is difficult to tell since it is approaching nightfall, but it appears to be 2,000 cavalry hidden in the shadows. 2,000. It took him time to speak. The impact Zayn received was immeasurable. The morale he had kept until now had finally disappeared. Right now, he had only 600 soldiers remaining. The dragon was not within his calculations as a human. How can I fight with more than 3 times the enemy coming from behind? Zayn did not notice the actual number of enemies. Though there were 2,000 horses, there were only 100 men. This region, when dark, was shadowed by the mountains and forests. Tigray understood that. It was not just Zayn but his soldiers who were visibly upset. Originally, he had not come to fight in Alsace. He had simply come to pillage the land. Call back the second formation, have them retreat. Hearing Zayn's instructions, the soldiers nearby were stunned. They were surrounded. He was telling them to gather and fight to the end. Zayn Sama, please remain here. Even with 2,000 troops, the Zicted army cannot take us out in an instant. If we can hold on until the last enemy is cut down, we will be victorious. Shut up. Zayn hit the ground hard. The arrow wound in his hand destroyed what little calm remained in him. You will hold your ground? Did you already forget your miserable defeat in Dinant? His fear changed to violence. Zayn did not want to taste the defeat of Dinant again. Besides, we have 2,000 troops approaching from the rear. How can we possibly hold our ground? If he knew the troops approaching from behind numbered only 100, he may have been able to remain calm. Could he fight back? There must have been a way. However, it was impossible for him to know. Due to Ellen and Lim's skillful command, he did not realize it. When Zayn's instructions were transmitted to the second formation, their morale had already greatly decreased. At a distance where his blade could reach the enemy, he would fight desperately. With the enemy he could not see approaching, he had to give unreasonable instructions. However, they served House Thenardier. The troops could not act independently. With their retreat, the battlefield changed. Ellen did not overlook it. We're fighting back now. Ellen cried out to her troops. Until now, she had killed many an enemy, yet on her beautiful face, in her silver-white hair, there was not a single drop of blood. She raised her blade, which remained unmarred. A cheer erupted from the exhausted soldiers. Unlike the Thenardier army, they came to fight. Ellen, Tigray, and those who wielded a sword at the front, none would hold back. As the enemy retreated, Ellen cried out mercilessly. In addition, Lim's forces also joined them. The soldiers attacked from 2 directions. Taking advantage of their mobility, they cut into the cavalry, little by little. Eventually, the enemy collapsed. The flow of battle this evening was completely in favor of the Zicted army. When the main force clashed with the Zicted army, Zayn, guarded by 50 cavalry to Belsta, about 2 kilometers away, stepped away from the Weifel wyvern. That bastard, that bastard. His words could not be heard by the others. There was no excuse for his disastrous defeat. Though the main force, further away, still endured, they were clearly being pushed back. It would only be a matter of time before they were forced to retreat. This can't be. I can't possibly lose, not to Vorn. He was interrupted there. He recognized the shadows of 10 of the enemy troops approaching him. Vorn. The two standing at the head of the rest were Tigray and Ellen. Zayn knew, having fled before. Though Tigray planned to go alone, Ellen left the command of the army to Lim and followed him with a few subordinates. You can't escape this late in the battle. Staring at Zayn, Tigray threw out those words in anger. However, Zayn did not care about Tigray's feelings. Picking up a shield and spear, he advanced. Abhorrence floated in his eyes, a sneer covered his face. So you'd betray your country. I suppose the lowly blood of a hunter would invite the enemy. You're putting on quite a smug face. How dare you? Before you insult me, you should look at yourself. What? Burning the homes of innocents, stealing their possessions. You are no better than a thief. Tigray spoke those words with a quiet anger. His voice was strong. Zayn took a deep breath. People. Zayn spoke with contempt. He would not forgive himself if he allowed Tigray to call him a thief. Tigray's insult was inexcusable. People, you say. I simply took what they threw away and cut things that passed by me. Why should I bother worrying? Ellen muttered as if he were a trivial man. Tigray did not respond. He realized words would be useless. I don't know what you're thinking, but I will not forgive you for invading my territory and harming the people under my dominion. Acting like you're important. No more words left Zayn's mouth. Ignoring Tigray, he pointed his spear and shouted, Fight me, Vorn, or is that impossible since you're always running away? Have you lost your mind? Ellen spoke in amazement. Though she tried to shout an order to her subordinates, Tigray stretched out his arm, restraining her. It can't be, you plan to do it. Tigray nodded silently and strongly. Ellen pouted and let out a small noise momentarily, then she tapped Tigray's shoulder with a smile. Very well, this is your fight. Thank you. Thanking Ellen without looking back, Tigray clutched his bow and moved forward on his horse. Seeing Tigray, Zayn looked at him suspiciously. Your weapon? You aren't taking a sword or spear from those zicted bastards. This is my weapon. Tigray thrust out his jet-black bow in a dignified manner. Zayn stared at him in irritation. Are you joking? How will you fight with a bow? All you can do is get a surprise attack. Want to try me? Tigray pulled an arrow from his quiver and shot it after knocking it. Though the arrow tore through the wind and sped toward Zayn's head, it was blocked by the shield. Tigray did not care and aimed at Zayn's chest. It was, once again, blocked by the shield. No matter how many times you try, it's useless. Zayn jeered. Ellen simply watched on in silence. Tigray took his third shot and aimed for Zayn's right arm. Once again, it stuck into the shield. That's enough. Zayn gazed at Tigray in anger and mockery. It seems you're useless in combat. Not only are you a traitor, you can only use a bow. To the end you couldn't act like a noble of Brune. I will take your precious neck and end everything here. He no longer wished to associate with Tigray and made his judgment. He then rushed forward with spear in hand. Tigray did not move and knocked an arrow. Even Ellen's eyes were glued to the scene. Though neither she nor her soldiers knew what would happen, she grasped her blade and started to cry out. At that moment, the two shadows crossed. Blood appeared on Zayn's spear as it skimmed Tigray's body. Tigray managed to escape by a narrow margin. On the other hand, Tigray shot an arrow which pierced through the shield. It happened immediately after that. A groan was emitted. It was Zayn's voice. Stopping the horse, he crouched forward. His handsome face was soiled by his black hair, distorted in agony. He was covered in a greasy sweat from the sharp pain. The arrow Tigray shot traveled through the shield and deeply penetrated Zayn's left arm. His attack happened slightly before the spear hit Tigray, so Zayn's movements were dulled. Just then, Zayn noticed. Tigray had concentrated all arrows on the same portion of the shield. The fourth was able to pierce through the thick oak. He shivered in terror. Zayn had not fixed his shield's motion. Rather, he moved in accordance to the arrows Tigray shot. The final shot occurred as they passed each other. Did he read how I would move my shield? None amongst the Thenardier army could understand Tigray's skill. Still, Tigray had pierced through a shield with only 4 arrows. They had held the bow in derision until now. Archers had been held in contempt, ridiculed, outcast, and treated as criminals. Now they were forced to fear what it could do. Tigray knocked his 5th arrow. Cold sweat dripped from Zayn's face. A cry was heard. Zayn moved away. Soldiers rode their horses in to defend Zayn. Ellen silently acted upon seeing their movements. She ordered her men to charge as she brandished the silver flash. The Zictid army and the Nardir army faced one another. Tigray was caught in the turmoil, but was protected. Zayn, too, was helped by his men and disappeared from Tigray's view. "Look at you," Ellen called out in an angry voice as she drew closer on her horse. Her white finger gently traced Tigray's bleeding wound. "It's just a cut, don't worry me so much." Ellen showed an expression of caring befitting neither a commander or swordsman, but a girl her age. Tigray could not look directly at her. "Your hand looks terrible as well." Ellen looked at the injury on his left hand for the first time. The wound had opened again. The cloth taita wrapped around his hand was soaked in blood as he gripped his bow. Finally realizing it, he felt the pain in his hand, though he could still shoot arrows. "Where is Zayn?" Tigray searched for the enemy general. A strong gust of wind blew and the horses flinched. Tigray protected his face with his arm and looked about carefully. A Weifel wyvern, with large wings reminiscent of a bat, now fully expanded. The wyvern flew high into the sky, carrying Zayn on its back. Every time it flapped its wings, the wind generated forced Tigray and Ellen to stop. The wyvern flew high into the air. It circled in the air to stabilize itself. It then turned and moved away from the battlefield. "My wind can't reach that." Ellen frowned in regret. Tigray knocked an arrow to his bow. Zayn's figure was hidden by the wyvern. His arrow would reach, but it would not pierce through the wyvern's scales. It was no different from the fight with the Suro-Earth dragon. He did not have the power. He could not allow such a thing to happen. Shoot the dragon. Suddenly, a quiet voice sounded in Tigray's head. What was that? Tigray looked about in surprise, but no one had called for him. Though it sounded like a woman's voice, Ellen was focused on the enemy before her. "I will say it once again. Shoot the dragon." He heard the voice again. He understood it clearly this time. Despite the screams, the sound of weapons clashing, armors shattering, and corpses falling, the voice resounded. The voice reaching his ear was clearly different. Tigray glanced at the black bow in his hand. Could it be this? He felt a sense of incongruity with the black bow. That is why he thought that. Looking at the sky again, the wyvern had moved even further. "If I don't pay him back, I know I'll regret it." Tigray, determined, drew his arrow back. His town was scorched and his people injured. He would never permit the man who harmed Taita to run away. In accordance to the words, he aimed his bow at the wyvern and shot the arrow. Was it truly an arrow? The moment the arrow was released, a fierce backlash hit Tigray's body. At the same time, the silver flash in Ellen's hand tinged a pale light. The shot flew straight, propelled by a helical wind. It sounded like the roar of a beast. It flew toward the Weifel wyvern and went past. Though the wyvern lost its balance, it was not injured. What happened? Tigray looked at the wyvern and a deformed cloud in blank surprise. He had never heard of an arrow acting in such a manner. "Tigray." Tigray returned with Ellen's voice. She was also surprised. Tigray felt as if it was the first time she had ever been surprised on the battlefield. "What was that just now?" "I've only seen something like that with a Veralt dragonic tool." No answer could be found. He could not reply to Ellen's question. "I don't know either." A shadow moved over Tigray's head as he responded in bewilderment. The wyvern had somehow recovered. It was running from the battlefield again. Tigray readied a new arrow. Though he did not understand, he knew he could kill the wyvern. "The next will hit." Ellen drew her horse close to Tigray and raised her longsword. "I'll take care of the wind. You just aim the arrow." Ellen knew nothing about Tigray's bow. However, when Tigray shot his arrow, her sword lit up in response. It was as if it allowed him to shoot his arrow in a supernatural manner. "I don't know what happened, but if it's Tigray, he can do it." Though it was no different from intuition, Ellen knew her dragonic tool. It was not a longsword she simply came upon. Her silver flash was given the name of Koma, no Zanki brilliant beheader of the fallen spirit. "Please." Ellen did not know Tigray very well, but she believed in him. Steadying his arm and aiming at the wyvern, he drew his bow to its limit. He released it. The atmosphere swelled and space distorted, twisting about his arrow. The shock wave blew the nearby soldiers away. Smoke followed the path of the arrow, forming a storm which raged strong enough that those nearby could not open their eyes. The arrow Tigray shot advanced, a brutal tornado in its wake. It hit the Weifel wyvern's abdomen. Pierce it. The wyvern let out an ear-splitting sound as it was injured. It moved weakly back and forth and crashed in a nearby marsh. It hit the water with a dull sound. The dragon sunk completely. Zayn did not float to the surface. All looked at where the wyvern crashed, completely stunned. Even Tigray, who shot the arrow, watched with astonishment. The soldiers of the Thenardier army dropped their arms. It took a while for everyone to return to consciousness, even Ellen. Tigravermudvorn has killed Zayn the Nardier. Following Ellen's voice, a shout of victory sounded from the Zichtid army. The Thenardier soldiers trembled, and their eyes faltered. The main forces of the Thenardier army, which fought a short distance away, looked at the wyvern as it fell to the earth. They split up and tried to escape while their enemies celebrated their victory. Their swords and spears were discarded, and they tried to flee, collapsing over one another. The Thenardier army invaded Alsace with 3,000 troops. Those running away numbered only 900. Their commander was lost, their weapons and armor were cast aside, and the injured men ran away on their own. Epilogue. The flag fluttered in the evening wind. Tigray, Ellen, and Lim moved ahead of the Zichtid army and returned to Celesta. Some soldiers, including Batran, returned to Celesta earlier to inform the people of their victory and to prepare a feast. Even if it was a small form of gratitude, Tigray wished to greet the soldiers of Zichtid. He also wanted to restore the beauty of his town. Its revival would begin tomorrow. Incidentally, Tigray had emptied the 8 quivers Batran held for him. Usually, archers carry 2 quivers at most. Any more and it would hinder movement. He could only use that many in a fierce battle. Later, after hearing this, Rurik muttered solemnly, "All right." With a new cloth wound about Tigray's hand, Ellen laughed quietly. "Thanks. You really saved me." Tigray gave his thanks. The cloth Teda wrapped around his hand was drenched in blood, so he had it changed. For the time being, consider this a victory. For the time being, it is. Tigray repeated Lim's words. That was the truth of the matter. Fate had made its move. It was impossible for there to be no retaliation. The Nardier, after this defeat, would not forgive Tigray. He would kill Tigray no matter the cost. He would surely try to destroy Alsace. He had many things to think about besides the Nardier. It was not just Duke Gainlon and the Nardier. He worried about the reaction of the king and the various aristocrats. He was also anxious about Zichtid and Ellen. Above all, he was worried about the black bow in his hand. Though it isn't reacting now, it definitely did back then. He communicated with it. Was it telling him its intent? It resonated with Ellen's silver flash. Ellen did not understand the reason for this. Amongst the many Veralt dragonic tools wielded by the Vanadis, there is no bow. I have never heard of a weapon which could call upon the power of a dragonic tool, either. Tigray had heard of such weapons, though he thought of them as fairy tales and legends. Still, he had seen the silver flash firsthand. Why did the silver flash respond? Though he looked in interest at the silver flash at Ellen's waist, the wind only blew, as if teasing him. After thinking for a time, Tigray sighed and gave up. It was meaningless to worry about something he did not understand for the time being. It was enough that he could use it. A mysterious bow. Lim began speaking, as if she remembered something. I have heard of only one such bow, though it is a legend. Hearing Lim's words, Tigray looked at her in interest while touching the bowstring. A man received a bow from a goddess. As long as he wielded it, he would not be defeated by his enemies. It is said he became king and was called the Maiden No O King of the Magic Bullet. This king, is he the incarnation of the Black Dragon? Lim shook her head at Tigray's question. The goddess does not come out in the founder's story, so it is possible the story is even older. Since I did not see the power of your bow, I can't say anymore. Maiden No O King of the Magic Bullet, is it? Ellen glanced at Tigray and laughed as if pleased. Not bad, I'll call you that from now on. Then I'll have to call you Vanadi Sama, or Silfra Wind Princess of the Silver Flash from now on. She poked his head. It's fine, it just means you've got the medal to become a king. It's not like I was making fun of you. At least fix your facial expression. Though she spoke formally, Ellen's mouth was loose as she held back a smile. Tigray scratched his head and sighed without any tension. The story is interesting, but it has nothing to do with my bow. Certainly, the voice Tigray heard was female. However, the bow had no tasteful decoration or adornment. It was simply a black bow. Above all, it is never good to joke about becoming king. Such stories were numerous in the land of nobles. Do you not want to become king? Ellen tilted her head, as if she had read what was deep into Gray's heart. Though he had not given it much thought, he responded in such a way. Sleeping until noon, going out for a hunt. Gray shrugged his shoulder and smiled bitterly. Ellen's ruby irises sparkled as she recalled his words. Gray, I have something to say to you. Looking at Gray, Ellen took a deep breath and bewildered Gray with a smile suiting her age. You belong to me now. Gray recalled that he was still a prisoner of war. That's right. First of all, how about you tell me more about that maid of yours? You were so desperate to help her before. Running his hand through his red hair, Gray looked away from the smile of the girl with silver-white hair, which waved in the wind. How should I answer? It was not just Ellen. Tata was waiting in the town. If he explained that he was still a prisoner of war, what would she say? Though Gray looked to Lim for help with a glance, he was ignored. I'm looking forward to it, Gray. Before long, Celesta came into view, lights shining throughout the town. The people were waiting. End of Volume 1.